I warned my toxic dad I'd never join his business. Years later, he secretly framed me for $245,000 in tax fraud. So, I let the IRS tear his life apart. Original post. You'll never be anything but a financial burden. That was my father's favorite phrase. He didn't even yell it. He would just say it with this casual, crushing finality, like he was commenting on the weather or reading a grocery list. I grew up in a house where my absolute failure was expected before I had even tied my shoes in the morning. He would say it over burned toast at breakfast. He would say it over the obnoxious rumble of his giant, overpriced luxury SUV idling in the driveway. He would say it over the radio static of AM talk shows screaming about the downfall of the economy. When I got a B+ in advanced calculus, I was useless. When I spent my weekends reading library books instead of learning a mechanical trade in the garage, I was useless. When I explicitly told him I didn't want to work in his precious logistics business, I was completely, utterly, irredeemably useless. By the time I was old enough to actually understand the world, I had learned to measure my entire worth in decibels. The louder he sighed when I entered a room, the more I had apparently disappointed him just by breathing his air. He built his company, Vanguard Freight and Logistics, back in the late 90s. It was a fleet of beat-up box trucks, a few shady warehousing contracts, and a small, miserable team of people who never lasted more than a few months under his relentless, micromanaging glare. By the time I was a teenager, he loved to call himself an entrepreneur, and a titan of industry. But in reality, he was just an angry man in a faded, sweat-stained golf shirt, barking contradictory orders at minimum wage drivers while pretending he was some Fortune 500 CEO. I was never interested in his crumbling empire of half-paid invoices, missing inventory, and perpetual, vein-popping stress. I took a job at the local community college IT help desk, resetting passwords for $9 an hour, just to avoid his endless, suffocating lectures about work ethic. Every time I came home in my thrift store jeans and faded band t-shirts, he would watch me from his worn-out leather recliner. He always had this smug, expectant look on his face, like he was just waiting for the day I would fall to my knees and beg him for a real job at his warehouse. But I never did. I never gave him the satisfaction. He genuinely thought my avoidance was proof of my inherent laziness. In reality, it was pure survival. My mother, God bless her deeply flawed heart, just tried to stay out of the crossfire. She would flutter around the kitchen like a nervous bird, filling the suffocating silence with aggressive coffee refills and forced, brittle smiles. She would constantly say things like, "Your dad means well, David," or, "You know exactly how he gets when the freight business is stressful." As if there was ever a single millisecond when it wasn't stressful. As if it was somehow my fault that he couldn't manage his own payroll or sleep at night. Once, when I was 16 years old, I was walking down the hallway and overheard him on the phone with my Uncle Richard. He was complaining about me like I was a defective household appliance he had purchased and couldn't return to the store. "He'll never take responsibility for a damn thing in his life," my father barked into the receiver. "He'll just sponge off us until the day I'm dead and buried." I stood in that dark hallway, completely frozen, listening to that sentence literally carve itself into my ribs. I decided right then and there that I would absolutely rather starve in the streets than take a single dollar from that man. So I didn't. I worked extra shifts. I hoarded every penny I made. I moved out the exact week I turned 19. I managed to rent my own crappy, 400 square foot apartment above a loud laundromat. The walls were paper thin, the plumbing rattled, and my landlord forgot my name every single month. But as far as I was concerned, that tiny, noisy box was absolute paradise. It was freedom. It was freedom from the suffocating, daily certainty that I was a massive disappointment simply for existing. We didn't talk much after I moved out. Holidays were excruciatingly awkward, punctuated by tense, silent dinners where my dad would loudly brag about his incredibly successful logistics operation, and I would just nod politely, staring at my mashed potatoes, wondering how many of his grand stories were complete fabrications. I honestly thought I had escaped. I never thought I would have to care about Vanguard Freight and Logistics ever again. Until, of course, the fateful Tuesday afternoon when the IRS came knocking, informing me that I was apparently the co-owner of the sinking ship I had spent my entire adult life desperately avoiding. It started with an envelope so incredibly ordinary that I almost threw it into the recycling bin without even opening it. There were no urgent red stamps, no threatening bold text screaming across the front. It was just a standard, windowed letter from the Department of the Treasury that looked exactly like every other boring tax notice I had ever received. I tore it open on pure autopilot while standing in my tiny kitchen, fully expecting some vague reminder about a tax form I hadn't filed yet. Instead, a specific sequence of words stared back at me like an execution order. Notice of tax delinquency. Business entity, Vanguard Freight and Logistics. I read it once, then I read it again. Then I read it a third time, my brain violently misfiring as it tried to process what the hell I was actually looking at. Vanguard Freight. I wasn't Vanguard Freight. I wasn't any kind of partner. I had never so much as signed a single piece of scrap paper related to that miserable company, let alone sat behind the chipped, coffee-stained laminate desk in my father's depressing warehouse. But the letter absolutely did not care about my profound confusion. It laid everything out in that terrifying bureaucratic language that manages to be both bone-dry and utterly horrifying. According to the United States government, as a listed managing partner, I was personally and legally responsible for exactly $245,340.12 in unpaid payroll taxes, plus rapidly compounding interest and severe federal penalties. The heavy paper physically trembled in my hand. My vision immediately tunneled until all I could see was my own name, David Holden, printed neatly right next to my father's name, Arthur Holden. It looked like we were equal teammates in this horrific financial nightmare. I couldn't breathe. The cheap fluorescent light above my kitchen sink suddenly seemed blindingly bright, buzzing in my ears like a loud accusation. Somewhere outside my window, a siren wailed, but I was completely frozen. I was locked in the devastating reality that my life, my actual, functional, peaceful, hard-earned life was about to be completely detonated by a man who had never thought I was worth a single damn thing. I forced my shaking legs to move. I dropped the letter onto my small kitchen table like it was radioactive. My phone was already in my hand. I stabbed out a text message to my father with trembling fingers. "What did you do?" I watched the little delivered icon sit there on the screen like a blinking dare. No reply. Of course, there wouldn't be a reply. I set the phone face down so I wouldn't physically throw it through the window, and I started pacing the length of my tiny apartment. When you grow up constantly being called a disappointment, a dark part of you actually starts to believe it. Another part becomes fiercely determined to prove everyone wrong. And a final, much smaller part just wants to completely disappear before you get blamed for things you never even touched. I really thought I had escaped all of that toxic weight. I had my own place. I had my own job. I had a peaceful life that wasn't constantly measured by how many shipping contracts my father landed or how many times he felt the need to remind me I would never amount to anything. But apparently, walking away hadn't been enough for him. He had found a way to violently drag me back into his mess. I pulled out my laptop, my heart hammering against my ribs, and started aggressively searching every single legal phrase printed in that letter. Pass-through liability. Responsible party designation. Joint and several liability. My stomach dropped further and further into a black hole with each terrifying definition. No matter how I tried to slice it, the federal law did not care that I hadn't signed up for any of this. The IRS saw my legal name on that state form, and in their absolute, unblinking eyes, I was on the hook for $250,000. At some point, God only knows exactly when, my father had filed official paperwork naming me as a legal co-owner of Vanguard Freight. And he had done it completely behind my back, without breathing a single word to me. He probably assumed I would just never find out until he fixed it. Or, much worse, maybe he had actively counted on me being too stunned, too emotionally broken, and too deeply ashamed to ever push back against him. Maybe he had just assumed I would fold, take the blame, and let him walk away clean. I stood in my kitchen and thought about every single time he had smirked at me over those excruciating holiday dinners, loudly bragging to the extended family about how I would never survive the real world. Well, the real world had just arrived on my doorstep in a certified envelope. All right, I shut my laptop with a sharp snap. I took a very slow, deep, steadying breath, forcing the panic down into a tight little box in my chest. Then, I walked over to my desk, pulled out a thick, empty binder, and wrote one single word across the front cover in thick black permanent marker: evidence. Because if Arthur Holden honestly thought he had picked the perfect, weak, silent scapegoat, he was about to learn exactly how incredibly dangerous his useless son could be when he had absolutely nothing left to lose. Update 1. The local IRS field office looked exactly like every depressing nightmare you have ever had about government bureaucracy. It had flickering, sickly fluorescent lights, incredibly worn beige carpet that was permanently stained by decades of spilled, terrible coffee, and a cheap plastic wall clock ticking loud enough to make me physically sweat. I sat in the uncomfortable plastic lobby chair, clutching my thick evidence binder to my chest like a shield. My palms were so damp that the edges of the manila folders inside were actually starting to curl. Every few minutes, a bored, uniformed security guard would glance over at me like he was fully expecting me to bolt for the exit. When the receptionist finally called my name, I stood up way too fast and nearly tripped over my own sneakers. "Follow me, please," she muttered, not even bothering to make eye contact. The back conference room was claustrophobically small and smelled heavily of stale air and ozone. A woman in a sharp navy blue blazer waited at the small table, a thick laptop open in front of her. She looked up with an expression that miraculously managed to be both deeply exhausted and highly suspicious. "Mr. Holden," she said, adjusting her wire-rimmed glasses. "I am Agent Wallace. We are here today to review your official role in Vanguard Freight and Logistics." "My role?" I echoed, my voice completely cracking in the middle like a terrified teenager's. She didn't react to my panic. She just calmly swiveled her laptop around so I could see the screen. My full legal name sat right there, glowing brightly on the monitor, listed directly beneath my father's name in a clearly defined section labeled Managing Partners. Agent Wallace tapped the glass screen with a perfectly manicured fingernail. According to these official state filings, you currently hold equal liability for all tax obligations incurred by this entity since fiscal year 2019. I opened my mouth to speak, then closed it again. My racing thoughts were violently bouncing between, what the hell is happening? And this absolutely cannot be real. I never signed a single thing. I finally managed to say, my voice trembling but growing louder. I never agreed to this. I have never worked there. She stared at me for a second, then clicked to another digitized document. This one showed my father's messy, scrawled signature right beside a cleanly typed version of my name, but next to my typed name, there was absolutely no matching signature line, no initials, no digital stamp. Nothing. Just empty white space. It appears your father filed an amended Articles of Organization in late 2019, Agent Wallace said calmly, as if she were reading the ingredients off a cereal box. You were formally added as a managing partner at that time. I tried to swallow, but my throat felt like it was full of sand. So you're telling me he can just decide I'm a legal co-owner of a corporation without even telling me? Without my actual signature? Agent Wallace folded her hands neatly over her keyboard. Mr. Holden, the IRS does not make judgments about complex family dynamics or internal business disputes. We only enforce the federal tax code based on the documents filed with the state. It wasn't an answer. It was a massive, impenetrable brick wall. I stared at the glowing screen until the harsh black words literally blurred together. All I could think about was the decades he had spent calling me worthless, calling me a leech, calling me a burden. How sickeningly ironic it was that right now, my stolen name was the absolute only thing keeping his pathetic empire from completely collapsing and sending him to federal prison. And in that exact moment, sitting in that stuffy government room, something deep inside my chest finally snapped. The terrified, submissive kid who used to hide in his room to avoid the yelling was dead. I was not going to be the soft, easy target my father expected. I took a massive breath, opened my binder, and started pulling out the paperwork. I had spent the entire last 48 hours completely tearing my life apart to build this case. I had printouts of every single tax document I could find. I had my own independent W-2s and tax returns from 2018 to the present, proving definitively that I had never claimed or received a single cent of income from Vanguard Freight. I had years of apartment leases proving I hadn't lived at my childhood address, the address he fraudulently used on the business filings, in almost a decade. I even had printed emails and text messages where my father actively mocked me for refusing to join the company. I have absolute proof that I never participated in this business in any capacity, I said, my voice suddenly ringing out steadier and colder than I ever knew I was capable of. I am prepared to give you every single financial record I have ever possessed. For the first time since I walked into the room, Agent Wallace actually looked up and met my eyes directly. The suspicion faded, replaced by a sharp, calculating interest. All right, she said, pulling a legal pad toward her. Let's start from the very beginning. I laid the documents out on the conference table, page by painstaking page. With every single piece of paper I handed over to the federal government, I felt a massive chunk of the suffocating panic ease out of my body. I was still terrified, yes, but I was also blindingly, violently furious. And if my father wanted to try and drag me down into his self-made hell, I was completely ready to make sure he didn't walk away with a single piece of his life intact. When I finally left the IRS building 2 hours later, I sat in my parked car for almost 45 minutes. The engine was off, and my forehead was pressed hard against the cold steering wheel. The seatbelt dug sharply into my ribs, but I didn't move an inch. I wasn't sure if I was totally numb, running on pure adrenaline, or both. All I knew for a fact was that something fundamental inside my brain had permanently shifted. I had spent my entire life firmly believing that keeping my head down would keep me safe. I believed that if I never challenged my father, if I never talked back, he would eventually just let me go. I thought that if I was quiet enough, unremarkable enough, and distant enough, I would slip right through the cracks and never have to be a part of his chaotic mess again. That pathetic fantasy was dead and buried. He had dragged me into the absolute center of it anyway. When I finally drove home, I didn't even bother taking off my shoes. I walked straight to my kitchen table, dumped my backpack out, and started sorting through the rest of the documents I needed to organize. Halfway through cross-referencing my old bank statements, my cell phone violently buzzed against the table. Dad, we need to talk right now. Do not do anything rash. Call me. I stared at the glowing screen for a long, heavy moment. Then I calmly flipped the phone over so I wouldn't have to look at his name. I wasn't going to talk. I wasn't going to argue. I was going to build an impenetrable legal fortress. As I dug deeper into my old digital archives, I found ancient text messages I had almost deleted years ago. Back when I first moved out in 2019, he had bombarded me with a massive flurry of insults when I refused to work at the warehouse. Dad, Oct 2019. You're making a massive mistake walking away from this company. Dad, Nov 2019. You think you're better than this family? You'll regret this. Dad, Dec. 2019. You're a useless parasite. You won't last a single year on your own without my money. At the time, those messages had felt like pure, injected poison. I had cried myself to sleep reading them. But right now? Today? They were golden, undeniable evidence. They were absolute proof that I had explicitly rejected the company, and proof that I was nothing more than the target of his deep resentment during the exact same time period he claimed I was happily signing on as his managing partner. I printed every single screenshot. I highlighted the timestamps in neon yellow. I added them to the growing, massive stack. My tiny apartment had completely transformed into a forensic crime scene. The couch disappeared under labeled file folders. My kitchen counter was entirely buried under sticky notes, reminders of IRS deadlines, legal phrases, and contact numbers. My laptop never closed, the browser tabs multiplying until it looked like a complex city skyline. Somewhere around 3 a.m., I paused to stretch. My lower back ached fiercely. My eyes felt raw and gritty from staring at screens. But I absolutely wasn't done. I logged into the state's business registration portal one more time, clicking through every single historical amendment ever filed under Vanguard Freight's registration number. My stomach violently lurched when I finally found the original PDF scan of the document, Amended Articles of Organization, Managing Partner Edition, David Holden, filed in late November 2019. The exact same month he was texting me that I was a parasite. I zoomed in on the bottom of the page. The signature box meant for David Holden was completely, laughably empty. It just had typed text. Directly below that, my father's signature was slapped onto the page, sloppy, rushed, and arrogant. I closed my eyes, pressing my cold fingers hard against my throbbing temples. He hadn't even bothered to forge my signature properly. He was so incredibly arrogant that he just assumed no one in the government would ever look closely, and that I would never have the spine to check. And maybe he was right about the old me. Maybe if I had been a little more tired, a little more beaten down, a little more willing to blindly believe the family loyalty garbage, I would have just let this go and ruined my own life to save his. But I was so incredibly tired of pretending. I copied the fraudulent document. I saved it in 4 different places: my hard drive, my cloud storage, a hidden USB drive, and an email to myself. Then I pulled out a blank sheet of paper and wrote out an exact, chronological timeline of his fraud. By the time the morning sun started bleeding through my cheap plastic blinds, I had a binder nearly 3 inches thick. At the very front of the binder, I slipped in the final, most important piece, a legally notarized affidavit I had paid to prepare online, swearing under penalty of severe perjury that I had never, at any point in my life, been an officer, employee, or participant in Vanguard Freight and Logistics. It felt like putting on a suit of armor. When I finally sat back in my chair, the pure exhaustion hit me all at once like a freight train. But even through the intense physical fatigue, something deep inside my soul felt solid and unbreakable for the first time in my entire life. He thought I would always be the weak, silent son who wouldn't fight back. He was about to learn exactly how wrong he was. Update 2. Things escalated faster than I could have ever predicted. I didn't wait for my father to spin some elaborate victim mentality story about how this was all just a clerical misunderstanding. He had spent his entire life completely controlling the family narrative. This time, I was going to utterly destroy it. I hired a lawyer named Miranda Vance. She was recommended by a friend who had survived a vicious corporate dispute. Miranda was a sharp suit, corner office, and a completely no-nonsense attitude that made me instantly trust her. I walked into her office, dropped my 3-inch thick binder on her massive glass table, and told her everything. She flipped through my meticulous timeline, the tax returns, the unsigned state amendments, and the abusive text messages. "This is incredibly thorough, David," Miranda said, a faint, predatory smile touching her lips. "Your father has absolutely no signed acknowledgement from you, no evidence you ever profited a single dime, no proof you even knew about these filings. It's blatant, textbook fraud. Then why does he think he can get away with it?" I asked, my hands gripping the armrests of my chair. "Because extreme narcissists are used to getting their way through intimidation," she replied matter-of-factly. "They assume everyone else is too emotionally terrified to fight back. Let's show him you aren't." Miranda drafted a devastating, formal cease and desist letter on the spot. It stated in absolute, legally binding terms that any further attempts to assign me corporate liability would be considered targeted harassment and intentional financial fraud, and that we were fully prepared to escalate to the state authorities. We sent it via certified mail directly to his lawyer. 2 days later, the flying monkeys descended. My phone blew up. It started with my Aunt Susan. "David, how could you do this to your father? He is under so much stress. You are trying to bankrupt the family on purpose. Then my cousin Mark. Bro, you need to drop this lawyer crap. You're tearing the family apart over a mistake. My father was rapidly spinning a frantic, desperate story to the extended family, claiming I was a vindictive, greedy son trying to ruin him for attention. I stared at the barrage of angry texts, feeling a strange, profound calm completely wash over me. Of course he was making me the villain. It was his only play left. But, I honestly didn't care anymore. I didn't reply to a single one of them. I just took screenshots and sent them directly to Miranda's paralegal to add to the harassment file. By the end of the week, his fake narrative started violently unraveling. One of his former warehouse managers, a woman named Sarah who had quit a year prior, actually found me on LinkedIn and messaged me late one night. David, I heard what's happening. I'd be willing to provide a sworn statement. I explicitly overheard your dad boasting in the office back in 2020 that he roped the boy in on paper to shield his own assets from the IRS. Let me know if your lawyer needs to talk to me. I almost cried reading that message. I thanked her profusely and immediately forwarded her contact info to Miranda. We now had a smoking gun witness. The very next morning, the inevitable happened. I got a frantic, furious voicemail from my father. His voice was completely raw, shaking with a terrifying mix of rage and sheer panic. You think you've won, you little piece of shit? He rasped into the phone. You think you're better than us? You are destroying my life. You'll come crawling back when you realize you are absolutely nothing without this family. I replayed the unhinged message exactly once. Then I saved the audio file, emailed it to Miranda, and permanently deleted it from my phone. I didn't need them. I was finally ready to watch him fall. It is honestly incredible how fast the illusion of absolute control can disintegrate when faced with cold, hard facts. One moment, my father was the untouchable, self-styled patriarch, the man who held the entire family hostage with nothing but his booming arrogance and a dwindling checkbook. The next moment, he was just a desperate, cornered criminal whose schemes had finally run out of dark places to hide. 3 weeks after I handed my binder over to the IRS, my phone rang. It was Agent Wallace. Mr. Holden, she said, her tone as clinical and steady as ever. We have officially concluded the initial review of your submitted documentation. Based on your overwhelming evidence, the sworn affidavit from the former employee, and the blatant lack of assigned consent on the state filings, the IRS will formally drop you from this case. We are issuing an official letter completely clearing you of any and all tax liability regarding Vanguard Freight. I closed my eyes. My entire body sagged against the kitchen counter like someone had just cut my puppet strings. All the breath rushed out of my lungs in a shaky exhale. Thank you, I whispered, tears finally pricking my eyes. Thank you so much. There is one more thing, David, she continued, her voice dropping slightly. Due to the highly intentional nature of these fraudulent filings, we are legally required to forward this entire case file to the State Department of Revenue's Criminal Fraud Division. Your father will be audited, and he is facing severe penalties, up to and including criminal charges for identity theft and tax evasion. You may be contacted as a key witness. I wasn't surprised. Honestly, I felt a deep, vicious wave of relief. I'll be ready, I told her. After I hung up the phone, I set it down and just stared at my own reflection in the dark glass of the microwave door. My face looked a little older, deeply tired, but more certain and solid than it ever had in my entire life. I knew exactly what I needed to do next. I typed out one final text message to my father. It was the absolute last olive branch he would ever get from me, and he didn't even deserve it. The IRS has officially cleared me of all liability. They have forwarded your fraudulent filings to the State Criminal Fraud Division. I highly suggest you stop calling the family and go hire a criminal defense attorney. Do not ever contact me again. I didn't wait to see if he replied. I immediately blocked his number. Then, I blocked Aunt Susan. I blocked Cousin Mark. I blocked every single flying monkey who had dared to take his side. But, I wasn't quite done. I opened my laptop and drafted a highly detailed, factual email to the City Business Herald, a prominent local publication that absolutely lived for juicy, corporate meltdown stories. I laid out the exact facts, the false filings, the massive tax debts, the IRS clearing my name, and my role as the unwilling pawn in a failing logistics company's fraud scheme. I attached redacted copies of the relevant public documents. I didn't do it out of petty spite though. If I am being completely honest with myself, hitting send felt incredibly, undeniably good. I did it because someone had to tell the absolute truth to the community before he tried to spin his impending arrest into some kind of martyr story. The senior editor wrote back within 2 hours, asking for an exclusive phone interview. I gladly agreed. The story hit the front page of their website 2 days later. Headline: Local logistics owner investigated for fraudulently naming son as partner to dodge $245K tax liability. The article was explosive. It was big enough that even people completely outside of our social circle started sharing it on Facebook and LinkedIn. I didn't read the comment sections, but a friend sent me screenshots anyway. People were tearing him apart. If this is true, that is unbelievably low, even for a desperate business owner. This is exactly why you don't mix family and money. He did what to his own kid to save his own skin? Lock him up. That same afternoon, my father tried one absolute last time to regain control. He actually showed up at my apartment building unannounced, like some pathetic ghost from a life I didn't want anymore. I knew it was him before I even looked through the peephole. Nobody else knocked on a door with that specific, entitled, aggressive rhythm. I almost didn't open it. I almost just called the police for trespassing. But some deep, primal part of me needed to look him in the eye and see his face when he fully realized he had lost everything. When I swung the door wide open, he was standing there in a cheap, wrinkled suit that made him look 10 years older and incredibly small. His face was pale, and his hands were actually shaking. For the very first time in my entire existence, he didn't immediately start with yelling or accusations. "You've completely embarrassed me," he said, his voice completely flat and hollow. "The business is done. The state froze my accounts this morning." "Not nearly as much as you embarrassed yourself, Arthur," I replied, leaning against the doorframe, refusing to let him step inside. His jaw worked furiously, like he was chewing on broken glass. "This doesn't have to be the end of the family, David." I was desperate. "You don't understand the pressure I was under. We can fix this if you just retract your statements to the state." I tilted my head, looking at this pathetic, broken man who had terrorized my entire childhood. "What exactly do you think is left to salvage here?" He hesitated. He literally had no answer. It struck me, right then and there, that he had never actually had to answer that question before because he had always just assumed I would be there to act as his punching bag, no matter how much abuse he dished out. I let the silence stretch until it became suffocating for him. Finally, I spoke, my voice quiet but laced with absolute steel. "You spent my entire life telling me I was completely worthless. You told me I was a burden, a parasite. And yet, the second your pathetic fake empire started to crumble, you desperately needed me to hold it up and take the fall for you." He flinched. It was just a tiny flicker in his eyes, but I saw it. The truth hit him physically. "You didn't just fail as a businessman," I continued, staring right through him. "You completely failed as a father. You failed as a human being. And I am officially done carrying the weight of your failures. Have a nice life, Arthur." He opened his mouth to argue, to yell, to do anything to regain control, but I just stepped back into my apartment and slammed the heavy door right in his face. I threw the deadbolt loudly. I stood there for a few seconds, listening. I heard him stand in the hallway for a long minute, breathing heavily, before he finally turned around and shuffled down the hall. I walked away from the door and didn't look back. For a long while, I just stood in the middle of my quiet, safe living room, breathing in the absolute stillness. There was no more dread. There was no more heavy obligation. There was no more pretending I owed that man anything. A week later, the official, physical letter from the IRS arrived in my mailbox, formally clearing me of any and all liability. Miranda called me to say the state had officially opened a criminal investigation, and they would be subpoenaing his remaining business records. I told her I would be ready to testify whenever they needed me. I know this won't magically fix the years of psychological damage. There are still nights I wake up with my jaw clenched tight. There are still mornings when I have to actively remind myself that it is finally over, that I am safe. But bit by bit, day by day, the deep shame he planted inside me has completely withered and died. I wasn't the useless son, I wasn't the burden. I was the one who finally stood up and broke the cycle. Yesterday evening, I walked down to the little corner cafe near my apartment. I ordered a black coffee and sat by the large glass window, watching the city traffic drift past in the fading evening light. And for the very first time in my life, I realized I didn't feel like I was waiting for anyone to validate my existence. I didn't need anyone to tell me I had done the right thing. I knew I had. When I got back home, I packed up the massive evidence binder and slid it onto the highest shelf in my bedroom closet. I don't need to look at it anymore, but I really like knowing it is sitting right there. It is a permanent, physical reminder that absolutely no one is ever going to rewrite my story for me ever again. That night, I slept for 9 straight hours without waking up once. And when I woke up the next morning, I didn't think about my father at all. My family disowned me at a 5-star restaurant for a viral video, so I showed them the press release of my new multi-million-dollar empire. My toxic family secretly orchestrated a lavish dinner just to hand me a formal disownment letter while my brother recorded my humiliation for his wealthy friends. But they had absolutely no idea that resting right inside my tailored jacket pocket was a newly signed $8.5 million acquisition contract for the tech company I built from scratch. Original post. I am Julian, 27 years old. To truly understand how I ended up sitting at a suffocating, hostile dinner table with the people who shared my DNA, you have to understand the deeply entrenched, toxic dynamics of the Vance family. We were not just wealthy, we were old money Manhattan elite. We were the kind of family that had massive hospital wings named after our ancestors, the kind that ruthlessly guarded our social standing at exclusive country clubs and high-stakes charity galas. For 3 uninterrupted generations, the Vance men were legendary investment bankers. The path was set in stone, before I was even born. We went to elite, ridiculously expensive prep schools, secured our degrees in finance, and then took our designated leather-bound seats in the family boardroom to multiply the fortune. My older brother, Marcus, was the quintessential golden child. He played their twisted game perfectly. He wore the right tailored suits, dated the right women from equally prominent families, and repeated our father's cutthroat corporate buzzwords like a well-trained parrot. I was different. I was supposed to follow the exact same tradition, get my undergraduate degree from Columbia, and march straight into the family firm. But during my sophomore year, I found my true passion, and it had absolutely nothing to do with manipulating the stock market. I developed an all-consuming obsession with algorithms, data structures, and efficiency metrics. I realized with absolute clarity that I did not want to spend the rest of my life trading stocks, breaking apart small companies for a quick profit, and living in the shadow of my father's ruthless reputation. I wanted to build things. I wanted to solve actual, tangible, real-world problems. So, I made the single decision that ruined my standing in the family hierarchy forever. I switched my major from finance to data science. I remember the exact moment I told my father, Richard. It is permanently burned into my memory. I was standing in his massive, cavernous home office in our Upper East Side penthouse, surrounded by dark mahogany wood paneling, expensive oil paintings, and leather-bound books that nobody ever read. I tried to explain my vision to him calmly. I told him that numbers are numbers, and I was just using them differently to build something sustainable. I genuinely, naively thought he would respect the logic. I thought he would see the massive potential in what I was doing. Instead, he stood up slowly, slammed both of his heavy hands onto his immaculate mahogany desk, and glared at me with a level of absolute disgust I had never seen before. He looked at me not as a son but as a severe liability. He told me, his voice dangerously low, that family tradition is not a math problem you can optimize. He said I was throwing away my entire future, embarrassing the pristine Vance name, and acting like an arrogant, ungrateful child who did not understand how the real world operated. I tried to reason with him. I brought up the undeniable fact that tech was the future. He didn't care. To Richard Vance, anything outside of his narrow, profit-driven worldview was an immediate threat to his control. That single explosive conversation fractured my family permanently. The consequences were immediate, calculated, and entirely brutal. I walked out of that office thinking the worst was over, thinking we just needed time to cool off. I was so incredibly, tragically wrong. The silent treatment began the very next morning, executed with the precision of a military operation. It was a slow, methodical erasure of my entire existence from the family unit. Weekly family dinner invitations dwindled to nothing. Family photos for the highly publicized holiday cards no longer required my presence. I was effectively a ghost. Then came the financial strike. They didn't even have the decency to call me. I received a brief, legally sterile email from my father's personal assistant informing me that my college fund was being permanently frozen. The generous monthly allowance I had received since high school was instantly revoked. I was completely, utterly cut off. I had to scramble, panicking in my dorm room, trying to figure out how to pay my skyrocketing tuition and keep a roof over my head. My mother, Eleanor, would occasionally send these passive-aggressive, deeply manipulative text messages saying they completely understood if I was too busy with my little computer projects to come home for Thanksgiving. It was pure psychological warfare. They wanted to starve me out. They wanted me to fail so miserably that I would come crawling back to their doorstep, begging for my old life, ready to wear the conservative suit they had picked out for me. My brother Marcus gladly became their primary proxy. He had just received a massive, highly publicized promotion at the family firm, and he absolutely loved to rub his exorbitant salary and pristine bonuses right in my face. He would call me occasionally, his voice dripping with unbearable condescension, talking loudly about the new luxury sports cars he was test driving. He always made sure to casually mention that the junior analyst position was still open if I ever decided to stop playing around and get a real job. I told him I was building something different. Marcus just laughed a harsh, grating sound and said, "Different isn't always better. Sometimes different is just difficult." I had to survive. I took a grueling job at a loud, chaotic, relentlessly busy coffee shop right near campus just to cover the rent for a tiny, run-down, freezing Brooklyn apartment I shared with 2 other struggling engineering students. The constant deafening hiss of the espresso machine and the endless mindless chatter of rude customers became the new exhausting soundtrack to my life. I worked brutal double shifts, dealing with entitled customers who screamed at me over foam ratios, wiping down sticky tables, and literally counting out loose change just to buy cheap ramen noodles. My feet ached constantly. I was exhausted right down to the marrow of my bones, but I absolutely refused to quit. Between my exhausting shifts, I sat at a wobbly, sticky corner table in the back of the shop, put my headphones on, and coded. I poured every single ounce of my frustration, my simmering anger, and my desperate need for independence into my battered laptop. I was building a complex system. It started as a simple class project, but it quickly evolved into something much larger. I called it Supply Sync. It was an advanced, highly sophisticated algorithm designed to perfectly optimize supply chains and inventory delivery schedules for small businesses. My software analyzed local events, complex weather patterns, and years of historical sales data to predict exactly, down to the ounce, how much inventory was needed. I convinced the skeptical owner of the coffee shop to let me run a live real-world test. During the first month alone, my automated solution reduced his product waste by a staggering 24%. The owner was absolutely thrilled. He actually hugged me in the cramped back kitchen with tears in his eyes because I had just saved his struggling business from going under. For the first time in my life, I felt truly, deeply valued for something I created with my own two hands. My advanced analytics professor, Dr. R.S., noticed the project during my midterm reviews. Initially, I thought he was going to be a mentor. He looked at my intricate data models and told me that supply chain optimization at this specific scale could completely transform logistics nationwide. I thought I finally had a powerful ally. But a week later, he called me into his secluded office and slid a fully drafted patent application for Supply Sync across his desk. He had explicitly listed himself as the primary inventor and the 70% majority owner. He smiled a sickening, predatory smile, and told me that without his brilliant guidance, my little student project was nothing. He casually threatened to fail me, blacklist me from the university's tech incubator, and bury me in expensive lawsuits if I fought him. My own family had cruelly cast me out, and now this arrogant man was trying to legally steal my only lifeline. I stood up slowly, looked him dead in his cowardly eyes, and told him I would rather burn the entire source code to the ground and salt the earth than let him steal a single line. I walked right out, dropped his class, and took my project entirely independent. I recruited two brilliant people from my dorm who believed in my vision: Leo, a genius UX designer, and Maya, a fierce communications major who handled our client relations. We officially formed our own family. We worked entirely out of my cramped, freezing apartment, wearing heavy coats indoors because we couldn't afford the heating bill, staying awake for 48 hours straight to refine the algorithm. By spring, we had real paying clients and hard, undeniable data proving our system worked flawlessly. We were actively preparing for our first major pitch to a high-tier venture capital firm. I truly thought the brutal struggle was finally paying off. I was completely, devastatingly wrong. The week before our massive pitch, absolute disaster struck. I woke up on a gloomy Tuesday morning, made my cheap instant coffee, and opened my laptop to run a final diagnostic check on the Supply Sync prototype. The core directory folder was entirely empty. I frantically dug through the secure cloud backups. Empty. I checked the local physical server drives we had set up in the closet. Wiped completely clean. Pure, unfiltered panic hit me like a physical punch. 3 grueling years of relentless coding, thousands of sleepless nights, all gone. Leo rushed over, and we spent 6 agonizing hours tracing the digital footprint of the wipe. We finally found the breach. Someone had manually plugged into the mainframe, copied the master source code onto an external drive, and initiated a deep, unrecoverable military-grade wipe. The access logs pointed directly to Sam, my college roommate. I confronted him in the cramped kitchen. I didn't yell. I just showed him the undeniable access logs. He stared down at the scuffed linoleum floor, pale and trembling, and confessed to everything. He was drowning in student loan debt and needed cash. But the real agonizing knife twist was when he revealed exactly who had bought him out. Sam admitted that a man in a tailored, ridiculously expensive Italian suit had approached him at a dive bar near the campus. The man knew my full name and all about the Supply Sync project. He offered Sam $60,000 in crisp, untraceable cash to hand over the drive and permanently wipe my machine. It was Marcus. My own brother had used a tiny fraction of his bloated corporate salary to maliciously bribe a desperate college student just to completely destroy my life's work. I felt a cold, blinding, all-consuming rage wash over me. I grabbed my phone and dialed Marcus's personal number. He answered on the second ring, sounding completely cheerful. The background noise sounded like the polite clapping of an exclusive golf course. I asked him, my voice dangerously quiet, why he did it. Marcus just let out a dark, mocking laugh. He told me he was doing me a massive favor. He said it was high time for me to stop playing silly little computer games in a slum apartment and come back to reality. He casually mentioned the family firm could always use a low-level IT guy to fix jammed printers. He ended the call by saying the game was officially over and I had lost. I looked over at Leo and Maya. They were standing by the doorway looking absolutely defeated. We had no product. We had roughly $8 in our collective bank accounts. Maya started looking up entry-level corporate jobs on her phone, tears silently streaming down her face. I walked over to the kitchen sink, splashed freezing water on my face, and looked into the cracked mirror. I saw the dark circles under my eyes, but I also saw a raging, unquenchable fire that Marcus and my father could never possibly extinguish. I turned back to my team and told them we were absolutely not quitting. I told them Marcus had stolen the old, clunky code, but the real algorithm was locked safely inside my head. We locked the apartment doors, turned off our phones, and rebuilt the entire massive system from absolute scratch. For the next 2 months, we went into monk-like isolation. We built a completely new, revolutionary architecture utilizing advanced machine learning models the original stolen version lacked. We made supply sync completely untouchable. Then, a massive miracle happened. Maya managed to secure a desperate 10-minute meeting with Elena, a notoriously tough angel investor. We walked into her massive glass office with nothing but a raw, functioning, lightning-fast prototype. I showed her the live real-time data proving massive profit margins. Elena offered us $3 million in seed funding right there on the spot. When those massive funds officially hit our corporate bank account, I walked out of the bank, pulled out my phone, and permanently erased the Vance Financial Group from my target list of potential clients. To me, they were dead. We moved into a real office space, expanded the team to 14 people, and started aggressively securing massive contracts. The real earth-shattering turning point came when the CEO of Apex Global Freight, a massive multi-billion-dollar enterprise, reached out. They were bleeding millions in operational inefficiencies and desperately needed exactly what we had built. They didn't just want to be a client, they wanted to acquire us outright. The initial opening offer came in at a staggering $6.5 million. It was life-changing generational wealth, but I knew our true worth. I negotiated with the exact same ruthless, highly aggressive tactics I had watched my father use during his hostile corporate takeovers. The difference was I was defending something I created. After 2 agonizing weeks of intense legal posturing, we settled on a final, undeniable figure, $8.5 million. The deal included ironclad guaranteed positions for my entire team and a highly lucrative director of implementation strategy role for me. I was 27 years old, completely self-made, and a multi-millionaire. Update 1. That exact same week, my uncle Arthur, the family's resident snake and my father's loyal spy, called me trying to snoop around. He aggressively probed about my living situation, hoping to hear I was failing so he could report back to my father. I gave him absolutely nothing, kept my voice flat, and hung up. Then the official invitation arrived. My mother sent a sickeningly sweet text message suggesting a highly formal family dinner at Times Le Ciel Times on Saturday evening to supposedly celebrate my graduation, which they had ignored years ago. Le Ciel Times was the exact highly exclusive restaurant where the Vance family celebrated massive milestones. I knew immediately this was a carefully laid trap. They were setting a grand theatrical stage for something malicious. I replied with a simple, cold text, "I will be there." The day before the dinner, I met with my personal attorney. I officially initiated the complex legal process to completely, permanently strip the Vance name from my identity. I signed the heavy paperwork and walked out feeling lighter than I had in my entire life. That night, I gathered the massive acquisition paperwork from Apex Global Freight, the glossy press releases scheduled to go public on Monday morning, and my framed diploma, sliding them all into a sleek, incredibly expensive black leather portfolio. I arrived at Times Le Ciel Times precisely on time, dressed in a sharp, perfectly tailored suit that cost more than my first car. I navigated smoothly through the dimly lit, opulent restaurant, past crowded tables of Manhattan's elite. I spotted them immediately. My father, mother, and Marcus were positioned perfectly in the exact center of the room, ready for their grand public performance. They wanted witnesses to their power, but they didn't want anyone close enough to hear their cruelty. Marcus was aggressively angling his chair, subtly adjusting his expensive smartphone against his crystal water glass so the high-definition camera lens had a clear view of my empty chair. He was recording my destruction. As I approached, my mother performed a highly theatrical air kiss, announcing in a tone dripping with mocking sarcasm that the guest of honor had arrived. I pulled out my heavy oak chair, placing my leather portfolio gently on the table. A waiter immediately poured vintage champagne. My father offered a cold, generic toast to endings and beginnings. We drank in silence. The exact moment the waiter stepped away, the entire atmosphere shifted violently. The theatrical polite pleasantries were abruptly terminated. With agonizing dramatic slowness, my mother withdrew a thick, heavyweight cream-colored envelope from her designer handbag. She placed it deliberately beside my plate. It was the exact type of expensive, textured paper my father's ruthless lawyers used for hostile takeovers. My mother folded her perfectly manicured hands, looking at me with eyes devoid of any maternal warmth. She began speaking in a carefully modulated, therapy-practiced voice, stating they had given this situation considerable agonizing thought and believed this specific arrangement would benefit everyone. "Clean break," she said smoothly. Marcus still didn't say a word. but I saw his hand subtly slide beneath the tablecloth to tap the screen of his phone. The glowing red recording light reflected off his glass. They were all sitting there, eagerly anticipating my breakdown. They fully expected a desperate, pathetic display of a broken son begging for his family's love. I absolutely refused to give them a single drop of that sick satisfaction. I reached out slowly, broke the embossed wax seal, and unfolded the heavy paper. It was exactly what I thought it was, a formal, legally binding disownment letter. It explicitly acknowledged my choice to pursue alternative, unapproved career options and formally permanently released me from all future financial benefits or inheritance associated with the powerful Vance name. Beneath the cold legal jargon were 3 handwritten signatures, my father's authoritative strokes, my mother's elegant curves, and Marcus's aggressive scrawl. They had all eagerly signed my execution. My physical reaction was entirely under my control. My hands remained perfectly steady. I did not shake or cry. I simply finished reading, looked down at the signatures, and deliberately folded the heavy paper precisely in half. The sudden silence at our table was absolutely deafening. My family was staring at me, their mouths slightly parted, utterly bewildered by my chilling lack of reaction. Their perfect dramatic narrative was completely derailing. My father leaned forward heavily, his thick brow furrowing in genuine, deeply unsettled confusion. He checked his outrageously expensive Patek Philippe watch, annoyed that I was ruining their script. "Is there absolutely anything you would like to say before we conclude this unpleasant business?" he asked in his commanding boardroom tone. I looked him dead in the eye, took the folded disownment letter, and slipped it directly into the inside breast pocket of my blazer. "Is that all you have for me?" I asked quietly. My father cleared his throat, adjusting his silk tie. "You are taking this surprisingly well, Julian. What exactly did you expect, Richard?" I asked, intentionally dropping the title of Dad forever. "Did you expect me to get on my knees and beg for a college fund you maliciously froze years ago? I think everything here is perfectly crystal clear." My mother shifted uncomfortably, her perfectly planned script falling apart. We simply thought you might have some desperate questions about the logistics," she stammered. "I have absolutely no questions for you," I replied smoothly, "but, as it happens, I do have something for you as well. Consider it a final parting gift." I reached across the pristine white tablecloth and pulled my heavy black leather portfolio toward me. I unzipped it incredibly slowly, letting the heavy suspense choke them. I withdrew a thick stack of pristine, newly printed legal documents. I pulled out the final signed acquisition contracts from Apex Global Freight, the highly confidential financial slides, and the glossy finalized press release scheduled to hit every major financial news outlet on Monday morning. I arranged the documents in a perfectly neat, overlapping row right on the table. My father's deeply ingrained corporate instincts kicked in instantly. "What exactly is this?" he demanded, his voice dropping into a low growl. "This is my alternative career option," I stated plainly, using the exact insulting phrasing from his disownment letter. I tapped the Apex Global Freight corporate logo. "They officially fully acquired my tech company 2 days ago. The massive public announcement goes live to the entire market on Monday morning. I just thought you should hear it directly from me before you read about your massive failure in the Wall Street Journal." Marcus actually laughed out loud, a highly nervous, high-pitched sound. He lowered his phone, completely forgetting to record as panic set in. "Your company?" he sneered. "You mean that little coffee bean tracker you were playing with? The one I..." He stopped himself abruptly, his face going pale as he realized he was about to publicly admit to corporate sabotage and bribery in a 5-star restaurant. "Supply Sync," I corrected him, my voice slicing through the air like a freshly sharpened razor. "The incredibly advanced supply chain optimization system I've been building entirely from scratch. The exact one you paid my roommate to try and destroy." I turned my full attention back to my father. He had already eagerly picked up the executive summary document. His brilliant, calculating financial mind was automatically processing the aggressive valuations. I watched his face. I saw the exact precise microsecond. His eyes landed heavily on the final buyout figure printed prominently in bold black ink. $8.5 million. The healthy color completely drained from his face in an instant. The mighty, untouchable Richard Vance looked as though he had just been violently punched in the stomach. He dropped the heavy paper back onto the table, his hands actually trembling. This is legitimate," he stammered, entirely unable to keep the world-shattering shock out of his voice. "Completely legally legitimate," I replied, keeping my tone light and conversational. "I am officially joining their executive board next month. The payout is fully guaranteed and sitting comfortably in a trust." My mother's flawless composure finally cracked wide open. Her mouth literally hung open in pure shock. "Julian," she whispered, her voice trembling violently, "why on earth didn't you tell us about this massive success?" "Because you stopped asking," I replied quietly, staring right into her eyes. The simple, undeniable, brutal truth hung heavily in the air, completely suffocating them in their own guilt. Marcus desperately snatched the glossy press release. This document specifically mentions your development of the core algorithm while working as a barista. He read aloud, his voice dripping with disbelief and horror. Yes, Marcus, I nodded slowly. I worked there grinding beans and scrubbing toilets for 3 solid years just to pay my rent after all of you aggressively cut me off and left me to starve. My father abruptly cleared his throat, sat up straight, and activated his smooth, highly persuasive, incredibly fake CEO voice. Julian, my boy, this is quite an extraordinary, massive accomplishment, he said smoothly. Perhaps we have been entirely too hasty in our harsh assessment. We clearly deeply misunderstood your grand vision. One single multi-million-dollar check, and suddenly I was entirely worthy of his love again. The disownment document is already signed, I reminded him coldly. Legal documents can easily and quickly be amended, son, he countered smoothly, offering a fake, snake-like smile. We can tear that terrible paper up right now. We can discuss deeply integrating your new capital into the family firm. Some things should absolutely never be amended, I said firmly, my voice turning to stone. I quickly gathered my highly valuable acquisition materials and neatly returned them to my portfolio. You wanted a clean break. You've got one. Do not ever contact me again. I stood up, turned my back on them, and walked purposefully through the crowded, buzzing restaurant. I didn't look back once. Every single step I took toward the exit felt incredibly lighter than the last. The massive suffocating weight of their expectations evaporated. Update 2. Fast forward exactly 6 months into the future. I was sitting comfortably in my massive glass-walled corner office at the Apex Global Freight Corporate Tower, looking out over the breathtaking New York City skyline. My software was actively saving the massive company tens of millions of dollars in waste, and my team was absolutely thriving. Meanwhile, the legendary Vance Financial Group was actively, spectacularly burning to the absolute ground. It was aggressively splashed across the front page of every major financial publication. Marcus, driven by a desperate, toxic need to aggressively prove he was vastly superior to the younger brother who had just publicly humiliated him, had acted recklessly. Without consulting the senior partners, he heavily funneled massive amounts of the firm's liquid capital into incredibly volatile tech startups and shady commercial real estate ventures. He wanted a massive, headline-grabbing return to inflate his fragile ego. Instead, the market violently corrected itself. The bubble burst overnight, and Marcus's foolish investments were entirely wiped out in a matter of days. The family firm was suddenly facing catastrophic margin calls from furious lenders. The resulting fallout was spectacularly brutal. Major legacy clients aggressively pulled their accounts. A large group of wealthy, furious investors officially filed a massive multi-million-dollar class action lawsuit against my father and Marcus, citing gross negligence and severe breach of fiduciary duty. To make matters worse, during the frantic internal audits, it was definitively proven that Uncle Arthur had been quietly, systematically embezzling company funds for years. My father ruthlessly fired his own brother on the spot, permanently fracturing their extended family. Then, on a dreary Tuesday afternoon, my incredibly professional receptionist buzzed my private office phone. She sounded incredibly nervous, stating that 3 individuals were currently waiting in the high-security lobby, aggressively demanding to see me. I calmly authorized security to send them up. I deeply needed to see this massive shift in power with my own 2 eyes. When the polished elevator doors slid open, Richard, Eleanor, and Marcus stepped out hesitantly. They looked absolutely horrendous. The arrogant, untouchable swagger they had paraded around Times-Lucille Times was entirely gone. My father looked like he had aged 10 years, his suit hanging loosely on his thinning frame. Marcus looked completely terrified, massive dark circles under his bloodshot eyes. My mother was incredibly pale, drawn, and devoid of her haughty makeup. I didn't stand up to greet them. I simply leaned back comfortably in my expensive ergonomic chair and waited in absolute silence. Julian, my father started, his voice incredibly raspy, stripped of its boardroom authority. We desperately need to talk as a family. We are absolutely not a family, Richard, I corrected him immediately, my voice ice cold. I have the highly binding legal paperwork safely locked in my desk drawer that explicitly proves it. Marcus stepped forward, his massive pride completely irreparably shattered. He literally dropped to his knees right there on the expensive plush carpet of my office. Julian, please. I am begging you. He pleaded, his voice cracking. I'm completely ruined. The lawsuit is going to destroy me. The firm desperately needs a massive capital injection immediately or we are officially filing for bankruptcy by Friday. And you want my money to save you? I stated flatly. It's about the family legacy, Julian, my mother pleaded frantically, wiping a highly rehearsed fake tear. You have the massive capital from the acquisition, you can effortlessly save the firm, you can save your only brother. I looked at the 3 of them demanding my hard-earned resources. I thought back to the agonizing nights I spent shivering violently in my freezing apartment. I thought about Marcus maliciously bribing my roommate. I looked down at my kneeling brother with absolute disgust. Do you happen to remember exactly what Richard told me in his mahogany office years ago when I asked him to emotionally support my career change? I asked Marcus. He shook his head weakly. I shifted my hard gaze directly to my father. You told me very clearly that family tradition is absolutely not a math problem you can optimize. Well, Richard, family loyalty is absolutely not a massive corporate bailout you can demand when your terrible investments fail completely. You are standing here asking me to optimize your massive pathetic financial losses, and the answer is absolutely, unequivocally, permanently no. My father's pale face flushed with intense anger. You would just sit there in your fancy chair and let your own flesh and blood face absolute financial ruin? He spat. You did exactly that to me, I replied calmly. The only massive difference is, I didn't deserve it. You absolutely do. I reached over and firmly pressed the glowing intercom button on my desk. Security, please come up to my office immediately. I have 3 unauthorized individuals who need to be escorted completely off the premises and banned from the building. Julian, you can't possibly do this to us. My mother shrieked. I already did, I said, turning my expensive chair around to face the massive window, entirely dismissing their existence. I sat perfectly still and listened to my family's desperate, angry shouting as they were forcibly grabbed and escorted to the elevators. 2 weeks later, I stood quietly in a solemn wood-paneled courtroom in downtown Manhattan. I raised my right hand, swore a solemn legal oath, and officially changed my name forever. I did not want a single lingering trace of the toxic Vance legacy attached to my bright future. I legally changed my last name to Sterling, the maiden name of Leo's mother, a wonderful woman who had fed me hot meals when I was starving and treated me like a real beloved son. I became Julian Sterling. My biological family eventually lost absolutely everything. The massive lawsuit completely drained their liquid assets. The bank aggressively foreclosed on the sprawling penthouse. Marcus is currently working a deeply miserable, high-stress mid-level sales job in a completely different state. Richard and Eleanor were horribly forced to downsize to a small, incredibly modest condo on the outskirts of the city, their precious social standing permanently annihilated. The heavy cream-colored letter they handed me that fateful night still exists today. I had it professionally framed in thick black wood. It hangs directly behind my desk in my home office. I keep it prominently displayed not out of lingering anger, but as an incredibly powerful daily reminder. Their harsh, calculated cruelty violently forced me to find my own deep inner strength and build my own highly successful empire from scratch. They arrogantly thought they were writing the final humiliating ending to my pathetic story. They had absolutely no idea they were just handing me a blank page and a pen to write my own unstoppable beginning. Top comments. User 1, the sheer audacity of your brother to drop to his knees and beg for the money you made off the exact same software he paid $60K to destroy. That is absolute peak narcissistic delusion. You handled that restaurant scene with the cold, calculated precision of a surgeon. Framing the disownment letter as the ultimate boss move. User 2. When your dad said legal documents can easily be amended, I actually physically gagged. The second they saw that $8.5 m figure, you stopped being the worthless disappointment and instantly became their personal ATM. Good on you for letting security literally drag them out of your office. User 3. I love that you changed your last name to honor the woman who actually fed you and treated you like family when you had nothing. Blood doesn't make someone family, loyalty and love do. Let them rot in their tiny condo while you enjoy the skyline view you earned through blood, sweat, and code. I financed my son's marriage for 6 years. After one disrespectful Facebook post, I evicted them, and exposed the illegal scheme my daughter-in-law hid upstairs. My daughter-in-law posted a family-only anniversary photo that deliberately excluded me, the very woman paying for the roof over her head, the food in her fridge, and the electricity she used. So, I simply liked the picture, permanently cut off their utilities, and triggered a relentless chain of events that not only ended her marriage but exposed a massive, illegal $90,000 side hustle she was running right under my nose. Original post. It was a crisp rain-washed Friday evening in Seattle when I finally decided I had officially endured enough disrespect for one lifetime. My name is Evelyn. I am 62 years old, and I live on the sprawling ground floor of a beautiful, historic duplex that I have proudly owned and meticulously maintained for the last 25 years. My son, Marcus, and his wife, Chloe, live in the spacious unit upstairs. That particular Friday night was their 7th wedding anniversary. A few days prior, Chloe had mentioned in passing while literally walking away from me down the hallway, not even bothering to make eye contact, that I wasn't invited to their celebratory dinner. She casually waved her hand and said the reservation was super tight, and they wanted to keep the evening intimate and strictly focused on the couple. I just nodded calmly. I knew it was a flimsy, transparent excuse, but why push my way into a space where I clearly wasn't wanted? I am not the type of woman to wallow in self-pity. I lost my husband to a sudden heart attack 12 years ago, and since then, I've learned to be fiercely independent and perfectly comfortable with the quiet. So, I made myself a warm cup of Earl Grey tea, wrapped myself in a cashmere throw, and settled into my favorite leather armchair to read a thriller. But then, during a chapter break, I absent-mindedly opened Facebook on my iPad. The very first thing that populated my feed wasn't a post from Chloe, but a glowing, highly tagged album from her mother, Susan. It was a high-resolution photo of a massive, lavishly decorated table at the Emerald Catch, arguably the most exclusive and outrageously expensive waterfront seafood restaurant in the entire city. I zoomed in. Marcus and Chloe were at the center of the table. Surrounding them were Chloe's parents, her 2 sisters, their husbands, 3 of Chloe's cousins, and even her childhood best friend. There were at least 16 people crammed around that table. Everyone was throwing their heads back in laughter, raising crystal glasses of expensive champagne, and digging into a towering, 3-tier seafood platter that easily cost $300 alone. The caption read, "Only family." So, incredibly blessed to finally have all my absolute favorites in one place to celebrate 7 years of love. Number family only. Number inner circle. I sat there in the quiet of my living room. I am the woman who had spent the last 6 years paying the entire property tax bill, the exorbitant Seattle water rates, the gas, the electricity, the high-speed internet, and the premium cable packages for the entire duplex. I paid for the roof over their heads. I paid for the heat keeping them warm. Apparently, I didn't make the cut for the inner circle. There was no sudden explosion of temper. I didn't cry. Instead, I felt a cold, razor-sharp clarity wash over me. It was a deeply liberating sensation. I tapped the screen and hit like. Then, I opened the comments section and typed a single, perfectly punctuated sentence. What a beautiful picture. Since I am clearly not family, I will be immediately stepping back from paying the family's bills. Have a wonderful night. Love, Evelyn. I hit send, closed the app, and set the tablet face down on the coffee table. Exactly 5 minutes later, the vibrating started. First Chloe's number, then Marcus's. The iPad danced across the table with 45 missed calls in rapid succession. I didn't pick up a single one. Instead, I stood up, walked into my home office, and pulled a thick, meticulously organized manila folder from my filing cabinet. Suddenly, I heard the heavy, frantic pounding of footsteps echoing down the wooden staircase. The footsteps hurried closer until there was a desperate, aggressive knock at my front door. It was Marcus. I took my time. I smoothed out my cardigan, placed the heavy folder on my dining table, and finally unlocked and opened the door. My son stood there, breathless, his face flushed a deep, embarrassed crimson. He was still wearing his expensive suit jacket from the dinner. "Mom, what on earth is with that comment?" he practically wailed, his voice cracking. "Chloe is out in the driveway hyperventilating in the Uber. Her whole family saw that comment. Susan is freaking out. You need to delete it right now." I looked at him calmly. I felt no anger, just a profound commitment to the facts. "Marcus, I am not deleting a single word. It is the absolute truth." "Yes." He stared at me as if I had suddenly started speaking fluent Russian. Marcus had always been a peace at any price kind of man, a trait he unfortunately inherited from his father. He usually let Chloe steer the ship of their marriage just to avoid her notorious tantrums. "You're ruining our entire night, Mom, you're humiliating us." I leaned comfortably against the doorframe, crossing my arms. "No, Marcus, you guys clearly enjoyed your night to the fullest, complete with oysters and champagne. I'm just finally tidying up my finances." I turned, picked up the top sheet from my folder, and handed it to him. It was the consolidated utility bill for the last quarter. It was staggeringly high, over $850 a month just for electricity and water. Starting on the 1st of next month, the electricity, water, internet, and gas for the upstairs unit will be entirely in your names, I informed him, my tone perfectly even. "I have already logged into my portals and revoked the autopay from my bank account. The city will be here next week to formally separate the meters." Marcus looked down at the paper, his mouth opening and closing like a fish on a dock. "What? Why? Why now? We can't afford an extra $1,000 a month right now." I gave him a small, thin, utterly unapologetic smile. "Because I realize tonight that I am not family, and if I am not family, I should not be carrying the family's financial burdens. You are 32 years old. It is time to pay for your own life." He opened his mouth to argue, but the words completely died in his throat. He knew I was right. Just then, the heavy front door of the duplex slammed open. Chloe had marched up the porch steps, her face a terrifying mask of fury, smeared mascara, and deep embarrassment. "This is literal blackmail, Evelyn," she hissed, trying to push past Marcus to get in my face. I shook my head slowly, gripping the edge of my door to close it halfway. "No, Chloe. This isn't blackmail. This is just adult life. Welcome to it." And with that, I shut the door firmly in their faces and locked the deadbolt. Update 1. The next morning, the entire house was eerily, beautifully silent. Usually, I'd hear Chloe stomping around in her heavy designer boots or shouting complaints down the air vents, but today, there was absolutely nothing. I sat at my kitchen island, sipping my dark roast coffee, and for the first time in 6 years, I felt the crushing weight of subsidizing 2 households lift completely off my shoulders. I hadn't been exaggerating about the utilities. I had actually been preparing the separation paperwork for weeks. Chloe's blatant disrespect hadn't happened overnight, it was a slow, insidious poison. She had crept in like a cold draft under a door, slowly viewing my extreme generosity not as a gift, but as her absolute birthright. Around noon on Tuesday, a white city utility van pulled into the driveway. I had scheduled a senior technician to physically install a secondary meter for the upstairs unit. As I led the burly man in his neon vest around the side of the house to the basement access, I heard the upstairs door aggressively fly open. Chloe stood at the top of the exterior stairs in her silk bathrobe, clutching a mug of coffee like a weapon. "What the hell is going on out here?" she demanded, her voice shrill enough to startle the neighborhood birds. "The technician is setting up your independent meters," I replied smoothly, not even bothering to look up from the clipboard I was signing. "From 5 p.m. today, you pay for exactly what you use." She practically ran down the wooden stairs, her face pale with genuine disbelief. "You literally cannot do this, Evelyn. We haven't budgeted for this at all. We have a trip to Cabo booked next month." I finally turned to look her dead in the eyes. "You have lived here completely rent-free for 6 years, Chloe. Budgeting for your own lights and your own hot water is the absolute bare minimum of human existence. You're a smart, modern woman. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Maybe cancel Cabo." She glared at me, her chest heaving. "This is so unfair. You're maliciously punishing us just because I wanted a small, private dinner with my actual blood relatives." I took one deliberate step toward her, my posture perfectly straight. "I am not punishing anyone, Chloe. I am simply adjusting my financial expenses to accurately match my current status in your life. If you treat me like a stranger, you will pay the bills like a stranger." She spun on her heel, let out a frustrated scream, and stomped back upstairs. Later that afternoon, I heard them fighting. Really fighting. The screaming matched the volume of a rock concert. The perfect, curated facade of their marriage was rapidly cracking. But I wasn't done. Monday morning. Phase 2 officially commenced. Over the years, Chloe had essentially annexed my entire backyard. Her massive, $3,000 West Elm outdoor sectional, her gigantic propane fire pit, and her string lights entirely blocked my favorite spot under the ancient, blooming cherry tree. When she had her loud, obnoxious friends over for day drinking sessions, I felt like a hostage in my own home, forced to keep my blinds drawn so I wouldn't intrude on her space. That era was over. I called 3 local college athletes who were advertising moving services on a community board. While Chloe was away at her downtown office and Marcus was locked in a Zoom meeting with noise-canceling headphones, we got to work. I paid the boys $200 to carefully, meticulously carry every single piece of Chloe's massive outdoor lounge setup up the exterior stairs and cram it onto their private, much smaller second-story balcony. It wasn't about being destructive, it was about the forceful redistribution of space. Once the yard was clear, I drove directly to a high-end garden center. I purchased 2 beautiful, oversized teakwood Adirondack chairs, a matching side table, and a stunning, slatted wooden privacy screen. I had the delivery men set them up exactly where her obnoxious sectional used to be. The screen perfectly blocked the view from the upstairs balcony down into my private sanctuary. When Chloe got home at 6 p.m., I was already sitting under the cherry tree, sipping a chilled glass of Chardonnay and reading my book. I heard the aggressive click-clack of her heels on the pavement, followed by a dead silence. She stood frozen, staring at the privacy screen and my elegant new setup. "Where is my furniture?" she asked, her voice actually trembling with rage. I casually turned a page of my thriller. "I hired professionals to move it to your designated deck upstairs. The backyard legally belongs to the ground floor unit. I plan to enjoy my summer in total peace. But we always host our BBQs down here," she protested, her face turning a mottled red. "You still can," I said, taking a slow, deliberate sip of wine. "Up on your deck. You'll have so much more privacy up there for all those exclusive, family-only parties." She opened her mouth, let out a noise that sounded like a tea kettle boiling over, and stormed inside. The slamming of doors shook the foundation. Next on my immediate agenda was the basement laundry room. Since the day they moved in, Chloe had treated my $2,500 LG commercial-grade washer and dryer like her personal, abused property. She would wash heavy, muddy boots in the machine, leave her wet, sour-smelling gym clothes sitting in the drum for 4 days straight, and constantly demand I just pop her stuff in the dryer since I was already down there doing nothing. Respect is the only currency I deal in now, and Chloe's account was severely overdrawn. On Wednesday morning, I went down to the basement. Chloe's silk blouses and Marcus's sweaty basketball gear were strewn all over my clean folding table. I ignored the mess entirely. Instead, I pulled a heavy-duty, industrial plug lock out of my toolbox, a little gadget I'd picked up at Home Depot the day before. Within 2 minutes, the power cords for both the washer and dryer were locked inside a solid steel box. No one was turning those machines on without the brass key currently sitting in my pocket. Thursday night, the inevitable happened. I heard frantic footsteps rushing down the basement stairs, followed by Chloe aggressively rattling the machine doors. Then, she screamed for Marcus. I walked out into the hallway, leaning casually against the banister as Marcus stared at the steel lock in utter despair. "Mom, did you seriously lock the washer?" Marcus asked, rubbing his temples. "Chloe has a massive presentation tomorrow and absolutely needs her beige suit washed." "I did," I replied cheerfully. I noticed the machine was making a terrible grinding noise from extreme overuse. "Since we are entirely separate households now, you guys should really look into purchasing your own set. There are hookups in your upstairs bathroom closet." "But where are we supposed to do laundry tonight?" Marcus pleaded, looking like a man on the edge of a breakdown. "There's a fantastic 24-hour coin laundromat 3 blocks away on 4th Street, I suggested helpfully. Chloe stepped out from behind the basement door, her eyes blazing with absolute hatred. "You are doing this maliciously. You are trying to illegally kick us out of our own home." I looked her dead in the eyes, my voice dropping an octave. "No, Chloe, I am just taking care of my own property. If you love the luxury of living like an independent adult who excludes people, you have to actually pay the price of independence. Grab some quarters." Saturday brought the most brutal lesson in self-sufficiency yet. For 6 years, it had been an unwritten, exploited rule that I did the massive weekend grocery run for the entire house. I would spend $400 a week stocking the extra double-door fridge in the basement with prime ribeyes, fresh organic produce, artisanal cheeses, and cases of Chloe's favorite imported sparkling water. They just trotted downstairs and helped themselves whenever they felt hungry, never once offering a dime. That morning, I went to the upscale market as usual, but my cart stayed incredibly light. I navigated the aisles and bought exactly what I needed for myself: a beautiful fillet of wild-caught salmon, a bundle of fresh asparagus, some Honeycrisp apples, and a nice bottle of Pinot Noir. When I got home, I completely emptied the basement fridge of its remaining condiments, thoroughly scrubbed the shelves with bleach, and unplugged the entire unit from the wall, leaving the doors wide open to air out. At 7 p.m., I heard Chloe's heavy footsteps heading downstairs, likely hunting for a bottle of wine and some cheese. A moment later, she was at my door. She didn't even bother to knock, she just aggressively tried to turn the handle. But I had started locking my interior doors. I opened it slowly, leaving the chain on. "Is there a problem?" I asked politely. "The basement fridge is completely empty and turned off." She blurted out, her eyes wide with panic. "Where's the food for the weekend? What are we supposed to eat?" "I only shopped for myself today," I said smoothly. "Since you are now handling your own utilities, I thought it was only fair and logical that you handle your own groceries too." Chloe actually gasped, clutching her chest. "You could have at least warned us. We have absolutely nothing upstairs, and the good grocery store closes in 20 minutes. I am not your housekeeper or your personal chef, Chloe. A quick look in your own refrigerator would have told you that you were low on supplies." I paused, offering a tight smile. "You're capable adults. I'm sure Uber Eats is still delivering." I closed the door gently but firmly, right in her face. It is truly astonishing how much profound peace you can find when you stop carrying the dead weight of people who don't appreciate the ride. Sunday was traditionally my day in the kitchen. For years, Marcus expected a massive, slow-cooked pot roast or a huge Italian pasta spread. Often, Chloe would boldly invite her parents or her friends over without even asking my permission. They would sit at my expensive dining table, drinking my wine, and let me serve them plate after plate like a hired waitstaff. That Sunday, I woke up early. But instead of reaching for my flour-dusted apron, I took a long, luxurious hot shower. I put on my favorite tailored dress, applied a bold red lipstick I hadn't worn in years, and grabbed my designer handbag. I had booked myself a full morning at a luxury day spa, followed by a reservation at a very exclusive French bistro, overlooking the lake. At 10 a.m., I headed out. As I pulled my car out of the driveway, I saw Marcus staring out the upstairs window, looking incredibly confused. Usually, the rich smell of roasting garlic and rosemary would be wafting through the air vents by then. I spent 6 glorious hours away from that house. I got a hot stone massage, drank complimentary champagne, ate an incredible duck confit, and took a long, peaceful stroll along the waterfront. When I finally returned home around 5 p.m., the tension radiating from the duplex was thick enough to cut with a chainsaw. Marcus was sitting on the bottom step of the porch, his head buried in his hands. "Mom, where were you?" he asked miserably. "Chloe's parents and her sister came over for Sunday lunch. We thought you were cooking the roast." I hung up my coat, genuinely amused. "Why on earth would I be cooking for your in-laws, Marcus? We clearly established last week that we aren't family anymore. At least, not according to Chloe and her mother." He rubbed his forehead aggressively. "It was a total disaster. We had absolutely no food. We had to order cheap Chinese takeout at the last minute. Her mom kept asking where you were and why the basement fridge was unplugged. I smiled radiantly. You could have just told her the truth, Marcus, that I am enjoying my free time and my hard-earned money instead of slaving over a hot stove for people who actively exclude me from their milestones. Marcus stood up, looking physically exhausted and defeated. Chloe is threatening to move out. She says she cannot take this toxic hostility anymore. I looked him dead in the eye, my voice soft, but possessing the strength of forged steel. It is not hostility, Marcus. It is called setting boundaries. And if she wants to move out, I will absolutely not stop her. The threat of moving was Chloe's ultimate, desperate power play. She firmly believed that as an older widow living alone in a massive house, my biggest fear was abandonment. She thought I would beg her to stay, just to have noise in the house. She was dead wrong. I had felt far more isolated and lonely being actively ignored by them while they lived right under my roof. On Tuesday night, Marcus knocked on my door. He looked pale, clutching a thick stack of printed papers. I let him in, made some chamomile tea, and sat across from him at the kitchen island. He spread out the printouts. They were local apartment listings, and a scribbled, frantic budget. We looked at rent in the Seattle area. He started quietly, his voice shaking. It's insane, Mom. With our salaries, and now having to pay for all our own utilities, food, and laundry, if we pay market rent, we will have absolutely nothing left. No travel, no savings, no Pilates classes for Chloe. I sipped my tea and waited in total silence. Let him hear it, Mom, he finally said, looking at me with pleading, desperate eyes. Can't we just go back to how it was? We'll apologize for the Facebook photo, we'll take you out to dinner. I set my cup down with a sharp Times clink. Marcus, you need to understand something. This is not just about a petty photograph, it is about fundamental, systemic respect. You both lived here for free, drained my bank accounts, destroyed my belongings, and treated me like an annoying, invisible obligation. He lowered his head, staring at his hands. I know. I was a coward. I just wanted peace with Chloe. She yells so much. Mom, I just gave in. I get that, I said gently, feeling a brief pang of sympathy for my son. But you do not buy peace by allowing your own mother to be financially and emotionally exploited. You can stay in the upstairs unit, but the free ride is permanently over. If you stay, we are signing a formal, legally binding lease. I am going to charge you exactly fair market rate, $3,500 a month. Marcus swallowed hard, looking like he might vomit. Chloe will never, ever agree to that. She says this house is going to be mine eventually anyway, so why should we pay? My look sharpened into a glare. Maybe it will be yours, eventually. But until my heart stops beating, it is mine. I am still alive, Marcus, and I refuse to live like a ghost in my own home. When Marcus took the news of the $3,500 rent upstairs, the storm finally broke. I heard Chloe's shrill voice rising to a demonic pitch. Doors slammed hard enough to rattle my picture frames. I distinctly heard the sound of glass shattering against a wall. She wasn't used to anyone, anywhere, ever saying no to her. She thought I was weak. She was about to find out how wrong she was. Update 2. The next morning, after I watched Marcus drive away to work, I went down to the basement. I grabbed 15 large, heavy-duty moving boxes, meticulously taped the bottoms, and stacked them neatly in the common hallway at the bottom of the stairs. Then, I walked up and knocked firmly on their door. Chloe answered in her robe. Her eyes were bloodshot and swollen from crying, or screaming, or both. She stiffened defensively when she saw me. What do you want now? She spat. I brought you some boxes, I said calmly, gesturing down the stairs. Marcus mentioned my rental terms were unacceptable to you. I wanted to make the moving process as easy and efficient for you as possible. Do you need a tape dispenser? She stared at me like I had just slapped her across the face. Her threat to move out had been a massive bluff, a manipulative power move designed to get me to cave. She never actually intended to give up her luxurious, free lifestyle. You'd really throw your own flesh and blood son out on the street? She shrieked, her voice echoing in the stairwell. Marcus is always welcome here, I replied smoothly. But he is a grown man who makes his own life choices. If he chooses to follow you out the door, that is his legal right. 2. But I am completely done being disrespected in the house I paid for. Chloe stepped back, her mouth hanging open. She realized in that exact moment that she had entirely lost the war. No fake tears, no guilt trips, and no screaming tantrums were going to work on me ever again. I had completely walked off her chessboard. The boxes are in the hall, I added, turning my back on her and walking down the stairs. But the story doesn't end there. Oh, no. The universe had one final, explosive twist waiting for me. 3 days later, while Chloe was furiously packing boxes upstairs and slamming cabinets, I was outside watering my front hydrangeas. A sleek black Uber pulled up to the curb. A young, wealthy-looking couple stepped out, dragging 2 large, expensive, away suitcases up my driveway. I frowned and intercepted them on the pathway. "Excuse me, can I help you? Are you lost?" The young man smiled politely and looked at his phone. "Oh, hi, no, we're not lost. We're here to check into the Seattle Skyline Suite. We booked it for the weekend." My blood ran ice cold. "I'm sorry, you booked what?" The woman chimed in. "The Airbnb." The host, Chloe, said to just use the keypad on the side door and go straight up to the third-floor sunroom and guest suite. I stood there, paralyzed, as the horrific puzzle pieces rapidly snapped together in my mind. The astronomically high electricity bills, the excessive water usage, the constant influx of friends Chloe claimed were just visiting for the weekend. The fact that she was so fiercely protective of her privacy upstairs. "I am so sorry," I said to the couple, my voice trembling with suppressed rage. "But this is an illegal listing. The host does not own this property. You cannot stay here." I handed them $100 cash out of my pocket to cover an Uber to a real hotel, apologized profusely, and sent them away. Then, I marched inside, sat at my computer, and searched Airbnb for my own address. There it was. Luxury Seattle Skyline Suite, hosted by Chloe. She had a Superhost badge. She had over 150 glowing reviews dating back almost 3 years. She was charging $250 a night. Reviewers raved about the unlimited premium snacks, the endless hot water, and the luxurious temperature control, all of which I was personally paying for. I did the quick, horrifying math. At an average of 10 nights a month for 3 years, Chloe had illegally pocketed roughly $90,000 using my house, my electricity, and my water, while living absolutely rent-free. When Marcus got home from work that evening, I didn't say a word. I simply handed him a printed copy of the Airbnb listing, complete with Chloe's smiling profile picture and the hundreds of reviews. Marcus looked at the papers. All the color instantly drained from his face. He looked like he was going to pass out. "Mom. I swear to God, I had absolutely no idea. She told me she was doing remote freelance consulting. She told me she needed the guest room as a private office." "Where did the money go, Marcus?" I demanded, my voice dangerously quiet. "She made almost $100,000. "Where is it?" Marcus frantically pulled out his phone, logging into their joint banking app. He scrolled through the transaction history, his hands shaking violently. Then, he started to cry. "She's been transferring it," he choked out, tears spilling over his cheeks. "She's been sending thousands of dollars a month to an external account. It's her parents' account, Mom. She's been paying off her parents' massive credit card debts and funding their lifestyle." Suddenly, the lavish anniversary dinner at the Emerald Catch made perfect, sickening sense. Her family treated her like a reigning queen because she was literally their cash cow, secretly funding their luxury life by illegally exploiting my home and my wallet. The confrontation that followed was biblical. Marcus marched upstairs, the printed papers crushed in his fist. I stood at the bottom of the stairs and listened to the explosion. Chloe tried to deny it, then she tried to justify it, screaming that I had so much money and her parents needed help. She completely broke down, wailing that she deserved the money for having to live with her mother-in-law. Marcus didn't yell. He just packed a single duffel bag, walked past her, and came downstairs. He asked if he could sleep on my living room couch. I told him he could. The next morning, Chloe tried to call the police, claiming I was performing an illegal eviction. 2 Seattle police officers arrived. I calmly invited them in, showed them the separate utility meters, the deed to the house proving I was the sole owner, the lack of any formal lease agreement, and finally, the printed evidence of her illegal, unpermitted commercial hotel operation. The older officer actually laughed out loud. He turned to a furious, sobbing Chloe and said, "Ma'am, this is a civil matter, but if she decides to sue you for back utilities and illegal subletting, you are going to lose severely. I highly suggest you pack your boxes and leave peacefully." 2 weeks later, a small, battered U-Haul was parked in the driveway. Chloe had begged her parents to let her move back in with them. But shockingly, without the steady stream of stolen Airbnb cash flowing into their bank accounts, her loving, inner-circle family suddenly didn't have the space for her. Susan actually told her to figure it out. Chloe couldn't afford a nice place on her own salary. She ended up signing a lease for a dingy, 400 square foot studio apartment on the industrial edge of town. She carried her boxes into the U-Haul entirely alone. Marcus didn't lift a single finger to help her. He had already filed for divorce and contacted a forensic accountant to track down the stolen funds. When she was finally finished loading the truck, she stood in the driveway, looking up at the beautiful duplex she had just lost. She looked completely broken. I stood on my porch, sipping my coffee, and watched her. I didn't gloat. I didn't say a word. I just watched the consequences of her actions crush her in real time. She got into the cab of the truck and drove away. As the truck turned the corner and disappeared from sight, I took a long, deep breath of the crisp Seattle air. The house was completely, blissfully silent. It wasn't a heavy, lonely silence. It was the perfect, golden silence of total peace. I went upstairs to the now empty unit. It smelled like cheap floor cleaner and a fresh start. I decided I am going to do some light, modern renovations and legally rent the unit out to a nice, quiet, retired couple. With the extra rental income, I am booking a first-class, month-long trip to the Amalfi Coast in Italy. I went back down to my living room, sat in my favorite leather chair, and picked up my iPad. I thought about that Facebook photo for a fraction of a second. It felt like it was taken a lifetime ago. I hadn't plotted some grand, cinematic revenge. I hadn't done anything illegal. I had simply stopped making myself small. I had taken back the keys to my own life. I opened my thriller novel, took a sip of hot tea, and leaned back into the cushions. I am not a supporting character in someone else's entitled story anymore. I am the lead in mine. Top comments. User 1. The absolute audacity to exclude the woman literally paying for the roof over your head from an anniversary dinner, only to be secretly running an illegal Airbnb out of her house to fund your parents' lifestyle. I am physically sick. Chloe is a textbook narcissist. Good on you, Evelyn, for dropping the hammer. How is Marcus handling the divorce? OP. Marcus is in intense individual therapy. He feels incredibly guilty for being so blind and spineless for 6 years. He has filed for divorce and his lawyer is actively going after Chloe and her parents for the stolen funds, as they were marital assets funneled away secretly. I told him he can stay on my couch as long as he needs, but he is looking for his own apartment. He needs to learn how to stand on his own 2 feet. User 2. Locking the washer and dryer was a stroke of absolute genius, but the twist with the Airbnb guests showing up on the porch made my jaw hit the floor. Did she really think she could run a hotel out of your house forever without you noticing the random strangers walking around? OP. She was incredibly sneaky about it. She only rented it out during the days I was scheduled to be volunteering at the hospital, or out at my book clubs, and she had a private side entrance that led straight up the stairs. She told the guests that I was an eccentric downstairs tenant who shouldn't be bothered. The sheer manipulation still astounds me. User 3. The fact that Chloe's inner circle family completely abandoned her the second the illegal money stopped flowing is the most poetic justice I have ever read on this site. They only loved her when she was paying their credit card bills. You handled this with pure class, Evelyn. Enjoy the Amalfi Coast. OP, thank you. That was the detail that truly broke Chloe. She realized her mother's only family post was entirely conditional on the free dinners and cash transfers. I bought my first-class tickets to Italy yesterday. I plan to drink a lot of very expensive wine and not worry about a single utility bill. You're just the ATM, my son's wife laughed after giving my cabin to her parents. I didn't argue. I just revoked their inheritance. And watched them crumble. My daughter-in-law smirked. This house will be ours eventually anyway. While her parents trashed my mountain cabin, I didn't yell. I just turned around, revoked their $75,000 down payment, and let them lose everything. Original post. I drove up to my cabin in the Smoky Mountains to prepare it for a long-term rental, expecting an empty house, crisp mountain air, and a quiet meeting with my real estate agent. Instead, I found my daughter-in-law's parents inside, drinking my expensive wine, eating greasy food on my late husband's heirloom table, and laughing with 3 of their cousins like they owned the place. When I walked in, my daughter-in-law's mother just smiled and said, "Chloe told us we could stay. This house will be hers eventually anyway." I didn't yell. I didn't demand an explanation. I just looked at the absolute mess they had made of my sanctuary, turned around, and decided that everyone in my family was about to learn a very harsh, unforgiving lesson about the difference between family and ownership. My name is Eleanor. I am 66 years old, and for the last 7 years since my husband Arthur passed away from pancreatic cancer, I have lived a very quiet, very structured life in Nashville. Arthur and I built the Smoky Mountain cabin from the ground up. It wasn't just a piece of real estate, it was the physical embodiment of our marriage. Every piece of wood, every piece of furniture, held a memory. Now that I am retired, I was counting on the rental income from that cabin to secure my retirement fund and ensure I would never be a financial burden to my only son, Mark. Mark is 32, and he is a good man, but he has a fatal flaw: he is a chronic people pleaser. This made him the perfect target for his wife, Chloe. Chloe is a hurricane of entitlement wrapped in a polite, suburban smile. For the 5 years they've been married, I have watched her slowly dictate every aspect of Mark's life. She managed their budget, she decided where they spent the holidays, and she had already started eyeing my belongings. "That piece is a bit dated, Eleanor," she would say, running her fingers over my antiques. "When Mark and I take over the estate, we'll probably modernize all of this." I used to just nod, biting my tongue to keep the peace. I loved my son, and I desperately wanted access to my future grandchildren, so I played the role of the quiet, generous mother-in-law. I had even set up a joint savings account for Mark and Chloe. It was my own money, $75,000 saved meticulously from my pension bonuses and a small life insurance payout from Arthur. It was intended as a massive down payment for their first real house, a beautiful 4-bedroom colonial they were scheduled to close on in just 2 weeks. Mark had signatory power on the account, but legally, the principal was entirely mine. I was happy to give it to them. I wanted them to have a solid foundation, but my generosity was entirely mistaken for weakness. The plan for that Tuesday was simple. I was driving up to the cabin with my spare key to meet a realtor and stage the property for high-end, long-term tenants. But the moment my tires crunched onto the gravel driveway, I knew something was horribly wrong. There were 3 strange cars parked on my lawn, tearing up the grass. I walked up to the front porch, my heart pounding in my chest. Before I even put the key in the lock, I heard loud, booming laughter and the unmistakable heavy bass of a pop song vibrating through the wooden walls. I turned the deadbolt and stepped into the living room. I froze entirely. There sat Chloe's parents, Susan and Gary, along with 3 people I vaguely recognized as Chloe's cousins. They were lounging on my custom upholstered sofas in wet bathing suits. Gary was tossing a football across the room to a cousin, knocking over a stack of my favorite books. On the hand-carved mahogany coffee table, a piece Arthur had spent 3 months restoring in our garage, sat 4 greasy, open pizza boxes, pooling oil directly onto the wood. And in Susan's hand was a glass of my 2010 Cabernet, a bottle I had been saving for a special occasion. Susan looked up at me. She didn't jump. She didn't look embarrassed. She just let out a sharp, mocking laugh, not even bothering to stand up. "Eleanor, what on earth are you doing here?" she asked, swirling the dark red wine in my crystal glass. "What am I doing here?" I asked, my voice dangerously low. "This is my house, Susan. Who gave you permission to be here?" Susan rolled her eyes, and took a long sip of the wine. "Oh, relax, Eleanor. Chloe told us we could crash here for a few weeks. I mean, the place was just sitting empty, right? Gary's been stressed at work, and we needed a vacation. We thought you'd be happy the house was actually getting some use." I felt a sharp, suffocating sting in my chest. It wasn't grief. It wasn't even anger yet. It was pure, freezing cold disappointment in my son. Mark knew exactly what this house meant to me. He knew I was staging it today. He knew I needed the rental income. I didn't say a word. I walked past them into the kitchen to survey the damage. It was a disaster zone. The sink was overflowing with crusty, unwashed dishes. Crumbs and spilled salsa coated the granite countertops. They had completely emptied my pantry and replaced my organic staples with cheap beer and junk food. Susan followed me into the kitchen, leaning against the doorframe with a smug smirk on her face. "Don't get your feathers ruffled, Eleanor," she said condescendingly. "Chloe said the house is basically going to be hers and Mark's eventually anyway. We're just getting a head start on enjoying the inheritance. No harm, no foul." She grinned at me as if I were a nagging, unwanted houseguest intruding on her private vacation. In that exact fraction of a second, I made a choice. I wasn't going to argue. I wasn't going to scream. I wasn't going to try to reason with a woman who felt entitled to my late husband's legacy. I am 66 years old. I have plenty of patience for painting, for gardening, and for reading thick historical biographies. But I do not have a single microsecond left in my life for blatant disrespect. I turned around without uttering a single syllable. I walked right past her, walked out the front door, and got back into my car. As I started the engine, Susan stood on the porch, laughing with Gary. She actually yelled out, "Hey Eleanor, if you're heading back to town, could you at least take the trash bags with you? They're starting to smell." They thought I had given up. They thought quiet, passive Eleanor was going to drive home, have a good cry, and write it off as just another family quirk to keep the peace. They had absolutely no idea that as I pulled out of the driveway, I was already mentally auditing every single financial authorization I had ever signed in my life. Edit. A lot of you are asking why I didn't just call the police right then and there for trespassing. At that moment, I knew if I called the cops, Mark would get involved, Chloe would play the victim, and it would turn into a massive screaming match on the lawn. I didn't want a messy scene. I wanted absolute, surgical destruction of their entitlement. I wanted to hit them where it actually hurt. The bank account. Update 1. The drive back to Nashville took 3 hours. During that time, my phone rang incessantly. Mark called 4 times, Chloe called twice. I let every single call go straight to voicemail. My son isn't an inherently bad person, but he is like warm putty in Chloe's hands. He avoids conflict by giving away my generosity, and I was done paying the price for his lack of a spine. When I finally arrived back at my townhome, I made myself a cup of Earl Grey tea. My house was quiet, orderly, and entirely mine. I intended to keep it that way. I sat down at my heavy oak desk, opened my laptop, and took a deep, steadying breath. My pulse was incredibly calm. First, I logged into the joint banking portal. There it was, $75,000. The down payment for their dream home, the money I had bled for. With 3 clicks of my mouse, I transferred every single cent back into my private, individual checking account. It wasn't theft, it was the immediate revocation of a gift that was no longer appreciated. Next, I messaged the premium cleaning service I had used for the cabin for years. I canceled their sessions for the entire month. If Susan and her rowdy crew wanted to live in my house, they could scrub their own filth off the floors. Then, I logged into my utility portals: electricity, water, gas, Wi-Fi. I didn't just cancel the auto pay, I scheduled a complete disconnection of all services for the upcoming Monday morning. I set my laptop aside and drank my tea. The hardest part was still to come. The conversation where Chloe realized the inheritance she was banking on was officially dead and buried. The next morning at 8 a.m. sharp, my doorbell aggressively rang. I opened it to find Chloe standing there, her face flushed bright red, her eyes narrowed in pure fury. She pushed past me into the foyer without even being invited. "Eleanor, what the hell was that yesterday?" she demanded, her voice echoing in my quiet house. My mother is absolutely devastated. You just walked in, glared at them, and walked out without saying a word. They feel completely unwelcome and humiliated. I didn't flinch. I picked up my small watering can and calmly walked over to my African violets in the living room. I didn't even look at her. "They are unwelcome, Chloe," I said smoothly, pouring a small amount of water into the soil. "It is my house." Chloe let out a loud, scoffing laugh, crossing her arms over her chest. "We're family, Eleanor. Mark and I agreed they could stay there. We thought you'd be thrilled the house was finally being used instead of just rotting away in the woods." I set the watering can down very slowly. I turned around and looked her dead in the eye. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. "Mark has absolutely no right to give away my property," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, yet slicing through the room like a razor. "And neither do you." Chloe stepped forward, pointing a finger at me. "You're being so incredibly selfish. That house is going to be ours anyway when you pass. Why are you making such a massive drama out of this?" My parents needed a break. "Later isn't now, Chloe," I replied coldly, "and whether that house will ever be yours is a decision I make every single day I wake up breathing." Chloe snorted, rolling her eyes. "Speaking of decisions, Mark logged into the banking app this morning. The savings account is empty." "What is that about, Eleanor?" "We are supposed to sign the closing contract for the new house next Thursday. Move the money back." She didn't ask, she commanded. I sat down at my kitchen table and gestured to the chair across from me. She refused to sit, choosing to loom over me instead. "That money was a gift with strings attached," I explained, folding my hands neatly on the table. "The string was mutual respect. Since you have decided to use my private cabin as a frat house for your relatives without even having the decency to ask my permission, I can only assume you no longer need my financial support. You are clearly independent enough to manage my real estate assets, so you can manage your own down payment." Chloe's jaw actually dropped. Her eyes darted around the room as she looked for a sharp comeback, but my complete lack of emotional reaction deeply unnerved her. She was used to me folding the moment she raised her voice. She was used to me apologizing just to keep the peace. But today, I was a stone wall. "You can't do this," she hissed, her voice trembling with rage. "You are going to ruin our lives over a weekend trip." "I haven't ruined anything," I said simply. "I am just no longer funding your disrespect. Have a good day, Chloe." She stormed out, slamming the heavy front door so hard the picture frames on the wall rattled. 4 hours later, Mark showed up. He looked completely exhausted, his shoulders slumped, dark circles under his eyes. He walked into the kitchen and sat in the exact spot where he used to do his middle school homework. "Mom, does it really have to be like this?" he pleaded, rubbing his temples. "Chloe is losing her mind. She's screaming at me. Her parents won't leave the cabin because they feel entitled to finish their vacation, and now we don't have the cash to close on the house. We're going to lose the earnest money." I pushed a plate of freshly baked oatmeal cookies toward him. I felt a pang of sadness for my boy, but I crushed it down. Pity wouldn't save him. "Mark, did you give them the spare key?" I asked quietly. He avoided my gaze, staring at the cookies. "Chloe said it would be fine. She said they just needed a change of scenery, and since you weren't up there, it wouldn't matter." "And did you ask them why they are drinking my vintage wine, destroying your father's antique table with pizza grease, and treating my home like a dump?" Mark was completely silent. He knew he was entirely in the wrong. "I have already hired a realtor," I told him. "The first walkthrough for long-term premium tenants is next Tuesday. Your in-laws need to be completely out of that property by Sunday night at 8 p.m. Mark shook his head frantically. "Mom, they can't do that. Susan already unpacked everything. They invited more people up for a barbecue on Monday. They said they're staying for at least 3 weeks." I gave him a thin, humorless smile. "Then they will be barbecuing in the pitch dark. I have canceled the electricity, the water, and the gas." Mark looked at me, utterly horrified. "Mom, you can't do that. That's illegal." "I can, Mark, and I did. My name is the only one on the deed and the bills. I am not paying the utilities for a vacation for people who mock me in my own home." I stood up, signaling the end of the conversation. "Sunday, 8 p.m., tell them to pack." I didn't give him a chance to beg or negotiate. I walked upstairs, leaving him sitting alone in the kitchen. That night, I slept better than I had in a decade. I had spent so long trying to keep a false peace, but I finally realized that peace based on being a doormat isn't peace at all. It's just quiet subjugation. Update 2. On Sunday evening, I drove back up to the mountains. I wasn't going to argue, and I wasn't going to yell. I was going to change the locks. I had arranged for a local locksmith, a burly, no-nonsense man named Mr. Davis, to meet me at the edge of the gravel driveway at 7:45 p.m. As I pulled up, the cabin was lit up like a Christmas tree. Every single light was blazing. I could hear loud country music blaring from the back deck. They honestly thought I was bluffing. They thought quiet Eleanor wouldn't actually pull the trigger. I got out of my car, thanked Mr. Davis for coming so late on a Sunday, and walked up to the front door. I didn't knock. I used my key and pushed the door open, stepping inside with the locksmith right behind me. Susan was in the kitchen, wearing a fluffy white bathrobe, pouring another glass of my wine. She stopped dead when she saw me. "Eleanor, back again?" She sneered, though her eyes darted nervously to the large man carrying a heavy metal toolbox. "We told Chloe we are staying through the month. You need to leave." I ignored her entirely and pointed to the front door mechanism. "Mr. Davis, you can start with this deadbolt, please." "What is this? Who the hell is this man?" Susan shrieked, slamming her wine glass down on the counter. Gary stumbled out of the hallway, looking visibly intoxicated and deeply confused. "Hey, you can't just barge in here and kick us out. It's Sunday night, we have rights." I checked my watch. "It is exactly 8 p.m. You have exactly 30 minutes to pack your bags and vacate my property. Anything left in this house at 8:31 p.m. will be considered abandoned trash and will be thrown into a dumpster tomorrow morning." Mr. Davis didn't hesitate. He pulled out his power drill, and the loud, metallic grinding sound drowned out Susan's immediate, hysterical screaming. They scrambled. It was absolute chaos. Susan grabbed her phone, frantically calling Chloe. I could hear Chloe screaming through the speakerphone that I had gone clinically insane, demanding to speak to me. I didn't take the phone. I just stood in the hallway, my hands deep in my coat pockets, watching the scene unfold like a neutral, detached observer. All the emotion was gone. It was just logistics now. Gary was cursing loudly, tripping over a rug as he tried to find his shoes. Susan was frantically stuffing her clothes, makeup, and stolen pantry snacks into black plastic garbage bags because she hadn't brought actual luggage. At 8:15 p.m., Susan tried a new tactic. She dialed 911. "Yes, police, I have a crazy woman trying to illegally evict me from my vacation rental," she cried into the phone. 10 minutes later, a local county sheriff pulled up, his lights flashing in the dark woods. He walked into the house, looking at the chaotic mess of half-packed bags and the locksmith installing a heavy-duty brass lock. "What's going on here?" the officer asked sternly. Susan ran up to him, playing the victim. "Officer, she is illegally evicting us. We are tenants. We have rights." The officer looked at me. I calmly reached into my purse and handed him my driver's license, the original property deed, and my most recent property tax statement. "Officer, this is my private residence," I said smoothly. "These people are my daughter-in-law's parents. They do not have a lease. They do not pay rent. They broke in using a spare key without my permission, and I want them removed for trespassing." The officer reviewed the documents, looked at the absolute state of the living room, and then turned to Susan. "Ma'am, unless you can produce a signed lease agreement right now, you are trespassing. You have 5 minutes to get off this property before I arrest you." Susan went entirely pale. The smugness evaporated in a millisecond. As she was rushing to grab her final bags, I noticed a stack of glossy printed papers sitting on the kitchen island. I walked over and picked one up. My blood ran cold, and then boiled over. It was a printed brochure. Rustic Smoky Mountain Retreat, hosted by Susan. $350. Night. She wasn't just squatting. She was running an illegal sublet business out of my home. She had listed my cabin on a vacation rental site and was actively trying to rent it out to strangers while pocketing the cash. I held the flyer up so Susan could see it. "Did you really think you would get away with this?" I asked, my voice laced with pure venom. She didn't answer. She just grabbed Gary by the arm and practically ran out the door. By 8:30 p.m., the new locks were installed. Susan, Gary, and the cousins were standing at the bottom of the gravel driveway in the freezing mountain air, shivering next to their garbage bags of clothes. Mr. Davis handed me the gleaming new set of keys. I thanked him, tipped him generously, and locked the heavy front door from the inside. I turned off the porch light, plunging them into darkness. I watched through the window as they fumed, argued with each other, and finally piled into their cars and drove off into the night. Silence returned to the cabin. Real, beautiful, heavy silence. The next morning, the professional cleaning crew arrived. It took them 6 hours to undo the damage. I also had a separate, key-padlocked steel door installed on the wine cellar. When I finally drove back to Nashville on Wednesday, the house was pristine, staged, and officially under the management of my realtor. When I pulled into my driveway, Mark was sitting on my front steps. He looked like he hadn't slept in a week. He looked broken. "Mom, what did you do?" he whispered as I unlocked my door and let him inside. Susan and Gary had to sleep in their car on Sunday night because they couldn't afford a hotel. "Chloe has been screaming at me nonstop. She says you humiliated her family." I set my keys on the counter. "I didn't humiliate anyone, Mark. I protected my property from scammers." "Did you know Susan was trying to rent out my cabin online?" Mark's eyes widened in absolute shock. "What? No, Chloe just said they were resting." "Chloe lied to you," I said bluntly. "And if your wife wants to host her fraudulent parents, she can do it in her own apartment." Mark sat heavily at the kitchen table, burying his face in his hands. "We don't have the money for the house, Mom. The closing is tomorrow. The sellers refuse to extend the deadline. If we don't have the $75,000 down payment, the contract is void. We lose the house, and we lose the earnest money." I sat across from him, my posture perfectly straight. "That is highly unfortunate. But since you are both adults, and Chloe firmly believes she is the CEO of your lives, I'm sure you will figure it out. Maybe Susan and Gary can lend you the money from their fake Airbnb business." Mark let out a dry, bitter sob. "You know they don't have a dime, Mom. They live completely off credit cards. They're broke." "Exactly," I nodded. "Just like you were planning to do with my money. Mark, I am willing to help you, but the era of me being a passive ATM is over." I slid a single piece of paper across the table. I had drafted it with my lawyer that morning. "I will release the funds," I said clearly, "but under new terms. The cabin is permanently off limits. Neither of you will ever get a key. Furthermore, the new house will be purchased in my name, and I will retain the deed for the next 5 years to ensure my investment is protected. And finally, Chloe will give me a handwritten apology for her blatant disrespect. Until all of those conditions are met, the bank account remains closed." Mark stared at the paper. He knew Chloe would rather walk barefoot over broken glass than apologize to me, but he also knew I was absolutely unmovable. For the next 2 weeks, there was total radio silence. Thursday came and went. The sellers backed out. Mark and Chloe lost their dream home. Then, the dominoes really started to fall. Susan and Gary, having nowhere else to go, and entirely out of cash, forced their way into Mark and Chloe's tiny, 900 square foot, 2-bedroom apartment. Suddenly, their home was cramped, loud, and utterly chaotic. Susan immediately took over, demanding Chloe cook for her and complaining about the lack of space. The perfect, controlling image Chloe projected to the world shattered completely. Susan actually had the audacity to call me. She tried flattery first, apologizing for the misunderstanding. When I didn't respond, she pivoted to screaming accusations, threatening to sue me for emotional distress. I didn't say a word. I just hung up and blocked her number. I wasn't the old Eleanor anymore. I spent my afternoons wandering through the local art museum, drinking coffee with old friends, and tending to my garden. I realized just how much of my life force I had wasted managing other people's toxic moods. One rainy evening, 3 weeks after the eviction, my doorbell rang. It was Mark. He was alone, and he was holding a large suitcase. "I can't do it anymore, Mom," he said, his voice cracking. "The apartment is a nightmare. Susan and Gary are constantly fighting about money. They've taken over the living room. Chloe is blaming me for everything, saying I'm not man enough to stand up to you. I need to breathe." I stepped aside and let my son into the warmth of my home. "You can stay in the guest room, Mark, but on one condition: we do not talk about Chloe, and we do not negotiate about money. This house is my sanctuary." He nodded, looking more relieved than I had seen him in years. The power dynamic had officially, permanently shifted. Mark stayed with me for 5 days. For the first time in his adult life, he experienced what a peaceful, structured, independent life looked like. He saw me reading, laughing on the phone with friends, and managing my finances with absolute precision. Slowly, the fog began to lift. He began to realize how deeply Chloe had isolated him to maintain her control over him. On the 6th day, Chloe came over. She didn't burst in this time. She knocked softly. When I opened the door, she looked entirely defeated. Her hair was tied back in a messy knot, the dark circles under her eyes were prominent, and that smug, entitled smirk was completely gone. "Is Mark here?" she asked quietly, her eyes glued to the floor. I nodded, keeping my hand firmly on the door handle. "He is reading in the den." She started to step forward, but I didn't move. I stayed planted in the doorway, blocking her path. "What do you want, Chloe?" She swallowed hard, her throat bobbing. "My parents moved out. They drove up to Ohio to stay with my uncle. The apartment is empty." It was a complete nightmare. I said nothing. I just waited. Silence is a weapon, and I wielded it flawlessly. "I'm sorry," she finally choked out. It sounded agonizingly forced, like it physically pained her vocal cords to form the words, but she said it. "I am sorry about the cabin. I am sorry about how my mother acted. I never should have given them the key. I was wrong. I looked at her for a long, heavy moment. I analyzed every micro expression on her face to see if it was genuine or just another manipulation. That is a start, Chloe, I said evenly. But an apology without a fundamental change in behavior is just noise. I finally stepped aside and let her in. The three of us sat at the kitchen table. I laid out my final plan. The $75,000 would remain in my control. I would be the sole trustee. There would be absolutely no cash given for luxuries, vacations, or bailing out her grifter relatives. If they wanted to find a new, more modest house, I would help with the monthly mortgage payments, but the deed would remain entirely in my name for the first 5 years. If they divorced, or if Susan ever set foot on the property, the house would be sold and they would be evicted. Chloe opened her mouth to protest the strict terms, instinctively turning to Mark for backup. But for the first time in 5 years, Mark didn't jump to her defense. He didn't cower. He just looked at his wife with cold, tired eyes and said, "Mom is right, Chloe, we blew it. You blew it. You accept her terms, or I am staying here permanently." Chloe lowered her head. The fight drained completely out of her. She realized, in that exact moment, that the days of using me as a passive, silent bank account were over forever. I wasn't the frail old widow to be ignored and managed anymore. I was the architect of their future, and I held all the keys. Final update. The months that followed were a massive period of adjustment. Chloe signed the agreement and followed the rules, even though I could tell it took every ounce of her willpower to bite her tongue. The Smoky Mountain cabin was successfully leased to a lovely retired couple from Atlanta. The premium rental income goes straight into my private account, securing a lifestyle I had only dreamed of when Arthur was alive. Last week, I organized a family dinner at a high-end local bistro, not greasy pizza in a cardboard box, but a proper, civilized sit-down meal with real linen napkins. Susan and Gary were, of course, not invited. Chloe accepted this reality without a single word of complaint. During dinner, the conversation was polite and entirely drama-free. I noticed Mark starting to make his own choices again. He ordered what he wanted, he spoke confidently, and he even mentioned he was signing up for an advanced IT certification course, a course Chloe used to mock as a waste of time. I offered to help him pay for it, but I made it clear the check would be sent directly to the university. Control is the only way to ensure my generosity actually builds something rather than being squandered. After dessert, Chloe walked me to my car. She handed me a small box of expensive artisanal chocolates. "I wanted to say thank you, Eleanor," she said softly, "for taking Mark in when things were so toxic at our place, and for giving us a second chance." I took the chocolates, looking at her under the glow of the street lamp. "I love my son, Chloe, but I also love myself. That is the fundamental difference between now and then." She looked at me with something that almost resembled genuine admiration. "How did you do it? How did you just stay so incredibly cold and calm when my whole family was ganging up on you in the cabin?" I smiled, a real, genuine smile. "I wasn't cold, Chloe, I was just clear. When you know exactly what belongs to you, and exactly what you are worth, you don't need heat or anger to defend yourself. A little bit of light is plenty." In that moment, we reached a new level of understanding. We will never be best friends, we will never have a mother-daughter bond. But there is now a mutual, ironclad recognition of territory and respect. Today, I am sitting on my back patio, looking out at my blooming hydrangeas. My phone is resting on the table next to me, but it is no longer a source of anxiety. I have learned that you can say the word no without providing a footnote of excuses or apologies. I have learned that while blood might make you related, respect is the absolute only currency that keeps a family together. Mark and Chloe just closed on a beautiful, modest 3-bedroom townhouse. I co-signed the mortgage, and my name is proudly on the deed. They know that my support is inextricably tied to their continued good behavior. Some people might call that harsh or controlling. But for us, it is the absolute sturdiest structure we have ever had. I haven't heard a single word from Susan or Gary since that Sunday night in the mountains. I hear through the grapevine that Susan talks trash about me to anyone who will listen, claiming I stole her vacation and ruined her life. But the echo of her bitterness doesn't reach me here in my garden. I simply do not care. I didn't find my peace through a tearful, hugs and kisses reconciliation. I found my peace by taking back my complete autonomy. I am not the victim of greedy, entitled relatives. I am the architect of my own golden years. Sometimes, when the tenants are away visiting their grandchildren, I drive up to the mountains alone. I sit on the back porch with a glass of that vintage Cabernet and just soak in the profound quiet. The old mahogany table is exactly where it belongs, polished and gleaming. The cabin smells like pine needles and fresh mountain air, not stale pizza and cheap beer. I realize that sometimes you have to be willing to risk absolutely everything, even the relationship with your only child, to save the truth. Mark respects me more now than he ever did in his entire life, because I finally showed him what a person with a spine actually looks like. My name is Eleanor. I am 66 years old, and I am never, ever giving away my keys again. I am free. And that freedom is the absolute best inheritance I could ever leave myself. Top comments. User 1. The moment you pulled out the printed Airbnb flyer, I literally screamed at my screen. Susan wasn't just an entitled mooch, she was an actual criminal trying to run a fraud scheme out of your house. The fact that you didn't even yell, but just let the police and the locksmith do the talking, is the most badass, boss move thing I have ever read on this site. You didn't just set boundaries, Eleanor, you built a titanium fortress. User 2. As someone who is currently married to a Chloe, let me tell you what you did saved your son's life. When you are a people pleaser, you get so deep into the fog of manipulation, that you can't even see how much you are giving away until someone snaps you out of it. Losing that house was the absolute best thing that could have happened to Mark. It forced him to see Chloe and her family for the parasites they were being. Good on you for holding the deed to the new place. Trust, but verify. User 3. Pride doesn't pay the mortgage. Put that on a damn t-shirt. The sheer audacity of Chloe demanding you put the $75,000 back while her parents were actively destroying your late husband's antique table is mind-blowing. I'm so glad you cut the utilities. Sitting in the dark with no water is exactly what Susan deserved. You handled this with so much grace and absolute zero mercy. A masterclass in tough love. My uncle rescued me. At 15 when my parents abandoning me with an empty fridge and no money. Years later, they came back for my uncle's millions. But, when the lawyer unsealed my uncle's will, my mother relaxed back in her chair, as if she already owned the place. Relax, Sloan? She said, laughing. We're family. Of course, we'll all share the millions. My father sat alongside her, nodding as if the money was already in his pocket. The last time they seemed that confident in themselves, I was 15, and they were walking out of our tiny rental, leaving an empty fridge, a dead phone, and a message that basically stated, "You'll figure it out." I figured it out, but not in the way they expected. My name is Sloan, and when my parents abandoned me at the age of 15, my uncle was the only one who came to help. He took me in, pushed me harder than anybody else had, and helped me establish a life in which the lights remained on because I paid for them myself. Years later, that life was the reason I was sitting in a conference room in downtown Chicago, staring at the two individuals who had abandoned me and now pretended to have lovingly raised me. My mother smiled at the lawyer with the bright phony smile she used for church ladies and lottery tickets. "Haha, we're family, right?" she replied. "Let's not make this any more complicated." But it was already complicated. The lawyer cleared his throat, turned to the penultimate page, and began reading a section of the will my parents had no idea existed. Their smiles froze before he could finish the first syllable. They believed they had walked into easy money. They had no notion my uncle had set one more trap in the form of a secret provision. Stay with me, because what he wrote there ruined more than just their paycheck, it destroyed their entire existence. Before my parents left, our lives in that small village beside Lake Michigan appeared normal. We had inexpensive BBQ grills in the driveway, neighbors who waved from their porches, and summer evenings filled with the sound of children riding their bikes past our window. Inside our house, however, things were quite different. My father, Connor, was supposed to be a mechanic at the local garage, but most weekends he went to the casino and returned smelling of beer and desperation. My mother, Amelia, used to work at the grocery shop and then gradually stopped showing up. She spent her days submerged into the couch, browsing through her phone or watching reality shows, barely noticing when I arrived or left. At start, we had our own small traditions. Pancakes on Sunday mornings, movies on the couch, and any goodies we could purchase. Then the money conflicts became louder, and bills accumulated on the kitchen counter. The refrigerator went from full to half full to nearly empty. Mom would wave her hand to the pantry and remark, "There's ramen, you'll be fine." So I got a job at an ice cream shop after school, scooping cones for youngsters who didn't have to worry about meals. I gave my paycheck to my mother, hoping it would assist. It vanished into bills, gas, and my father's casino trips. One Tuesday morning in the winter, I awoke to an unusually quiet house. There was no television, no clinking of plates, and no phony fights about who got to buy groceries. The bed in their room was made, which had never occurred. The closet doors were partially open, and the majority of their clothes were gone. In the kitchen, the fridge light shone on a sour carton of milk and some wilted veggies. On the table was a single folded piece of paper with my name written on it. "Sloan, we can't do this anymore. Your uncle will take care of you. We're sorry. Take care of yourself." I gazed at the words until they blurred. There was no money and no plan. Their phones went directly to voicemail. By day 3, the landlord was hammering on the door, demanding rent that I could never pay. When I told him my parents were gone, he looked at me as if I was lying. "You're 15, he stated. "You can't just stay here alone. Either you pay or I call someone." In the end, I was the one who phoned. I walked into the school counselor's office, hands shaking, and told her everything. Within hours, a woman from social services arrived at the flat with a clipboard and a serene expression. She listened and snapped photographs of the empty fridge, the notice, and the unpaid bills. Then she continued, "We've contacted a relative, and he's agreed to take you in." It was the first time I'd heard his name mentioned as if it meant anything to me. Samuel, my father's older brother, was usually described as distant, concerned with money and computers, and having lost touch with what real life was like. When he arrived, he did not hug me or inquire how I was feeling. He calmly gazed around the apartment, saw the peeling paint and sagging furniture, and then stared at me. "Pack what you need," he muttered. "Anything you actually use. We're leaving today." I took a duffel bag and packed it with some clothes, my school notes, and the only photo I had of us before everything broke apart. As I stepped out of that apartment and into his beautiful black automobile, I wasn't sure if I was being rescued or simply moved. All I knew was that my parents had died, and a man I barely knew had decided to take care of me. Chicago did not feel real the first time I saw it. The highway lights, the infinite glass towers in the distance, everything moving quicker than my thoughts. Samuel drove silently, his hands firmly on the wheel, the car humming so gently that I could hear my own heartbeat. When we finally pulled off the main road into a quiet suburb, I assumed he had taken a mistake turn. The houses here had well-kept gardens, fresh paint, and crack-free driveways. His house resembled something from a technology magazine: clean lines, large windows, and a front door that likely cost more than our last car. Inside, everything smelled of coffee and something costly that I couldn't identify. "Shoes off at the door," he said, tugging out of his shoes. "We keep things clean here." "Okay," I mumbled, clutching my duffel like a barrier. He showed me a guest room that was now my room, complete with a genuine bed, a desk, and a closet that wasn't already full of someone else's belongings. "You'll start school here," he explained. "But first, we'll put some structure in place." Structure was Samuel's favorite term. Over the next few days, he laid out my new existence like a project schedule. Wake up at 6:30, eat breakfast at 7, go to school, and do homework. Every night, dedicate 1 hour to learning something helpful. His remarks are frequently delivered through an online course on coding, time management, or cybersecurity fundamentals. Dinner starts promptly at 7 p.m. There are no phones at the table. No more staying up all night scrolling. If I broke a rule, he did not yell. He simply modified my privileges, as if he were tweaking computer settings. Late for dinner? No, Netflix this week. Did he use his work laptop without asking? Wi-Fi is only available in the kitchen in plain sight. That's not fair. I snapped once when he blocked my social media for 4 days. Life isn't fair, he stated quietly, not glancing up from his email. But actions still have consequences. I'm teaching you to control the part you can. I attempted to push back. I forgot about dinner time. I pretended not to hear the alarm. I snapped at him for treating me as if I were an employee he had to control. He never raised his voice. He simply rearranged the consequences until it was easier to obey the rules than to challenge them. The house gradually began to feel less like a motel, and more like something scarier, stable. On Saturdays, he would sometimes take me to his downtown office. While he sat in glass-walled conference rooms discussing contracts and security audits, I sat in a corner chair with my homework, pretending not to hear. But I observed how he worked, how he remained silent when others fought. How he asked 1 or 2 questions that altered the course of the entire meeting. On the way home one day, I inquired, "How did you know that guy was lying about those numbers?" Samuel looked at me via the rearview mirror. He looked at the table when I mentioned penalties. He told me, "People who are telling the truth get annoyed when you doubt them. Liars get nervous." It was the closest thing he'd ever given me to a life lesson. A few weeks after moving in, I sat on my bed, looking through old images on my damaged phone. There weren't many, but the ones we had were full with spirits. My folks were smiling while they ate pancakes. My father wrapped his arm around me at a school play. Things felt false now. My eyes burned, and my chest tightened. The tears flowed before I could stop them. I didn't hear Samuel at the door until he spoke. "Sloan." I startled and wiped my face with my rear hand. "I'm fine," I said automatically. He did not argue. He simply went in, placed a box of Kleenex on the nightstand, and sat in the desk chair across from me. He didn't inquire what was wrong or say everything will be fine. He did not try to correct it, he just stayed. 15 minutes. 25. Long enough for the worst of the fury inside my chest to subside. When I looked up, he was standing. "You have school tomorrow," he explained. "Try to sleep. We'll talk about getting you into a better program soon. You can do more than just survive." He went. And I laid there staring at the ceiling. My parents had left me a note and an empty refrigerator. Samuel had given me rules, rituals, and a calm chair in the midst of my sorrow. I still didn't completely trust him, but for the first time, my life took shape. I had no notion structure was his way of preparing me to stand on my own, with or without him. Samuel believed in going above and beyond in everything, including my education. A few weeks after I had moved into his place, he slid a hefty packet across the dinner table while I was eating pasta. Placement tests, he explained. You're not staying at the local public school. You're capable of more. I wanted to roll my eyes, but as I read through the documents, a small unexpected flame ignited inside me. The questions were difficult, but not impossible, as if someone was finally asking me to exercise my head rather than simply live another day. A month later, I was coming through the glass doors of Lakeside Academy, a private school in Chicago, where the parking lot was filled with SUVs and students casually discussed their summer internships. My bargain shop pants and battered backpack stood out instantly. At my previous school, simply showing up was considered an effort. Teachers distributed project rubrics that resembled business reports, and students fought about them using terms like data-driven and competitive advantage. My timetable was terrible. Advanced arithmetic, computer science, English literature, and weeks-long group projects. I suppressed my pride and showed Samuel my first set of grades, which were solidly average. I'm not like these kids, I mumbled. They've had tutors since they were 5. He studied the report card before setting it down. Good, he said. Now you know the gap. Data is only useful if you act on it. Instead of sympathy, he offered me structure. We created a study timetable hour by hour. If I wanted more screen time or a ride anywhere, I needed to demonstrate him my improvement. When I almost failed my first coding project, he didn't tell me I was smart and unique. He sat me down at the kitchen table with his laptop and said, "Show me your errors." We went through each line until I realized what I'd done incorrectly. Failure is not a verdict, he said, closing the laptop. It's feedback. Use it. Things gradually shifted. I organized a small study group after class with a few classmates, who didn't roll their eyes when I took copious notes like my life depended on it. When the teachers called on me, I stopped flinching. By senior year, I was near the top of my computer science class, which still seemed surreal to the girl who used to complete homework with the TV on in the background. Next came college applications. I circled safe schools on the list, locations near Chicago where I could stay close to the only source of stability I knew. Samuel circled names that I thought were out of my league, such as Stanford and MIT. You're insane, I told him. Those schools are for geniuses or people whose parents donate buildings. And for kids who clawed their way up from nothing, was his reply. Which category you choose is up to you. We argued. I replied I did not want to leave. He stated that comfort was a horrible incentive to stay small. One night, after a particularly bad disagreement, he sat on the edge of the dining table and told me something he'd never said before. My father, his brother, had formerly excelled at anything mechanical. He could have been an engineer, an inventor, Samuel explained. But he chose quick money, gambling, shortcuts. I watched him waste every chance he had, Samuel remarked with a whisper. I'm not going to watch that happen twice. I sent an application. Months later, an email appeared on my phone as I was studying in the library. I opened it and stared. Accepted. MIT was full of opportunities, and a future that did not include looking over my shoulder for unpaid obligations. Samuel read the letter in quiet before handing me a new laptop a week later. Tool, not a toy, he stated. Use it to build something. College was another shock, but this time I was prepared. I brought Samuel's voice with me to every group project, late-night hackathon, and networking event where I felt out of place. I interned at Silicon Valley startups, where I learned how to communicate with investors and founders. When I graduated, I received offers from technology businesses on both coasts. I turned them down. Instead, I traveled back to Chicago, walked into Samuel's office, and expressed my desire to work for him. Then you're not my niece at work, the boss replied. You're part of the team. You'll start at the bottom and earn every step. I fulfilled my promise. I coded, stayed late, made mistakes, rectified them, and led small and larger teams. By the age of 28, I was leading large projects and guiding our company's transition into cloud security and artificial intelligence, the kind of actions that drew investors' attention. It was an unusual type of complete circle. The girl no one wanted had grown into a lady who was taken seriously. I assumed this meant the past was finally just a narrative I'd outgrown. I had no idea how swiftly life was going to tell me that nothing is constant forever. The night everything changed began painfully typical. I arrived home late from the office, still buzzing from a large client presentation, to find Samuel at the dining table with 2 plates all prepared. steak and roasted vegetables cooling on white porcelain. He never waited before eating. If you were late, that was your responsibility. That night, he did. "You're 8 minutes behind schedule," he informed me. However, there was no real bite to it. We ate in silence for a few minutes, as we often did, with both of us mentally replaying our days. Then he put down his fork, folded his hands, and gave me a look that made my chest tighten. "Sloan," he replied. "I got some test results back." I laughed softly. "You go to the doctor." He didn't smile. "Pancreatic cancer. Late stage. They can't cure it. They can only slow it down." The words seemed out of place in my life. I gazed at him, expecting him to say it was a dark joke. Samuel didn't make a joke. "Okay," I answered finally, because my brain couldn't think of anything better. "So, what do we do?" His response was the most Samuel thing he could have said. "We treat it like a project," he explained. "Limited time, clear priorities." Within days, he had a color-coded binder on the kitchen counter with appointment schedules, therapy alternatives, and research materials. I sat next to him in hospital waiting rooms while he looked through documents like they were contracts, asking doctors probing questions about risk and benefit. Chemotherapy days became part of our new routine. I drove him to one of Chicago's best cancer hospitals, kept track of his symptoms and side effects, and debated with insurance officials on the phone when they tried to deny him treatment for something his physicians prescribed. At home, I changed his diet, learned how to cook stuff he could actually eat, and monitored his medications as if they were production servers that couldn't fail. At work, the shift was even larger. Samuel began assigning me chores that he had usually maintained for himself. He was too weary to attend the first several client meetings. Then there were full projects, budget approvals, and strategy meetings with investors. "You're already doing the work," he told me one afternoon as we sat in his office with the city skyline sparkling behind us. "We might as well make it official." He reminded me of something that had happened years before, when I was just 17 years old. He had taken me to the courtroom on a dreary Monday without explanation, handed me a pen, and signed a stack of documents making him my official adoptive father. "You're not an extra mouth to feed," he stated then. "You're my responsibility. This is just matching the paperwork to reality." Now facing a deadline no one wants, he was doing the same thing with the business and everything else. Matching the paperwork with reality. "The company will be fine in your hands," he told me. "You understand how it works and why it works." That's more than I can say for half the people in this building. His body weakened, but his mind remained sharper for longer than I expected. Some nights, he would sit in his chair with a blanket over his legs and his laptop open, listening while I guided him through quarterly data and personnel plans. Other evenings, he would close his laptop and ask me questions about things he had never had time for before. "Are you happy here?" he inquired once. "Not with the company, but with your life." I remembered the girl in the empty apartment, with the bad milk and the note on the table. "Yeah," I replied. "I am because of you." A tired smile crossed his lips. "Good. Then I didn't completely screw it up." 8 months after that initial chat at the dinner table, Samuel died at home as he had desired. There were no machinery or hospital rooms, only the peaceful hum of the house and my hand clutching his. The funeral was tiny and efficient, much like Samuel himself. I only knew a few relatives, and there were many co-workers and clients with polished shoes and flaming eyes. People told stories about his hardness, discipline, and the way he could look at a contract and notice one line that no one else did. When it was my turn to speak, I didn't discuss business. I mentioned a man who had walked into a failing existence and refused to let it end. I discussed pancakes replacing structure, chaos replacing plans, and survival replacing purpose. After everyone had departed, I stayed alone by the grave for a long time, my breath clouding in the cold air. The guy my parents described as cold and aloof was the only one who showed up. A few weeks later, when the sharp edge of the sadness had faded into something heavy and steady, the phone rang in my workplace. Mr. Carter, Samuel's lawyer, invited me to come in for the reading of the will. I imagined it'd be straightforward. Samuel has never been sentimental about money. He regarded it as a tool, similar to the laptop he bought for me when I enrolled at MIT. I assumed there might be some legal language regarding the property, the firm, and perhaps a charitable donation or two. I didn't expect to walk into that conference room, seat at the long polished table, and find my mother and father already there, dressed as if they were about to clinch a deal. For the second time in my life, my past had arrived unexpectedly. This time, it was looking at the fortune Samuel had left behind, and acting as if it already belonged to them. For a split second, I believed I had entered the incorrect office. My mother sat at the huge conference table, wearing a navy outfit she had not purchased at our old budget shopping. Her hair was brushed back, and her cosmetics applied as if she were going on television. My father wore a gray suit that didn't quite fit, but he tugged on the cuffs as if he was accustomed to it. They both turned when I walked in. "Sloan," my mother stated loudly and clearly, like if we met for brunch every week. "You appear to be successful," my father said, laughing awkwardly. "We're so proud of you, kiddo." Proud. The word tasted nasty. Mr. Carter, the lawyer, indicated that I sit. I took a chair on the other side of the table from them. The big folder in front of him bore Samuel's name on the tab. My mother leaned back and looked about the polished room before staring at me. "You must be so overwhelmed?" she remarked, her voice dripping with faux sympathy. "It's a lot. The house, the company, all the what did you call it?" She looked at my father. "Assets," he said, nodding. "Yeah. The assets." She smirked at me as if we were conspirators. "Don't worry, we're family. We'll figure it out together. We'll all share the millions." Right there it was. There was no warm-up, no apologies, and no proper greeting. Simply go straight to the money. Mr. Carter adjusted his glasses, keeping his expression neutral. "If everyone is ready, I'll begin." He started with the dull parts: Samuel's complete name, the dates, and the legal wording concerning ability and intent. My parents scarcely listened. They waited for the numbers. When he eventually arrived, the room transformed. The primary residence, the lake house, several investment accounts, and then the big one, 75% of the shares in the cybersecurity company Samuel founded from the ground up, valued in the tens of millions, according to the valuation report. My parents' eyes got huge and greedy. "And all of that," Mr. Carter stated, "is entirely up to Sloan Harper." The stillness that ensued was almost comical. My mother blinked to catch up. My father scowled as if he had misheard. "I'm sorry," my father responded finally. "All of it? That can't be right. We're his family." My mother recovered quickly, sitting forward and folding her hands. "We don't want to be difficult," she explained, "but obviously, we're going to be involved. We should manage this together. She's still young, handling millions, and needs guidance." That word made something in me snap. "Guidance?" I repeated. "Is that what you call walking out when I was 15 and leaving me with a rotten carton of milk and a note?" My mother's smile wavered, but she kept it fixed. "We were struggling," she explained quickly. "We knew your uncle would help, so we did what was best for you." Mr. Carter cleared his throat quietly, drawing the attention back to him. "There are some additional provisions Samuel insisted I address if the situation occurred." This piqued their interest. "What situation?" my father demanded. The lawyer opened a second folder, thinner but heavier. "First," he murmured, gazing straight at them. 11 years ago, when Sloan turned 17, Samuel formally adopted her. Legally, she is his daughter, his sole heir. He paused for a while. "You are, in the eyes of the law, her biological parents, but you have no automatic claim to his estate. You are not his dependents, nor are you named anywhere as beneficiaries." My father's cheeks turned red. "He stole our kid," he yelled. "We never agreed to that." Mr. Carter slid a document across the table toward them. "You signed the consent forms," he replied evenly. "I have your signatures on file. You received a copy at the time." My mother's eyes darted across the paper before she pushed it back. "We didn't understand what we were signing," she told me. "We thought it was temporary guardianship." "It was not," the lawyer answered. "And even if it were, your actions afterward made the court's decision quite simple." He opened another file, this time containing printed emails. "Samuel also asked that, if necessary, I disclose the communications he received from you over the years, requests for money, threats to show up at his office. Demands that he share what he owed you or you would tell everyone what kind of person he really is." My mother sprang up as soon as he read the passage. "Those were private," she exclaimed. "You can't just—" "I can," he interrupted in calmly, "because Samuel anticipated you might come back exactly like this. Which brings us to the final clause of his will." My parents both froze like animals detecting a trap but too late to escape. Mr. Carter folded his hands. "If any party with legal standing tries to contest this will or otherwise challenge the distribution of assets in court, the entire estate, every house, every account, every share of stock will be liquidated and transferred to the Harper Children's Oncology Fund, a charitable foundation established for pediatric cancer patients. In plain English, if anyone tries to sue for a piece of this, no one keeps any of it, even Sloan. The money goes." Everyone stopped breathing for a split second. Then my father gave a brief, gruff laugh. "He can't do that," he said. "That's insane." "He can," Mr. Carter said. And he did. "The clause has been reviewed. It is legally sound." My mother turned to me, her phony smile gone, her eyes piercing. You wouldn't let that happen, she whispered softly and urgently. You wouldn't risk losing everything just to keep it from your own parents. I gazed at her. Really? I looked at her. You lost me a long time ago, I admitted quietly. Samuel made sure you couldn't take what he built, too. She smashed her hand into the table. We raised you. She hissed. We changed your diapers. We sacrificed for you. We deserve something. A few million at least. The arrogance in her speech almost made me giggle. You left me with 24 cents in my bank account. I told you. And a landlord ready to throw me out. You didn't just walk away. You made sure there was nothing left. Mr. Carter closed the folder with a faint thud. There is nothing for you here? He told them. You are not beneficiaries. You have no claim. And if you attempt to create one, you risk depriving Sloan and every other intended recipient of this estate. That was Samuel's express intent. My father shoved his chair back so hard that it shrieked. We'll see about that, he said abruptly. We'll get our own lawyer. This isn't over. My mother jumped up, pointing a shaky finger at me. You'll regret siding with him over your own blood. She yelled. You can't cut us out forever. We're family. You only remember that word when there's money around, I commented. Funny coincidence. Mr. Carter touched a modest button under the table's edge. Moments thereafter, a towering and impassive security guard appeared at the door. Is everything all right, sir? He inquired. Yes, Mr. Carter answered. But our meeting is over, please escort our guests out. Watching my parents walk out of that glass office, spouting threats and half-finished phrases, was the first moment I realized what Samuel had done for me. He had not merely left me money. He'd created a fortress around my existence and included a nuclear option in his will to ensure that their greed never broke through. Of course, they did not give up. A week later, I received an email from a law firm I'd never heard of, full of phony politeness and disguised demands for amicable renegotiation. They had evidently already been informed that the will was unbreakable. They were fishing for fear. They did not obtain it. Mr. Carter responded on my behalf, sending the provision again, but this time with a brief note. Any attempt to fight the will result in Sloan joining the company and asking rapid execution of the charity donation. After that, their lawyer became quiet. My parents did not. They called from a blocked number. They left heartfelt voicemails about being sick, bills, and just needing a little help. Finally, my mother texted me, pleading me to meet them for dinner and chat like a family. I consented, either out of curiosity or weakness. We met at a mid-range Italian restaurant near downtown, with dim lighting and soft music designed to make everyone feel charitable. When I got in, they were already sitting at the table, menus untouched. My mother held my hand, as if we were close. You look tired, she said. All that responsibility is too much for one person. You shouldn't have to bear it alone. My father cleared his throat. We just need a little help, Sloan, he told me. We're behind on some things. Medical bills, the house. If you could spare $350,000, maybe just to get us caught up. You demanded millions in that office, I replied, taking my seat. My mother winced. $350,000 sounds like a discount. We were emotional, she explained. Grief does strange things. He was your uncle, but he was our family, too. You didn't come to the funeral, I said to her. She didn't respond. Instead, she began telling me about my father's health, collection agency letters, and the possibility of losing their home. We're not asking for everything, she finally stated, her voice shaking just enough to sound contrived. Just a piece. We're your parents. I set down my fork and looked her in the eyes. Parents don't abandon their kid and then come back with a calculator when there's money on the table. I went on, you didn't show up when I was hungry or scared or one step from being homeless. You only showed up when you heard the word millions. My dad reacted negatively. So that's it? He asked. You're going to let us drown while you sit on a fortune? No, I told you. I'm going to let you deal with the repercussions of your choices, just as you forced me to live with mine. Samuel gave me a life, and he constructed barriers to keep you from tearing it apart out of greed. I'm honoring that. My mother's expression tightened, all pretense gone. One day you'll need something, she murmured quietly, and there won't be anyone left to help you. I remembered Samuel's hand in mine as he died, and how he had come through when no one else had. Someone already taught me how to stand on my own, I replied. That's the difference between you and him. He left me tools, whereas you left me a note. I rose up, placed enough cash on the table to pay my dinner, and hurried out before they could say anything more. Their words raised behind me before fading into the background noise of the restaurant. I did not glance back. I assumed that would be the end of it. I was mistaken. People who had already missed their chance at millions were dangerously confident they could re-enter my life. The first indication that my parents weren't finished occurred a week after that awful supper. I was examining security data in my home office when my phone alerted me to a notification from the camera app. Motion detected. Front gate. I tapped it without thinking before freezing. There they were. My mother, wearing a poor jacket over the same navy dress, and my father, dressed in the same wrinkled suit, stood by my gate as if they owned the driveway. I watched them on my screen as they entered the gate code I'd previously changed, grimaced when it didn't work, and then simply waited for another car to pull in and slip through behind it. "You've got to be kidding me," I mumbled. I switched to other cameras. They proceeded up the path, my mother already smiling and my father glancing around as if he was assessing property for sale. By the time they rang the doorbell, I had already started recording. I opened the door just enough to enter the frame, phone in hand. "You're violating the restraining order," I responded quietly. "You should not be within 600 feet of me or this house." My mother chuckled as if I had spoken a joke. "Oh, come on, Sloan," she responded. "We're just here to talk. No need to be dramatic. We're family." Behind her, my father attempted to stare past me into the foyer, his gaze sweeping over the staircase, the artwork, and the proof that my life had been extremely successful without them. "Nice place," he remarked. "You really going to keep all this and let us lose everything?" "You lost me at 15. I claimed. Everything else is just follow through." My mother's smile faded. "We're not leaving," she insisted. "Not until you listen. Not until you help. Then this is going to get worse for you. I told you." I held my phone up so that the camera stream was visible. "You see that little red light? That means this is being recorded. Every word, every step past the property line." I stepped back and shut the door. My hands shook. But not for terror. I launched the security app, saved the video, and contacted the police. When the officers arrived, my parents were still in the front yard, arguing with the stone lions on the steps. I observed from the glass as the officers approached, spoke with them, and then arrived at my door. I showed them the restraining order, video of my parents sliding through the fence, and timestamps. It was all quite straightforward after that: trespassing, violating a court order, and refusing to leave when requested. They tried every angle. My mother cried. My father argued. They told me I was overreacting, that this was a family issue, and that the officers had better things to do. The policemen remained professional and unfazed. The handcuffs clicked. My parents were escorted down the driveway, this time with serious implications. The neighbors observed from their porches and windows. Phones appeared. Clips were recorded. By the end of the week, the tale had reached a local news website. It wasn't a front-page controversy, but it was loud enough. Parents who abandoned their 5-year-old daughter were jailed after breaking a restraining order near her house. They allegedly attempted to acquire an inheritance from their late tech entrepreneur uncle. The article linked to court filings, cited my company, and mentioned Samuel's will, which established a scholarship fund for children with cancer, provided specific financial benchmarks were met. My parents' names were not mentioned kindly. Their lives unraveled rapidly. My father lost his job at the garage because the owner decided he didn't want the attention or turmoil. My mother's already shaky hold on public sympathy was shattered. Whatever assistance she had received from organizations and friends dwindled when they heard she had once walked away from a teenage daughter only to return when the term millions was spoken. At the following hearing, the court made it clear that any contact outside of legal channels would result in jail time, not just fines and probation. I sat in the courtroom, watching my parents shrink a bit more each time the judge said Samuel's name with reverence and theirs with poorly veiled disgust. When it was over, I walked by them without saying anything. There was nothing more to say. Back at work, I plunged myself into it, not to escape, but to create. I expanded our security services, hired people Samuel would have respected, and refused to sell when investors offered ludicrous prices. Instead, I used some of the money to establish a scholarship program in Samuel's honor for children who, like me, grew up in kitchens with empty fridges and no one coming through the door. We offered them laptops, coaching, tuition assistance, and genuine tools, the kind Samuel believed in. Months later, one of my cameras went off late at night. When I opened the app, I saw my parents' car crawl slowly past the gate, headlights off, never pausing. Like if they were viewing a museum of a life that could have been theirs if they had made different choices. They seemed smaller somehow. Not like villains. Not like monsters. People who had bet everything on selfishness and lost. That was the moment when I realized something crucial. Revenge may not necessarily include making someone suffer. Sometimes it's as simple as refusing to let what they did define you. Samuel did not save me so that I may live my life trapped in the ruins of their decisions. He saved me so that I might walk out, construct something greater, and possibly hold the door open for someone else. People like to argue that blood is thicker than water. But blood did not appear whether I was hungry, cold, or alone. A man with no obligations did. Family, I discovered, is the person who stays when it is easier to leave. The person who provides you tools rather than excuses. If the individuals who mistreated you returned only when you had something they wanted, would you let them in simply because you share a surname? Or would you finally lock the door, secure what you've achieved, and create a new sort of family for yourself? I selected the latter. I selected the memories of a man who taught me that structure is a form of love and that accomplishment is the best way to overcome a bad past. My name is Sloan, and for the first time in 13 years, the house is silent, the lights are on, and I'm precisely where I should be. You're just a bank. Brother laughed as his son bullied my 10-yo, so I shut down his life. 17 calls, a car repossession, $280,000 in silent sacrifice gone. Mateo is my name. I've been my family's emergency fund for the last 10 years, and I'm 40 years old. The kind they avoid but never express gratitude to. They never refill, rather they drain. They never even acknowledge the existence of that kind. I'm employed downtown at a mid-sized investment firm as a financial analyst. No drama, steady salary, and a good job. A career that pays the bills and creates a future but doesn't garner much attention. Nora is my 10-year-old daughter with my wife Bella. She is peaceful, enjoys reading, and gathers seashells from each beach we go to. Our modest 2-bedroom apartment is located across town from my parents' house, where my younger brother Alexander continues to visit every Sunday for supper as if he were a member of the royal family. Despite being 4 years younger than me at 34, Alexander has managed to live a lifetime on my money without anyone noticing. He drives a shiny, silver Audi Q5, the type of vehicle that draws attention in parking lots. At the very least, the money is discreetly transferred on the first of each month from an account I created years ago. Last year, he completed an MBA program that is more expensive than the average person's yearly pay. I paid for 75% of it using discrete transfers marked as loans that were never meant to be paid back, never brought up at family get-togethers, and never acknowledged in his success stories. 5-year-old Travis is his son. In ways I was never spoiled. Wearing high-end sneakers that I purchased indirectly. Carrying a phone that I helped pay for indirectly. Living a life based on unseen assistance that he will never be grateful for. Alexander is adored by my parents. They've always done so. While I sat in the corner doing homework or helping with dishes that no one else wanted to touch, he was the baby, the charmer, and the one who made people laugh during family get-togethers. They invited half the neighborhood to a party they hosted for him after he graduated from high school, complete with catered food and a rented space. They brought me to a chain restaurant and shared the cost 3 ways when I finished from college with honors in finance, summa cum laude. I never voiced any complaints. I take it that's what older siblings do? We create space, offer things, and keep silent because it's easier to maintain harmony than to inquire why. In someone else's story, we are always the supporting character and the afterthought. Alexander called me at midnight 10 years ago. I had never heard a voice so shaky and needy. He was accepted into a prestigious MBA school that helps people advance their professions, but he was unable to pay for it. With their credit card debt and mortgage, our parents were already overburdened. He required assistance. He said, "Just this once to get started. After that, I'll take care of it myself." He made a pledge. I trusted him. I configured transfers to happen automatically. $1,000 each month for his auto leasing, and $2,500 per month for tuition, which is paid straight into his student account. He claimed that using public transit would harm his networking prospects and be beneath his professional image. $400 here and there for furniture when he moved into a better apartment. Insurance premiums, his children's private school bills, emergency dental work, and electricity when he claimed his paycheck was delayed. I never requested any upgrades. I never made sure he was repaying me. Family does that, so I simply kept the pipeline open. Every month as I authorized a new transfer, I told myself that. Alexander never brought up the money whenever I watched my savings account shrink while his social media displayed weekend getaways and restaurant check-ins. Not during birthday celebrations, dinner parties, or when he shared pictures of brand new furniture delivery that were meticulously set for Instagram or weekend getaways to beach resorts on social media. He achieved the self-made success in family discussions. The individual who worked hard, used strategy, and made wise choices to figure it out. Every time he shared his investment ideas or professional moves, my parents would nod in agreement as if he were preaching the church, beaming with pleasure. When they needed someone to help move furniture, pick up groceries, or handle a computer problem, They would call me since I was the reliable and stable person. Never the star of the show, never the triumphant one. It didn't matter, I told myself. Nora was mine. Bella was mine. I led a quiet life of my own. I didn't require praise or acknowledgement. All I wanted was to know that I had contributed to the improvement of someone I cared about. That's what family does, I thought. I made a mistake. Tom and Cheese were the first to be betrayed. There was no question about the custom of Sunday dinners at my parents' house. My mother prepared extravagant meals. My father recounted the same tales while pouring wine. Additionally, Alexander would be late, breezing in with a story about traffic or an urgent work call. Bella was unable to attend that evening. There was a last-minute situation at work that required her attention. Thus, my parents fussed over Alexander and Travis as if they were visiting dignitaries who had honored us with their gifts, although it was simply Nora and I seated at the large oak table. The smell of garlic and butter filled the house. Even though every Sunday spent with Alexander seemed to qualify as a special event, the table was prepared with the nice china that my mom only used for rare occasions. In the middle, candles flickered. The kitchen speaker was playing soft music. Nora brought her favorite book, a fantasy book about kingdoms and dragons. Before dinner, she was absorbed in her own world while reading quietly at the table with her legs swinging beneath the chair. As he passed her, Travis abruptly took the book from her and threw it on the ground as if it were garbage. "You're reading that baby stuff, but why?" Nora stopped. She flushed. One specific type of embarrassment that results from an older person making fun of you. She didn't cry or fight. She simply gazed at the book on the floor as if she wasn't sure if she was permitted to pick it up, as if simply being in his presence had been a transgression. I got up and approached, speaking in a cool, collected tone. "Take the book, Travis, and return it to her." His expression twisted between shock and disgust as if I had just proposed that he use his bare hands to clean a toilet. "Why ought I to?" Simply said. "It's a dumb book. Since it isn't yours, take it up." From across the room, Alexander chuckled. It wasn't an awkward deflection or a nervous laugh. This kind of real amusement was merely harmless fun. Children being children. Nothing major. My mother was quietly grinning as she arranged the table, as if these were all just lads being boys. Innocent children stuff that would be forgotten in 5 minutes. After picking up the book, Travis tossed it onto Nora's lap. "Not given it. Tossed it there. Now be happy." Uncle was broke. There was silence in the room. Not the kind of quiet that results from fear or shock. The type that results from people holding their breath. Awaiting a response from someone. Watching to see whether the tension will increase or break. I gave Alexander a peek. He was smirking as if his child had just given a smart joke, reclining back in his chair with his arms crossed, as if this were all a part of a game that I couldn't figure out. Travis expressed regret. Alexander slowly got to his feet while continuing to smile and appear as though this was all an absurd overreaction. Why? He's just being truthful. Nora needs to understand that the world is harsh. Matteo, you can't continue to spoil her. Feelings don't matter in the real world. With his gaze fixated on the table, my dad went for his wine glass and took a long swallow while clearing his throat without saying anything. As if she hadn't heard anything. As if her grandson hadn't just insulted her granddaughter at her own dinner table, my mother calmly hummed as she brought out the mac and cheese dish. Tears were welling up in Nora's eyes. She didn't have her eyes on Travis. She was staring at me, hoping for me to make things right, waiting for someone to defend her. I placed my hand on her shoulder and knelt beside her. "Are you all right, my love?" She nodded, but her hands gripped the book as if it were a lifeline, and her lip was quivering. I got up, turned to Alexander, and spoke at a level tone. "At a family dinner, your child just made fun of my daughter. There is nothing you will do about it." Alexander gave a casual, unconcerned shrug. He is 15 years old. Children say things. "You're going overboard." "I'm going overboard." "Yes, you are, Matteo. Nora is doing well. Observe her. She's all right. However, by criticizing Travis in front of everyone, you have now caused him discomfort. So perhaps you ought to offer an apology." The words felt like a door slamming in my face, like a slap, and like cold water. "Do you want me to tell your son I'm sorry?" "Yes." "For causing a commotion and humiliating him." With a gentle clink, my mother placed a serving spoon on the table, her grin unwavering. "Matteo, let's just eat, honey. There's no point in getting furious over it. Family is family." With his eyes still down, my dad poured himself more wine. I glanced around the table at my parents, who were grinning quietly as if nothing had happened. Alexander leaned back, wearing that arrogant grin that suggested he had already prevailed. Travis is already bored and has moved on as he scrolls through his phone. Nora was holding her book like a shield while gazing at her lap. I didn't speak up. I refrained from arguing. No doors were slammed by me. I just whispered 4 words, reached down, and took Nora's hand. "We're heading home." As I made my way to the door, Alexander called after me in a lighthearted, mocking voice. "Mateo, are you really going to go away because of this? For nothing?" I didn't look back. I assisted Nora in getting into the vehicle. She stared out the window and remained silent the entire way home. She finally spoke something in a tiny voice as we turned into the driveway. "Why didn't Grandma speak out, Dad?" I had nothing to say. The group chat was already lively when we entered. My mother sent me messages urging me to avoid being theatrical or making things tough. Alexander laughed it off in a text, saying that I was too sensitive and couldn't handle a joke. My father sent nothing. That evening, I spent a lot of time staring at my phone and reading the messages while experiencing a deep and irreparable transformation within me, nor rage, nor anger, but insight. I didn't get any sleep. Bella arrived at home at midnight. I sat on the edge of the bed and stared at my phone as I scrolled through 10 years worth of bank transfers, tuition payments, car lease installments, utility bills that included Alexander's address, insurance premiums, Travis's school fees, birthday presents that I had paid for, but Alexander had claimed credit for, emergency loans that were never emergencies, just maintenance for my lifestyle. Still dressed for work, she sat down next to me without asking any questions. When I needed time to think, she simply waited, being present and patient as usual. They wanted me to say I was sorry. When I eventually spoke, I sounded flat to a 15-year-old named Nora. I made a scene, and Alexander asked me to apologize. Bella's mouth clenched. Her hand found mine, steady and warm, but she said nothing. I continued to scroll. $2,500 a month for 6 years. Tuition alone amounts to $160,000. Over a 4-year period, the car lease added an additional $60,000. Emergency loans that were never loans, school supplies, insurance, and utilities. I didn't want to figure out how much it all came up to. A figure that gave me the chills, more than $280,000. And for what purpose? I remained the trustworthy older brother who never claimed credit, allowing Alexander to play the role of self-made success. So that, while I sat in the background, my parents could boast about his accomplishments at church socials and neighborhood cookouts. The wallet they never had to thank, the reliable one, the dull one. Nora's expression at the dinner table crossed my mind. The way she had gazed at me, anticipating my defense. The way my folks had been smiling the entire time. It was just children acting like they were being terrible. Pretending to be humiliated was just lighthearted banter. The way Alexander had smirked while standing there with his arms folded. Every family get-together where Alexander showed up late and departed early came to mind, never volunteering to assist with cleanup. I never inquired about my week. I never admitted that my quiet and my money were the foundation of the life he was leading. I remembered that he hadn't called me in 3 weeks. Friendly and informal, as if we were simply brothers catching up, he asked if I could pay for an unexpected bill. Nothing significant. He just has $600 to last him till his next salary. Only $600, dude. Next month, I'll repay you. I wouldn't ask questions, and would mail it the same day. He never reimbursed me. They never did. Bella's thumb traced circles on my palm as she grasped my hand. "What are you contemplating?" I closed the banking app, opened my contacts, and spent a considerable amount of time staring at Alexander's name and the small photo icon that depicted him grinning at a party, carefree and burden-free. I believe I have been invisible for a decade. And they urged me to apologize for my existence the instant I made an effort to be noticed and to defend my daughter. Bella made no attempt to dissuade me. She didn't say kind things or advise me to sleep on it. She simply nodded, rested her head on my shoulder, and remained silent, allowing me to sit with the realization's weight. I stared at the ceiling while I lay up till dawn, reliving every second, every transfer, and every chuckle at my expense. Every time I stood in the kitchen doing dishes, my folks would compliment Alexander. Years of silent support followed each time Alexander had requested for a small amount of assistance. By dawn, my anger had subsided. I was finished. I called in ill to work. I went down at my desk with a notepad, a calculator, and a resolution I hadn't had in years after Bella dropped Nora off at school. I started by retrieving all of the periodic payments I had established throughout the years. All of it. The utility bills under my credit card, the autopay tuition, the direct transfer for the automobile leasing, the insurance payments, etc. All of the financial assistance I had been discreetly giving Alexander as he developed his public persona as a self-made guy. I then began to make calls. First was the office of the university bursar. I called the number I had contacted dozens of times previously, never to cancel payments, but always to confirm them. "Hello, I would like to stop Alexander Harmon's tuition from being paid automatically." Mateo Harmon is the account holder. The woman who answered the phone was professional, efficient, and courteous. After using security questions to verify my identification and retrieving the information, she canceled the payment for the following semester in less than 5 minutes. In that exact manner. A few clicks can undo years of support. Does the cancellation have a reason? Private matter. She didn't press. Why would she? It was my account, my money, and my choice. The vehicle rental business came next. This one was more difficult. Additional levels of bureaucracy. I have to take my name off of a car lease as a cosigner. 4,921 at the end of the account number. It took longer this time. I was moved twice. Requested documents. Explained the procedure using precise legal terminology. I remained composed, gave them what they required, and addressed all of their inquiries. I received an email confirmation in my inbox by midday. Alexander's car lease would either be liable to seizure or require a new cosigner within 30 days. He would lose the Audi he cherished, followed by the utilities. I made calls to the water service, the internet provider, and the power company. Any credit card or bill with my name linked to Alexander's address. I asked to have my account closed or transferred to the primary resident, and I deleted my payment details. To set up new payment methods, you will require the primary account holder. I get it. He is now accountable for that. I had withdrawn or canceled 11 recurring payments by 2:00 inches the afternoon. I informed Travis's private school in formal, courteous letters that I would no longer be paying his tuition as of right now. With just a few form entries, I was able to remove Alexander's car from my policy after contacting the insurance company and seeing years of coverage vanish. I didn't give Alexander a call. No message was sent by me. I didn't give him an opportunity to argue or guilt me into changing my mind, nor did I explain or defend my position. I simply withdrew fully and silently. I was writing an email to Alexander's property management business when Bella arrived home. 2 years prior, when he required assistance getting approved for the fancier apartment he desired, I co-signed his lease. She peered at my screen, put her purse down, and arched an eyebrow. Are you actually acting in this way? This is actually what I'm doing. Excellent. She made no attempt to stop me. She didn't advise me to reconsider or give him an opportunity to clarify. After giving me a quick forehead kiss, she left to begin dinner. Her support was subtle but unwavering. I had sent 14 withdrawal requests, cancellation notices, and co-signer termination letters by the evening. I took screenshots, stored confirmations, recorded everything, and created a paper trail that demonstrated that I had followed all the rules and done everything correctly and lawfully. Not yet, but soon Alexander would know. I reclined in my chair and gazed at the completed paperwork, the closed payment gateways, and the tidy email inbox. A peculiar serenity descended upon me. Peace, not contentment, nor retaliation. I wasn't sending money for the first time in 10 years. I wasn't paying the bills. I wasn't solving issues that weren't mine. I had just finished. Tuesday at 2 p.m. was the time of the call. My phone screen revealed Alexander's name. I let it ring 4 times before picking up, giving him time to ponder whether or not I would respond at all. What the devil is happening, Mateo? His tone was abrupt, perplexed, and not yet angry. Rather, it seemed as though he had discovered an issue that he didn't comprehend. What are you saying? The university just sent me an email. The auto lease business called me this morning and said, I need a new co-signer by the end of the month. Did you do this? I sat down on the couch, placed the phone on speaker, and spoke in a cool, collected, and emotionless tone. They also informed me that my tuition payment for the upcoming semester was canceled. Yes, I did. Quiet. Then, gradually, his bewilderment evolved into incredulity and nearly fear. Why? So I no longer have to pay for your life. Are you serious? Mateo, totally. This is crazy. Without first speaking with me, you cannot simply cancel everything. I have expenses. I have obligations. Next month is when Travis's school expenses are due. After that, give them money. One more quiet. This time, longer. He was breathing, thinking, trying to find out how to spin this, and I could hear it. Isn't Sunday to blame for this? Due to a foolish child's argument. I didn't speak up. I didn't have to. My daughter broke, as your son termed her. I apologized, as you instructed. Both parents sat there grinning. Yes, Alexander, Sunday is to blame, but the past 10 years are also to blame. What are you discussing? I'm talking about paying $160,000 for tuition, $60,000 for a car lease, and thousands more for school fees, utilities, and insurance. While you played self-made businessman, I was your ATM for over 10 years. Alexander's tone changed. He was still defensive, but there was a hint of terror now. I was going to reimburse you. You have an MBA, Alexander, and you have been employed for 3 years. As you are aware, last month, you purchased a 70-inch television. During the summer, you took Travis to Disneyland. What time did you intend to reimburse me? He didn't respond. Everything he was unable to say was contained in the long stillness. This is what will take place. All of the periodic payments I was making on your behalf have been cancelled. You've completed your tuition autopay. By the end of the month, you must find a new cosigner for your auto lease, or they will take it back. Your utilities are being moved out of my name. When your apartment lease renews, a new cosigner will be required. It was recently discovered by Travis's school that I am no longer paying his tuition. This is not something you can do. I simply did. You're going to wreck everything, Mateo. Travis's schooling, my automobile, and my credit. You really think that a disagreement over dinner will ruin my life? Alexander, I'm not destroying anything. I'm merely taking a step back. You said that yourself, correct? Make it yourself. Then. You're acting petty. No, I'm finished. I ended the call. Immediately, the phone rang once more. I didn't answer the phone. Once more, it rang. Declined once more. Refused. Then the text began to come in. This is absurd. You're going overboard. This will be shared with mom and dad. This is something you will regret. I switched off my phone, placed it face down on the coffee table, and let out a calm breath. Bella stood in the doorway, quietly proudly observing me. Are you all right? I gave a nod. Yes, I'm all right. And I was, for the first time in 10 years. On Wednesday morning, I worked on a case that I had never requested to make. Not a court case, just evidence and documents. If anyone, especially my parents, attempted to portray me as the antagonist in this tale and try to change history, I could provide a record of 10 years of unseen support. I began by looking at bank statements. I downloaded transaction histories back to the first transfer I had ever sent Alexander after logging into each account. September 2016, $2,500 with a message line that said, MBA tuition, first installment. I recalled writing the memo and was pleased that I could support my younger brother in pursuing his goals. I made a spreadsheet with the date, amount, recipient, and purpose. I sent money, thinking it would be temporary assistance, and each row represented that money. Tuition payments, car lease transfers, utility bills, insurance premiums, emergency loans, birthday presents, holiday expenses, medical copays, Travis's school supplies, summer camp fees, furniture deposits, security deposits, and unfulfilled promises were all represented by each row. Month after month, year after year, the numbers increased gradually. A never-ending supply of money that no one recognized. I couldn't ignore the sum, which was sitting at the bottom of the column like a judge's gavel by the time I finished the first tab, $112 for $280,000. I gazed at it for a while, my hands trembling a little and my lips parched. A down payment on a home was what that was. That was twice as much as Nora's entire college fund. It was money saved for an early retirement. Bella and I never went on those trips because we were being responsible. We could have led that life if I hadn't been covertly supporting the aspirations of others. The second tab was where I went. Confirmations via email. Each and every university tuition payment receipt. The automobile company's certification of each lease payment. I have my credit card number on every utility statement. All of the insurance policies under my account that have Alexander's name on them. Every tuition statement from the school lists me as the payer. All of them were saved, some were printed, and they were arranged in a folder called Financial History 2016 to 2024. Unquestionably, the pile of papers became heavier, a physical load equal to the emotional one I had been carrying. I then opened my SMS messages. Years of casual demands that, in retrospect, seemed different, and were premeditated in a way I had never seen before. Hello, are you able to pay for electricity this month? Short on funds. For Travis's school trip, I need $600. I'll reimburse you on Friday. Auto insurance is due. Are you able to manage it? 10 years of I'll pay you back. And just this once raced across my mind. And thank you so much, dude. Not one of those pledges had ever been fulfilled. Not a single dollar was given back. No recognition of the debt at all. Because I knew Alexander and my parents, I took screenshots, saved them to a cloud folder, backed them up on an external device, and made redundancies because I knew they would try to downplay, deny, or gaslight me into believing I was remembering things incorrectly. I then launched the chat for the family group. I went through the years and scrolled back. My parents sent Alexander birthday messages congratulating him on his accomplishments. Alexander posed in front of the Audi I was paying for in these vacation pictures. Photos from vacations paid for with money he had not earned. Updates on Travis's achievements at a private school funded by my transfers. Those weren't screenshotted by me. I didn't have to. All I had to do was remember. I had to remember the evidence in case they tried to instill guilt in me. I tried to paint me as the villain for establishing limits. Around noon, Bella knocked on the office door with a bottle of water and a sandwich. "It's been 4 hours since you entered." "I'm nearly finished." Her expression was unreadable as she put down the plate and looked at my screen. "That sum is substantial." "Yes. Are you all right?" I rubbed my eyes and shut down the laptop. I've been paying for someone else's life while hardly making any investments in my own, and I'm starting to realize this. We drove used vehicles, avoided holidays, and lived in a small apartment, but Alexander was living the good life. And my quiet was the foundation of it all. Bella placed her hand on mine as she sat on the edge of the desk. "With all of this, what will you do?" "Nothing. Unless they exert pressure. I'll show Alexander and my parents exactly what I've been carrying for the past 10 years if they try to paint me as the villain. If they don't push, I quietly go and let the repercussions teach them what I was unable to." She left the sandwich after giving me a forehead kiss. I finished everything for the remainder of the day. I located a black-covered master copy of the financial records, printed it, and put it in my desk drawer. I sent copies to myself via email. To ensure that nothing could be lost or erased, I made 2 or 3 backups of everything. By nightfall, I had a comprehensive record of all the money, favors, and unspoken sacrifices. 10 years of invisible effort are documented. I had the receipts to correct the record if Alexander or my parents attempted to change history, but I had no intention of showing them to anyone. Safe and unconcerned by the mayhem I was silently tearing apart across town, I shut down the laptop, switched off the desk lamp, and entered the living room where Nora was reading her book. With a naive and trusting smile, she gazed up. "Could you help me with my homework later, Dad?" "Naturally, my dear." The rest of the world vanished in an instant. On Thursday morning, the collapse began. I was not present when it happened. My mom called me in a panic around midday, and I only learned about it through frantic texts and voicemails. Her voice was tremulous and high. At 8:47 a.m., Alexander's world started to fall apart. When he was in the middle of a Zoom meeting with a client, his internet went out. When everything went dark, he was presenting quarterly projections while sharing spreadsheets and figures on his screen. Irate, thinking it was a service interruption, he called the provider and mentally prepared a complaint. I had autopay, however the individual gently explained that the account had been closed for non-payment and the elimination of the payment method on file. The credit card that was used to fund the autopay is no longer associated with this account. 3 days ago. "Sir, we sent a message to the billing email." That email was not accessible to Alexander. I owned it. His power went off at 9:15. As he paced his dimly lit apartment and watched the battery deplete on his laptop, he made a call to the power company using his cell phone. The same tale. The payment mechanism was deleted and the account was closed. My billing email was the one to which they had sent a notice 3 days earlier. Until a new account was created and a deposit was made, service would be suspended. Travis's school called at 10:30. The semester's tuition payment had bounced. Travis would be removed from enrollment at the end of the week if they didn't receive payment right away. $14,000 is the sum owed. It wasn't with Alexander. He had been relying on credit cards to make ends meet while living month to month on his wages, constantly believing that the unseen safety net beneath him would catch any fall. The internet had vanished. The vehicle rental firm left a voicemail by 11. They needed the car back within 7 days, or they would start the repossession process, because Alexander's credit score wasn't high enough for solo approval, and the co-signer had withdrawn. Additional costs and perhaps legal action would follow non-compliance. I received 17 calls from Alexander between 11:15 and noon. I didn't respond. I repeatedly observed the phone tremble, light up, and go silent. My mother then gave me a call. "Mateo, what's happening, my love?" Alexander just gave me a tearful call. "You canceled all of his bills," he claims. Is that accurate? I was eating lunch at my desk while keeping an eye on the incoming emails. Verification of the end of the lease. Verification of the cancellation of an insurance policy. Verification of account terminations. Every one is a minor triumph. A small fragment of liberty. Yes, mother. It's accurate. Why would you do that? He is your sibling. Because I'm done paying for his life after 10 years. This is extreme, Mateo. You cannot simply cut him off in this manner. He's got a kid. He ought to have considered it before allowing his child to make fun of me and demanding that I apologize for defending her. Quiet. That was just kids being kids, honey. It didn't mean anything to Alexander. Mom, that's the issue. You all never understand what Alexander is trying to say. However, I have been paying for his rent, tuition, utilities, car, and son's school costs. He took all the credit, but I paid for his life. And you all grinned and told me I was exaggerating when I asked for basic decency and respect. This is unfair. You're correct. It's unfair. For 10 years, it hasn't been fair. I ended the call. Within minutes, the family group chat broke out. I only unmuted it long enough to see the mayhem start. Alexander. Mateo has completely destroyed my life. Make him rectify this by giving him a call. Mom. Mateo, think again. Alexander is having difficulty. It's between you two, Dad. Work things out like grown-ups. I'm going to lose my car, Alexander. They're taking Travis out of school. There is no power. This is what you did. Once more. I muted the chat. Alexander shared a cryptic, self-pitying message about familial betrayal, individuals revealing their actual selves, and figuring out who is truly there for you on social media by Thursday night. Those who were unaware that he had been living on borrowed funds for almost 10 years expressed their compassion in the comments section. Individuals who trusted the meticulously crafted picture he had created. I didn't answer. I didn't participate. I didn't elaborate. I was calm and detached as I watched the collapse from a distance, and all I could feel was peaceful relief. Bella read the notes over my shoulder as she sat on the couch beside me. He is in a downward spiral. Yes. Do you feel horrible? I considered it. Gave it careful thinking. Look for pity, regret, or guilt in my emotions. No, I feel liberated. Alexander arrived at my apartment on Friday morning. The peephole allowed me to see him. He had rumpled clothes, black circles under his eyes, and a worn-out, unshaven appearance. It was likely one of his final drives before the repo crew arrived, as the Audi was parked in the guest spot. He repeatedly knocked and then pressed the doorbell 3 times in quick succession, each ringing more urgently than the one before. The door was not opened by me. His voice cracked as he finally left a voicemail. I know you're in there, Mateo. We must speak. I understand. I know I made a mistake, but you can't do this. I'll lose everything. Just give me a call back, please. I erased the voicemail. Ignorant of the drama playing out, Nora entered the living room with her book in hand. Uncle Alexander, was he? Yes. Will you speak with him? I dropped on my knees, brushed her hair away from her face, and gazed into her naive eyes. Not now, my love. She gave me a strong hug, nodded, and resumed her reading. Alexander never expressed regret for Travis' remarks. The 10 years of unspoken assistance were never acknowledged by him. All he wanted was for things to return to normal, for the money to be returned, and for the safety net to be reinstated. And that provided me with all the information I required. The dust began to settle 3 weeks after I turned off the electricity. On a Tuesday afternoon, the car belonging to Alexander was repossessed. My mother called to tell me, her voice heavy with blame and disappointment, even though I didn't witness anything. I wasn't asked to correct it by her. She merely wanted me to realize that I had overreached myself. I refrained from arguing. I simply listened, remained silent, and allowed her to end the call. The private school withdrew Travis. Although it was ideal, Alexander enrolled him in the neighborhood public school, which lacked the reputation Alexander had been projecting on social media. Silence took the place of the posts about Travis's elite schooling in his feed. Alexander was unable to qualify for the apartment lease renewal without my co-signature. He relocated to a smaller apartment across town, nearer his workplace, and further away from my parents. No gym, amenities, or reserved parking. I was no longer invited to Sunday dinners by my folks. Not directly. They simply stopped calling and messaging. Although I'm sure they formed a new family group chat without my number, the one I was in became silent. They weren't pursued by me. One Saturday, Bella and I went Nora to the beach. We ate ice cream, collected seashells, and watched the waves come in throughout the afternoon. I hadn't heard Nora laugh so loud in months. She didn't inquire about Alexander. She didn't inquire about Grandpa and Grandma. She simply asked if we could return the following weekend. I had a cup of coffee on the balcony on a calm Sunday night while I watched the sun set over the surrounding area. Once, my phone buzzed. Alexander sent a text. I hope you're content. Everything was ruined by you. I read it twice. I typed a response after that. Nothing was destroyed by me. I simply quit creating your life for you. I disabled his number after hitting send. Bella put a blanket around my shoulders and joined me on the balcony. Are you all right? Yes, I truly am. No regrets. I consider the funds, the years, the unseen work, and the silent sacrifices. Then I reflected about the calm in our house, Nora's laughing at the beach, and the weight that had been taken off my chest when I no longer had Alexander's life to bear. No regrets. We saw the sky change from orange to pink to deep purple while we sat in silence. I had been someone else's safety net for 10 years. They never thanked the pocketbook. They took the support system for granted. I was now just Mateo, a husband, father, and financial analyst who had discovered the hard way that family isn't about taking advantage of others. It has to do with who observes you. And the people who really saw me were choosing me every day, living in this small apartment, and sitting next to me on this balcony. Now Alexander could make sense of his own existence. I had had enough of being invisible. My sister smashed a 6-year-old's $150 Lego set while relatives laughed. Kids are so fragile, Mom said. Dad took off his ring and filed for divorce that night. At 4:22 p.m., the first present struck the wall. On a November Saturday afternoon, it was taken from my 6-year-old son Archer's hands by my sister Evelyn. His best friend Mateo gave him a wrapped package with dinosaurs on the paper, which he threw across my living room with such power that the impact dented the drywall. The birthday celebration was interrupted like a gunshot by the sound of broken glass. Everybody froze. The parents, my wife, Freya, and the other children. Even the TV's Paw Patrol music appeared to stop. Archer's lips opened and his eyes widened, but he made no sound. He simply remained there with the second gift in his hand while he gazed at the shattered plastic and glass that were all over the floor. Evelyn took another gift from Archer's pile before anybody could react, before I could move, before Freya could say anything, before any of the other parents could comprehend what they had just witnessed. A Lego set. Archer had been requesting the $150 Jurassic World set since July, and this was the big one. She smashed it against the wooden floor and held it like a prize above her head. I proceeded to approach Evelyn, but she was already grabbing another gift. Evelyn, what the hell? I said. A book set, the full Harry Potter illustrated editions his grandmother, Freya's mother, had spent months gathering at estate auctions. She threw the books and tore off the packaging. They tore pages and cracked spines as they struck the wall, the couch, and the coffee table one by one. Archer broke down in tears. Not sobbing in a tantrum. That stunned, wordless sobbing that results from total confusion. The sobbing that occurs when a child's brain is unable to comprehend what they are witnessing. As usual, my 6'3" Uncle Isaac, who is Evelyn's godfather, began to chuckle and clap his hands together while sporting a Hawaiian shirt and cargo shorts. He wheezed, "That's hilarious," in between chuckles. Evelyn always knows how to liven things up. Never a dull moment with her around. I turned to face him, confident that this was a joke I wasn't understanding and that I had misheard. But he was truly laughing, tears flowing down his cheeks, pounding his knee. "Oh, come on," my mother replied, dismissively waving her hand from her spot on the love seat. She had a white wine glass in her hand. Always white wine, always from a box, always more than she should. It's just stuff. Archer's too sensitive. Anyway. Kids these days get so worked up over nothing. I looked at her. At this woman who had raised me and given birth to me 32 years ago, who was now sitting in my living room, watching my son cry as his birthday presents were ruined, and who was acting as though being upset was an exaggerated reaction. He's always been dramatic, Mom continued, taking another drink of wine. What was it that made him cry for an hour? Remember his 3rd birthday? Is a balloon popping? Something absurd. Evelyn smirked and dropped another broken gift, demonstrating her sensitivity. Mateo's parents had actually spent money on a toy automobile. Kids these days are extremely gentle, can't handle anything. Something inside me went chilly. Not flaming with fury. My veins are as cold as ice water. As if something essential had changed and will never change again. "Everyone out," I muttered. The room went silent. Startled by my tone, even Archer briefly ceased crying. With her wine glass paused halfway to her lips, Mom turned to face me and asked, "What?" "Don't be ridiculous. We're family. We're celebrating." I replied, "Get out. All of you." I looked around the room, except Dad. The entire time, my father, George, had been sitting at the dining table with his hands folded on the table and his face chiseled out of stone. He had been silent, watching, laughing, and not supporting anyone. Even though he was 70 years old, he appeared to have aged 10 years in the last 5 minutes. "Honey, you're overreacting," Mom replied, setting down her drink with exaggerated care. Despite my best efforts to remain composed, I raised my voice and said, "Evelyn was just playing around. It's a joke. You know how she is, playing around? She destroyed my son's birthday and you're defending her again. She's your sister. She's a bully," I said. "And you've enabled her our entire lives. Every cruel thing she's ever done, you've excused. Every person she's hurt, you've told to get over it. Every time someone complained, you've made them the problem instead of her." Evelyn gave a dramatic roll of her eyes. Despite being 3 years older than me at 35, she behaved like a teenager, had always had. God, you're such a baby, David. It's a few toys. I'll buy him new ones. Will you? I asked, taking out my phone because I've been recording since August. Actually, the room fell silent as I realized that this would not change on its own. Isaac even ceased to chuckle. On my phone, I opened a folder. Although I had called it evidence, I never imagined using it. We never imagined it would get to this point, yet here we were. Last Thanksgiving, I murmured while perusing screenshots. You told everyone at the dinner table that I got fired from my job, that I was unemployed and living off Freya's income. You said it loudly in front of 20 people, including my boss, who we'd invited. Evelyn's grin wavered a little. Except I didn't get fired. I got promoted. I'd just been promoted to senior project manager the week before. But you lied. You stood there and lied to humiliate me because you couldn't stand seeing me succeed. That was a misunderstanding. I brought up the text exchanges and said, no, it wasn't. You expressly stated, I quote, can't wait to embarrass David at Thanksgiving. He thinks he's so much better than me with his fancy job. Time to take him down a peg. I have the text you had with your friend Melissa. Mom's face was turning pale. That's taken out of context. At her 60th birthday celebration, I added, you accidentally spilled an entire glass of red wine on Freya's dress, the vintage dress her grandmother made, the one she'd been searching for in her grandmother's things for years after she died. The dress that can't be replaced. Archer had buried his face in Freya's shoulder as she stood beside me. She spoke steadily but icily. You laughed when it happened, said oops, and walked away. I have the text messages, I stated as I pulled them up. Messages where you bragged to 3 different friends about ruining Freya's dress on purpose. You sent a photo of her crying and wrote, mission accomplished. Evelyn's face was starting to flush. You're taking everything out of context. You always do this. You always twist things to make me look bad. And last year, I added, my voice becoming more subdued yet strangely more passionate. When Archer's first birthday cake got accidentally knocked over right before we were going to sing happy birthday. Remember that? Mom shifted uneasily. That was an accident. Evelyn knocked over the table. Security footage contradicts this. The room fell silent. I opened a video on my mobile device. Press the play button. The video was sufficiently clear despite its graininess. The table with Archer's birthday cake on it was passed by Evelyn. Archer was intrigued with dinosaurs and volcanoes, so Freya spent hours making a unique cake with both. Evelyn paused in the video, checked to make sure no one was looking, and then purposefully pushed the table firmly. The cake fell to the ground, turned upside down, and was totally ruined. She then left, returning 40 seconds later with a startled expression and the words, oh no, what happened? You pushed it. Freya replied, her voice trembling. You destroyed our baby's first birthday cake on purpose. That video doesn't show anything. It shows you checking to make sure no one was looking before you shoved the table, I replied. And this isn't even everything. I have documentation going back 7 years. Every cruel comment, every lie, every time you've sabotaged something important to me or Freya or Archer. Mom remarked, David, you're making this up. But there was no conviction in her voice. Now she was staring at Dad. They are communicating with each other in an unspoken way. No, Serafina, my father said in a voice as sharp as a dagger. He's not, he said as everyone turned to face him. He was slowly making his way into the living room after getting up from the dining table. His expression was composed, but his hands were trembling. Resolved. I've watched you enable Evelyn for 42 years, Dad told Mom. And there was something about his voice that I had never heard before. Not anger, something sadder, something final. I've watched you excuse every cruel thing she's ever done. I've watched you gaslight our son and now our grandson into thinking they're too sensitive, too dramatic, too emotional, when really you just refuse to hold your daughter accountable for being a bully. George. Mom began. I found the journal, Dad muttered. Mom froze. In fact, she was stiff as if she had been shocked. What journal? I inquired, glancing between the two. Dad's eyes never left Mom's face. Your mother has been keeping a journal for years since Evelyn was 17. Writing down every time Evelyn hurt someone, every lie she told, every person she manipulated, dates, details, names of witnesses. I felt sick to my stomach. What? She knew, Dad remarked. She always knew. She documented everything because she knew it was wrong. She knew Evelyn was hurting people, but she never did anything about it. She just kept writing it down and making excuses. Mom screamed, that's private, as her wine glass trembled in her grasp. You had no right to read my personal journals. You documented abuse and did nothing, Dad replied, raising his voice for the first time. You chose her cruelty over everyone else's pain. Over your son's pain, over your daughter-in-law's pain, over your grandson's pain. You knew and you didn't care. Evelyn chuckled uneasily. This is insane. You're all insane. It's a birthday party. Get over it. Dad turned to face her. Really? She stopped laughing when she saw what was on his face. Then he reached for the gold wedding band he had worn for 42 years with his left hand. The one that had been in place for 15 years, even after the physicians had to apply soap to his swelling knuckles after he broke his hand falling off a ladder. He pulled and twisted it. It fought for a moment. It was tight due to 42 years of wear, but he persisted in straining until it came off. To show it to everyone in the room, he held it up. The afternoon light coming in through the windows caught the gold band. A representation of 40 years of marriage. He then hurled it towards Mom's feet. It rolled behind the couch and made a faint metallic sound as it struck the hardwood floor. There was complete silence in the room. Archer's tears ceased. Freya's breathing ceased. For an instant, even Isaac ceased to exist. George, Mom said in a whisper. The red liquid spilled like blood across the hardwood floor as the wine glass broke off her palm and fell to the ground. What are you? What are you doing? Something I had never seen before filled Dad's eyes as he gazed at her. Not despair, not rage, but cold, definitive certainty, the expression of a man who had already made up his mind and was not going to change it. I'm done protecting you. These were just 4 simple words, yet they had a devastating impact. Mom's voice was almost audible as she asked, "What?" "I'm done," Dad said again. "I'm done pretending this is normal. I'm done making excuses for her." He gestured at Evelyn. "I'm done watching you gaslight our family. I'm done choosing you over what's right." His features softened somewhat as he turned to face me. "I've already contacted a lawyer. Christopher Adams, Patterson and Adams Family Law, 25 years specializing in divorce cases. I met with him 3 days ago, Wednesday at 2 p.m. Divorce papers will be filed Monday morning at 9 a.m., when the courthouse opens." Mom sounded as if she had been struck in the stomach. "I've also been compiling evidence," Dad went on. He then took out his own phone. "Everything I could find about Evelyn's behavior over the years. Text messages. I accessed the family phone plan records going back 8 years. Emails. I still have the login to the family email account you set up in 2008. Security footage." He gave my phone still running footage a nod. "I have footage from our home security system going back 20 months. Witness statements. I've been quietly talking to family members and friends who've been hurt by Evelyn's behavior. 25 people willing to make formal statements." Evelyn's face was completely colorless. "You can't." "I can," Dad responded coolly. "And I am. Everything's being sent to multiple parties starting Monday. Archer's school. I won't have him in the same building as Evelyn when she volunteers there claiming to be his loving aunt. Evelyn's employer. I think HR at Bradshaw Marketing should know about her pattern of manipulation and cruelty and anyone else who needs to know who she really is." Mom yelled, "You're going to destroy her life," regaining her voice. "Over some toys, over a misunderstanding." "This isn't about toys," remarked Dad. "This is about 42 years of abuse that you've enabled, excused, and covered up. This is about watching my grandson cry while his gifts were destroyed and his grandmother laughed. This is about my son documenting his sister's cruelty for months because he knew no one would believe him otherwise. This is about you keeping a journal proving you knew all along and did nothing." He approached the spot where Freya was still holding Archer tightly. Archer's face was swollen and red, stained with tears and bewildered. Gently, Dad asked Freya, "Can I hold him?" With a nod, she moved Archer into his grandfather's arms. Immediately, Archer buried his face in Dad's shoulder and clung to him. As he stroked Archer's back, Dad told me, "I've reserved a room at the Sharon downtown. Room 814. I'll be there until I find an apartment. Bring Archer whenever you're ready. We'll have our own party, a real one, with presents he can actually keep." He began to move in the direction of the door, paused, and turned back to Mom. Softly, 4 decades, he said. 4 decades I waited for you to choose right over easy, to choose protecting victims over protecting Evelyn, to choose being a good mother over being an enabling mother. You never did. Not once in 42 years. He repositioned Archer in his embrace. "I've spent the last 4 months documenting everything for the divorce proceedings. The journal you kept has been examined by forensic psychologist Dr. Susan Miles. She is ready to testify on emotional abuse and parental alienation. The amount of money you have given Evelyn over the years is documented in my financial records, $92,000 in just the past 10 years. You never told me about the money from our joint savings. I have texts between you and Evelyn discussing how to respond to David's criticism of her actions." Mom's legs buckled. She took a firm seat on the couch. Dad went on, "I have recordings, too, both audio and video from the home security system. David was being overly sensitive each time you informed him. You told him to let it go each time. Each time you deceived him into believing that he was the issue. Timestamped recordings spanning 7 years. All are admissible in court. He gave Evelyn one final glance. And you? You're not Archer's aunt anymore. You're nobody. You don't exist to this family. I'm filing a restraining order on Archer's behalf tomorrow through his school. You won't be allowed within 500 feet of him. At last, Evelyn found her voice. You can't do that. I have rights. You have no rights to my grandson, Dad stated icily. The preliminary evidence has already been examined by Family Court Judge Emily Walker. She understands the need to shield kids from harmful relatives. After a thorough hearing, the temporary restraining order will be issued on Monday. The evidence of Dr. Susan Miles regarding the behavioral pattern will be persuasive. He unlocked the front door. November air surged in, cold. Dad continued. One more thing. Glancing at Isaac. At the uncle who had chuckled, at the cousins who had remained quiet. You're picking sides if you maintain contact with Serafina or Evelyn, allow this conduct to persist, or advise David to forgive and go on. It's as simple as that. If you select them, you choose to stay out of Archer's life. Then, leaving my mother sitting on the couch in disbelief, he left with my sobbing son. In front of a room full of relatives and surrounded by broken toys, my sister realized that something irrevocable had just happened. I glanced to my mother, Evelyn, and Isaac, who had finally stopped giggling at my mute cousins, Diane and Robert. When I said, "Get out of my house," I spoke in a steady, composed tone. All of you. David, please. Mom pleaded, breaking down in tears. We can talk about this. We can fix this. You've had 32 years to fix this. You chose not to. Now get out. But get out. Freya went over to the door and opened it. Waited. One by one. They dispersed. Mom is crying, tripping, and running mascara. Evelyn was suddenly silent, her hands trembling, her face pale. Isaac murmurs about exaggerated reactions. The cousins don't look at each other. Freya shut the door, locked it, and attached the chain when the last person had left. We were standing in our ruined living room, with smashed glass, ripped wrapping paper, broken toys all over the place, and a wine stain all over the floor. I inquired, "Is Archer okay?" Freya said in a trembling voice, "Your dad has him. He's safe." David, what just happened? Sincerely. I don't know. I said. But I think my dad just ended his marriage to protect our son. It buzzed on my phone. Dad texted. Archer's okay. We're getting ice cream. Come whenever you're ready. Bring the other presents. The ones Evelyn didn't destroy. We'll open them together. One more buzz. I didn't identify the other number. Mr. Hayes, this is Christopher Adams, your father's attorney. He's asked me to reach out to you directly. We need to discuss the restraining order against your sister and the evidence you've been collecting. Can you come to my office Monday at 9:30 a.m.? My paralegal will email you the address. I showed Freya the texts. Her words. Your dad really did this. He really left her after 42 years. Because of Archer. Because of you. Replied Freya. Because he finally saw what your mother has been doing to you your entire life. We began tidying up, picking up ripped paper, sweeping glass, and recovering the gifts that could be preserved. My phone rang at 5:23 p.m. Mom, I said without responding. There was a voicemail. I turned on speaker. I know Evelyn went too far today, but she's still your father and sister. David, please. You have to understand. We can make things right. We're family. Family forgives. He's not thinking straight. He's agitated, but he'll settle down and realize he's making a mistake. Please give me a call back. That's what family does. I removed it. Evelyn texted at 6:47 p.m. You're going to regret this. You've destroyed our family over a few toys. Mom's devastated. Dad's having some kind of breakdown. And for what? Because I made a joke. You're pathetic. After taking a screenshot, I forwarded it to Christopher Adams's email address. I put it in the evidence folder. Freya's parents arrived around 7:15 p.m. They had attended a wedding but had not been there for the celebration. Freya's mother broke down in tears as we told them what had happened. For Archer, not for my mom. She remarked, that poor baby, on his birthday. How could anyone do that? Easily, I replied. When you've been enabled your entire life and never faced consequences. At 8:30 p.m., we took the car to the Sure-In. Archer's favorite foods, pizza, chicken tenders, fries, and room service were ordered by Dad. Additionally, he had purchased replacements for some of the damaged presents at Target. New books, a toy truck, and a new Lego kit. Archer inquired, his eyes stained with tears but brightening at the sight of gifts. Can we do cake? Absolutely, replied Dad. The bakery downstairs gave me a cake. Dinosaurs. And chocolate. Sound good? Archer gladly nodded. In a motel room, we sung Happy Birthday. Archer smiled at his grandfather's awful dinosaur imitation, blew out the candles on a store-bought cake, and unwrapped presents without anyone breaking them. Everyone there genuinely cared about Archer, so even though it wasn't the celebration we had planned, it was still better. Genuinely cared about his happiness and shielded him rather than shielding his abuser. Dad drew me aside at 10:47 p.m. after Archer had dozed off on the hotel bed while holding his new T-Rex toy. Silently, I need to show you something, he said. He opened a folder on his phone after taking it out. There were hundreds of pictures within. Mom's journal pages were photographed page by page. I began to read. March 15, 2007. Evelyn told Freya's friends that Freya was sleeping with her boyfriend. Wasn't true. Freya tried to confront Evelyn, but Evelyn denied it. Freya lost all her friends. Evelyn laughed about it. October 3, 2009. Evelyn stole money from her roommate's wallet, $200. Roommate accused her, but Evelyn blamed another girl in the dorm. The other girl got kicked out of school. Evelyn bought herself new shoes with the money. June 12, 2012. Evelyn sabotaged David's job interview by calling the company pretending to be a reference and giving a bad review. David didn't get the job. Evelyn told me she did it because she was jealous of his degree. November 8, 2015. David's college thesis was purposefully destroyed by Evelyn. His laptop got coffee on it. In 2 weeks, he had to rework 40 pages. Almost made it to graduation on time. I saw Evelyn smile after, even though she claimed it was an accident. In-depth records of brutality, year after year, page after page. In my mother's handwriting, she wrote, "Talk to Evelyn. She promises she'll be better." I'm sure it was just a misunderstanding. At the bottom of each entry. I kept whispering. She knew, the entire time. She's known since Evelyn was 17, Dad remarked. While packing to leave, I discovered the first journal in her closet. Afterward, I discovered 6 more that covered a 20-year period, documenting every act of cruelty and naming every victim. And each time, all she did was advise Evelyn to improve. "Why didn't you ever say anything?" Dad said. "Because I didn't know," and his voice broke. She concealed them and had them locked in a box in her closet. I only discovered them when the box fell when I was packing to leave. Once I started reading, I couldn't stop and went through all of them in 7 hours. 20 years of proof that she opted to keep Evelyn safe while knowing who she was. What are you going to do with them? In the divorce, they will demonstrate a history of favoring Evelyn over everyone else, including you. Dr. Susan Miles, Christopher Adams, and now you have copies, which are proof of knowing, deliberate facilitation of abuse. They will present written proof that Evelyn has been a threat to others for almost 20 years in the restraining order lawsuit. He shut the folder. Your mother made her choice a long time ago, David. Today, she just had to face the consequences, and I had to face that I've been complicit by staying with her, by letting her gaslight you, by not protecting you sooner. Tears were streaming from his eyes. I apologize. I should have taken care of this years ago, Dad. I grew up seeing her ruin you, and seeing her defend Evelyn while you were the one who got in jail for responding to Evelyn's harshness. I convinced myself that things would improve and that you would move out and be free of it. However, after you had Archer, I saw it begin anew and recognized that unless I intervened, it would never end. I saw her justify Evelyn's treatment of Archer. I gave him a hug. This 70-year-old dad had just blown up his whole life to keep his grandson safe. Thank you. I replied. I sat at Christopher Adams's office on Monday at 9:30 a.m. He had wireframe spectacles, gray hair, and a wall full of legal degrees and certifications. He was 58 years old. Freya was standing next to me. Dad had suggested a forensic psychologist named Dr. Susan Miles, who was across the desk. Christopher took out a big folder and remarked, "Let's review what we have. The divorce case involving your father is simple. The journals alone are damning. Add in the evidence you've gathered. 42 years of documented financial deception and emotional abuse," he said, gesturing to my phone. "And we have an ironclad case." "What about the restraining order against Evelyn?" asked Freya. "That's where Dr. Miles comes in," Christopher explained. Dr. Miles bent over. Perhaps 60 years old, she had a severe countenance but loving eyes. From a psychological perspective, Evelyn exhibits a distinct pattern of antisocial behavior with narcissistic traits. The destruction of Archer's gifts isn't an isolated incident. I've examined all the documentation, journals, text messages, security footage, and witness statements your father gathered. It's a long-standing habit of deliberate brutality. Will a judge grant the restraining order? I inquired. Almost certainly, she replied. The temporary order will be granted immediately. Judge Emily Walker is excellent at protecting children from toxic family members. I would be shocked if she denied it given this level of documentation. The hearing for the permanent order is scheduled for 3 weeks from now, but Evelyn will need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she poses no threat to Archer, which is practically impossible given her behavior history. I said, what about my mother? She's going to fight this. Let her, said Christopher. Every time she contacts you, screenshot it. Every voicemail, save it. Every text documented. The more she harasses you, the stronger your father's divorce case becomes. We're arguing that she prioritized Evelyn over everyone else for decades, including you and Archer. The more she defends Evelyn now, the more she proves our point. That is precisely what transpired over the course of the following 3 weeks. Mom begged me to understand, to forgive, and to remember that family is forever in 17 phone calls, 3 voicemails, and 48 texts. I sent Christopher all of the documentation. From apologetic, I'm sorry I went too far. Please let me make it up to Archer, to threatening, you're going to regret ruining my relationship with my nephew. I'll make sure everyone knows what a vindictive you are, to desperate, mom's a mess. Dad's destroying her all over your overreaction. How can you live with yourself? Evelyn sent 23 texts. I kept a record of everything. I forwarded everything to Christopher. Once, my uncle Isaac called to tell me that true men forgive and that I was destroying the family. After hanging up, I blocked his number. This is awkward, but I'm supporting Serafina and Evelyn because they're family, 3 cousins said in different ways. I assured them I would not be contacting them again and thanked them for making their position clear. 2 cousins contacted us to claim they had seen Evelyn's actions for years and were prepared to give statements if necessary. I made a connection between them and Christopher Adams. Freya's relatives, including her parents, brothers, aunts, and uncles, drove around us in wagons. They were very explicit about their support for us. Archer was safe. Freya's father, a kind man who had never raised his voice in his life but told his brother-in-law, my uncle Isaac, to go to hell when Isaac called to complain, was the person to contact if anyone had a problem with it. 11 days after Archer's ruined birthday celebration, on November 27, the restraining order hearing took place. Evelyn arrived with a young lawyer in a fancy suit who obviously had no idea what he was getting himself into. Mom was also present, seated behind Evelyn and seemed to have aged 10 years. Before addressing 4-year-old Judge Emily Walker, who has served on the bench for 22 years, silently went over the evidence for 15 minutes. Miss Hayes, she told Evelyn, I've reviewed the security footage, the text messages, the witness statements, and the journal entries documenting your behavior toward your nephew and others. I've also reviewed Dr. Miles's psychological assessment. Evelyn's attorney got to his feet. Your Honor, my client admits she made an error in judgment at the birthday party. Judge Walker reiterated bluntly, but an error in judgment? Is that what we're calling the deliberate destruction of a child's birthday presents while he cried? It was a momentary lapse. A momentary lapse doesn't explain the pattern of behavior documented over 20 years. The court stated. The ruined cake on his first birthday, the falsehoods about his father, and his grandmother's manipulation to allow maltreatment. This is a pattern of deliberate brutality, not an isolated incident. She gave Evelyn a look. The temporary restraining order is hereby made permanent. Evelyn Hayes is prohibited from coming within 500 feet of Archer Hayes, from contacting him directly or indirectly, from attending any school or extracurricular activities where he is present, and from communicating about him on social media. This order is effective immediately and will remain in effect until Archer turns 18 unless modified by this court. Evelyn's expression fell flat. But he's my nephew. He's a child who needs protection from someone who deliberately hurts him. Judge Walker declared, the evidence is overwhelming. Just the journal entries are incriminating. For 20 years, your own mother kept a record of your harsh actions, yet she took no action. It's not love. That's enabling abuse. She signed the order. Next case. Dad was waiting in the corridor. He had attended the hearing but sat in the back. Evelyn was crying outside the courtroom, and Mom was trying to soothe her without looking at us. He gave me a hug as we emerged. It's done, he replied. She can't hurt Archer again. 4 months later, the divorce was formalized, and Dad received the house. Judge Emily Walker decided that Mom's financial deceit giving Evelyn $92,000 without Dad's knowledge and emotional abuse justified an unequal distribution of assets. Dad also received the car, his retirement funds, and his full pension. Evelyn lost her job at Bradshaw Marketing after someone I never found out sent copies of the journal entries demonstrating her pattern of cruelty and manipulation to the company. HR decided she was a liability risk and fired her. Mom received her retirement account and enough money to rent an apartment. No alimony, as the documented enabling of abuse and financial deception eliminated that. She moved in with Mom. As far as I know, they both live in a 2-bedroom apartment in the suburbs, with Mom working as a receptionist, and Evelyn working in retail. They tell anyone who will listen that they are the victims, that Dad and I destroyed their family, and that we are unforgiving and cruel. But most people don't listen. 6 months after Archer's birthday, we had another party, a do-over, at a park with all of Archer's friends, Freya's family, my dad, and the cousins who had reached out to support us. Archer blew out candles on a dinosaur cake. Most people have seen the evidence, heard the stories, and formed their own opinions. Played on the playground until he was tired and content, opened presents that no one had trashed, and received a special gift from Dad, a photo album filled with images from Archer's whole life every birthday, holiday, and significant occasion. So you always remember, Dad stated, that you're loved, really loved by people who would never hurt you, who would protect you from anyone who tried. Archer embraced him. I love you, Grandpa. I love you, too, kiddo. I discovered Dad sitting on our back porch that night after Archer had gone to sleep. He appeared older now, more worn out, but also lighter, less burdened. Do you feel bad about it? He pondered for a long time. I asked, leaving her, ending a 42-year marriage. No, he finally said. I wish I had done it sooner. I'm sorry I let you grow up believing you were the issue. The best thing I've done in years was to leave her and defend Archer, even though I regret not defending you the way I should have. She calls me sometimes, I replied. Leaves voicemails. What does she say? I'm preventing her from seeing her grandson? I'm exaggerating, but she apologizes. That Evelyn has changed and merits a second opportunity. That I have been brainwashed by you. What are your thoughts? I believe that some people prioritize being right over being good. Even if their beloved child is ruining everyone around them, I believe some people will defend them. Some people, in my opinion, are unfixable as they don't believe they are flawed. Dad gave a slow nod. My mother, your grandma, once said something. To keep someone else warm, you cannot set yourself on fire. That's what your mother did with Evelyn for 42 years. To keep Evelyn warm, they set everyone else on fire. She pretended that I was the bad guy when I eventually said no more and decided to put you and Archer before her comfort. Are you content? I inquired. He grinned, a sincere yet melancholy smile. I've not been happier in 20 years. I don't have to see someone I care about, suffer, and then come up with an excuse every morning. That makes the cost of entry worthwhile. Archer turned 6 a year after his birthday celebration was ruined. Dad was there, of course, along with Freya's family and the cousins who had supported us, and we had a little party at home with our close friends and family. Archer opened presents slowly, enjoying each one, pausing halfway through to glance at me. Will Aunt Evelyn smash my gifts, Daddy? My heart ached a little. No, friend. She's gone, and she won't ever damage your gifts again. Good. He resumed gift opening. Freya later discovered me in the kitchen. He asked me the same thing last week, she muttered, since he asked me whether Aunt Evelyn was invited when we were gathering party supplies. He seems relieved when I told him no. He's 6 years old and he's relieved that his aunt isn't coming to his birthday party because he's afraid she'll destroy his things. I understand. Mom made that possible. She spent 20 years protecting that. Someone who frightens kids. And your father put an end to it. He blew up his whole life to stop it, according to Freya. David. That is love. True love, not the perverted kind your mother refers to as love. I gave that some attention, as well as the distinction between genuine love and love that is performed, as well as between defending the cozy lie and confronting the painful reality. I replied, yeah, that's true love. Dad came over for Sunday dinner 2 years after the devastation of the birthday party. He had been dating a widow named Gemma, who laughed easily and didn't make excuses for misbehavior, and they appeared to be happy. Archer was now 7 years old, doing well in soccer in 2nd grade, though he still occasionally had nightmares about his 5th birthday. That is normal and getting better, according to his therapist, Dr. Raymond Keller, a child psychologist with 12 years of experience specializing in family trauma. How is your mom doing? Even though he had made it apparent that he had no intention of making amends, Dad would always ask while we were doing the dishes after dinner. He continued to call periodically, send cards on holidays, and insist that she was the victim. I have no idea, Evelyn. I've blocked her on all platforms. When I last spoke with her, she had relocated to Seattle, was employed as a bartender, and continued to place the blame for her issues on other people. Dad was silent for a while. Do you believe she will ever change? No, I replied, because she would have to acknowledge her error first, and people like Evelyn never acknowledge their mistakes. It's always someone else's fault. Another person overreacted. Another person didn't comprehend. Your mother's the same way. I know. He mentioned that in the cabinet after drawing the final plate. You did a good job of defending Archer, recording everything, and confronting them when it would have been simpler to ignore them. You didn't have to do that. I responded, removing the wedding band, leaving, and submitting a divorce petition. You did good. Too. He stated plainly, yes, I did, because some things are more significant than 42 years of history. Avoiding conflict isn't the only thing that matters. And my wife's sentiments are not as important as my grandson's safety. That evening, after my father had departed, Archer had fallen asleep, and Freya had gone to bed. I sat in our living room in the exact location where my sister had ruined my son's birthday presents 2 years prior, to the amusement of my family. I nearly erased the text message from an unknown number that buzzed on my phone, but I had to open it for some reason. This is Mom, David. You blocked my old number, so I obtained a new one. I just wanted to let you know that I've been reflecting on what transpired, what my father stated, and the notebooks he discovered. I apologize, but I know you probably won't believe me. I apologize. I apologize for choose Evelyn above you. I apologize for my excuses. I apologize for not protecting you. I don't want to be forgiven. I wanted to let you know that I can now see it. I apologize for what I did and what I made possible. Some apologies come too late, and some damage cannot be undone, so after reading it 3 times, I deleted it. Some people should have to live with the repercussions of their decisions, and some relationships cannot be saved. That was enough. More than enough. That was everything. I blocked the new number and went to bed, sleeping peacefully in a home where my wife was content, my son was protected, and the individuals who had harmed us could no longer reach us. I exposed my sister-in-law's secret daughter, because she tried to seduce my husband. So, my brother ending the marriage and keeping the child. Before I welcomed her secret baby daddy, my sister-in-law tried to sleep with every male at my events. Sarah here, to tell you about my most insane scenario. My brother Daniel married Emily 2 years ago, starting this whole process. I should have seen something was odd early. Emily and I met at their engagement celebration. She entered wearing a dress held together by hope and prayer. I don't judge what people dress, but this was my parents' family cookout. My mom, grandma, and Emily arrived looking like she was going to a Miami nightclub. But Daniel was thrilled, so I stayed quiet. I used to throw several parties. My husband, John, and I had just acquired this lovely suburban house. 3 bedrooms, a completed basement, and a great garden with a deck for entertaining. John and I loved hosting game evenings, birthday parties, 4th of July cookouts, and holiday parties. Everyone wanted to hang out at our house, so Emily came to everything. The first occurrence occurred during my October birthday party. I invited around 25 people, work pals, John's friends, relatives, neighbors, a terrific mix. Everyone was having fun. People laughing, music playing, drinks pouring. I was refilling chip dishes in the kitchen when my buddy Rachel entered looking embarrassed. Can I talk to you briefly? She asked. Sure. What's up? She hesitated. This is awkward, but you should know. Your brother's fiancé cornered my husband Chris in the hallway and requested him to visit the upstairs. Well, I froze. What? Yes. Chris laughed it off and came to find me, but she was aggressively hitting on him. I doubted it. Maybe she was friendly. Maybe she believed he wanted a house tour. I got this look from Rachel. Sarah. She asked if he worked out and put her palm on his chest, then suggested they go somewhere private. My stomach sank. I sought Emily. She was laughing loudly on the balcony and touching David, another acquaintance. His wife stood there enraged. I took Emily aside. Can we talk? Sure. What's up? All innocent, she claimed. I want you to be comfortable. You don't know everyone here. I'm fine. Everyone's great, especially your friends. Her strange smile made my skin crawl. So I didn't confront her. Not then. I watched her based on Rachel's word, and my own suspicions. That Thanksgiving, we had a big family dinner at my parents' house. My dad's brother and cousins came. Crowded and crazy was perfect. Emily wore another awful attire. My grandma stared at a low-cut top with disgust as she worked the room. She laughed too loudly at bad jokes. She touched arms while talking. Leaned too near. She talked to my cousin Ethan for 20 minutes in the garage before his fiancé found him. Emily showed Ethan something on her phone while their shoulders touched when his girlfriend found them. Ethan was relieved when his girlfriend appeared. Later, I saw Emily with my uncle's friend Jake in the hallway. She boxed him in with her palm on the wall next to his head. Marriage and 3 children made him look like he wanted to blend into the wallpaper. Daniel didn't notice or didn't want to. January saw their wedding. Small ceremony. I was a bridesmaid despite knowing Emily little. The whole event felt hasty, but Daniel claimed love. Emily danced with almost every man except Daniel at the wedding reception. She fought the best man more than her husband. I was pulled aside by my mom. Is Emily being inappropriate or just me? It's not just you, Mom. Have you addressed Daniel? I tried. My mother sighed. He won't listen. He's an adult. He'll figure it out. But I doubted it. Post-wedding, things grew worse. John and I hosted a February Super Bowl party. Maybe 35 people in our house. Emily wore tight pants and a 2-size small jersey. 4 guys pulled me aside by halftime. Matt, my coworker, said she asked him whether he was satisfied in his relationship and proposed they go get drinks alone. John's friend Mark stated she kept justifying sitting next to him on the couch and pressing her leg against his. David, my neighbor, stated she requested him to find something in her car. Once outside, she asked if he had considered dating someone new. David was married with 2 kids, but it got stranger. I went downstairs to get additional beers from the basement fridge during order 4. Emily was with Eric, another John friend, down there. Eric looked rather uncomfortable standing so close. Just checking out the basement, Emily said when she noticed me. Eric nearly raced upstairs. I stopped being nice. Emily was making another drink in my kitchen. We need to talk, I said. About what? About you pursuing every male at my parties. She chuckled. Actually laughed. I'm just friendly, Sarah. Not my fault your pals care. They're bored. Quite uncomfortable. You make people uncomfortable in my home. Maybe you're jealous. I blinked. Excuse me? Come on. You host parties, but no one notices. I arrive and become the center of attention. You must find that difficult. I wanted to expel her then. She was Daniel's wife, my sister-in-law, family. You need to stop. I whispered. Or you're banned. She rolled her eyes and left. The next day, I called Daniel and explained everything. People informed me about my birthday party, Thanksgiving, Super Bowl party, and everything else. He disbelieved me. He answered, Emily's just friendly. She's social. Your reading is off. Daniel, 4 married men informed me she was hitting on them. They probably lied because they were rejected while interested. Emily's lovely. Some guys can't handle that. You think John's friend Mark lied? You knew him 9 years. I suppose people see what they want. You may have never tried Emily. That hurt because it was false. I tried to greet her. Although I tried to involve her, I recognized arguing was fruitless. Daniel was deep. So I chose. Nobody invited Emily to gatherings anymore. Anything we hosted would be small. Only close pals knew the scenario. I stopped inviting Daniel, so I rarely saw him. My parents noticed. My mom wondered why Daniel never came. Ask his wife, I said. I didn't tell them everything. It felt too messy, too embarrassing. My dad mediated. He invited Daniel and me to lunch one March Saturday. What's going on with you two? He questioned at the restaurant. Nothing, I said. Nothing, Daniel repeated. You used to be close, now you barely talk. Did something happen? I asked Daniel. He regarded me. Daniel concluded. We just have different opinions about some things. About what? About Emily, I replied bluntly. I think she's not who Daniel thinks she is. Daniel set down his fork. Here we go again. I'm just being honest, Dad. Emily has issues. And Daniel won't see them. My dad asked. What kind of issues? I considered telling him everything. Daniel looked so defensive and hurt that I retreated. No matter. Lunch ended awkwardly. Months passed. John and I mainly stayed to ourselves. We had small dinner parties with a few trusted couples, but I heard things through the grapevine. Rachel told me Emily attended a mutual friend's birthday celebration without Daniel. She tried to make out with the birthday boy while drunk. His fiancé expelled her. Emily posted inappropriate Instagram messages to my cousin Ethan, asking him if he thought about her, according to his wife. Ethan showed his girlfriend the texts if he wanted to meet together secretly. After blocking Emily, they learned she was dismissed from a dentistry business for flirting with married patients. Daniel didn't know or was in denial. I felt sorry for him. My brother was decent. He deserved better. Finally, in June, I saw someone I hadn't seen in years. Someone called my name while I was at Target buying patio furniture. Sarah. Sarah Davis. I turned. Standing there was James Lee. We were high school classmates. Not seen him since graduation. Oh my God. James. Hi. Wow, it's been forever. How are you? Chatted and caught up. After working as a software developer in California for a few years, he returned to town. Returned home to be near relatives. We should get coffee, he remarked. Catch up properly? Yeah, definitely. Actually, my husband and I are having a small barbecue this Saturday. Just a few people. You should come. Not sure why I invited him. Perhaps he appeared normal, friendly, and safe. He arrived Saturday with a 6-pack of artisan beer and a smile. John liked him instantly. They discussed sports and video games. James fit nicely with our tiny group of pals. James said something interesting as we were by the grill. So, I actually know your sister-in-law, he joked. Nearly dropped my drink. What? Emily? Yeah, we dated back in college for a while. Didn't end great, but that was years ago. My thoughts raced. You dated Emily? Well, dated is maybe generous. We hooked up for a few months. She was intense, really clingy. Then she just disappeared one day. Blocked me on everything. I heard through mutual friends that she had moved across the country. When was this? Thought about it. Maybe 3 years ago. I was finishing up my degree. Did she talk about her family 3 years ago, before she met Daniel? James looked uneasy. Why are you asking? I'm just trying to understand her better. She's been difficult. He sighed. Look, I don't want to start drama, but when we were together, she told me some things. She said she had a kid, a baby, but she gave it up because she couldn't handle being a mom. It felt like a punch. She has a child. I don't know if it's true. Emily lied about a lot of things. She might have made it up for sympathy or attention, but she told me she had a baby when she was 20 and gave the father full custody. Said she just wasn't ready for that life. Daniel never mentioned this, therefore Emily never told him. Did you meet the father? No, she never talked about him. Just that he existed somewhere with their kid. James left a few hours later, and I kept thinking about it. Why would Emily lie to Daniel about having a child? After 2.5 years together, they married for 7 months. Unless she was fleeing, you'd mention that. Anyone would do what I did. Started digging. I found Emily's Facebook. The lock was firm, but I could see her friends list. I searched every person for hints and found him. Someone named Luke Harris. He has a 4-year-old girl in his profile picture. The resemblance to Emily was uncanny. Similar eyes, nose, and smile. I browsed his public images. Dozens of photos showed him with this female. He was a kind father at the park, birthday celebrations, and zoo. The earlier images from 5 years ago showed pregnant Emily, Emily carrying a newborn. Emily, young and stressed. The photo ended. Luke and the girl were the latest. No Emily. His relationship status was checked. Single. He resided in the same state 30 minutes from us. My heart raced as I stared at my laptop. Emily had daughter. She abandoned her daughter. She started going on married men at my functions, pretending to be someone else. The next few days were consumed with it. I checked Luke's Instagram. Little girl pics again. Her name was Mia. She appeared content and cherished. Mia appeared in preschool graduation photos. A beach day with ice cream and toys. Luke seems like a good parent. Every caption was nice. Sunshine, my child. Best day with my girl in the park. Mia insisted on wearing her tutu to the store. Who am I to refuse? I was furious again. This girl's mother abandoned her. My mother was married to my brother and lied about her history. I should have informed Daniel immediately. It would have been right. But I was mad. So mad. Emily's lying, making my brother look foolish, and insulting my house and friends made me angry. I changed my plan. John felt I was insane when I told him. You want to invite this random guy to our 4th of July party? Said. He's not random. He's Emily's baby daddy, the one she abandoned. Sarah, this is playing with fire. She's been playing with fire at every single one of our parties, hitting on married men, making people uncomfortable, lying to my brother. I'm just evening the score by ambushing her, by giving her a taste of her own medicine. John stared at me. You really want to do this? Yes. He sighed. Okay, but I'm staying close in case things get ugly. I messaged Luke on Facebook. Keep it simple. Hi, Luke. You don't know me, but I'm Daniel Hayes' sister. Daniel is married to Emily. I'm having a 4th of July party, and I'd love for you to come. I think it's time some people met you. If you're interested, here's my address, and the time. Answered within an hour. Does Emily know you're inviting me? No. And she doesn't know Daniel knows about Mia either because she never told him. The silence was long. I saw him typing, stopping, and typing again. Finally, she never told him about Mia. Never mentioned her. Not once. In 2.5 years. He said. I'll be there. Our 4th of July party was our largest since the Super Bowl. I invited all our loved ones, neighbors, and Daniel and Emily. I invited long-lost friends, my first job coworkers and college classmates. I wanted people. I wanted witnesses. Daniel was glad I included them. He believed I could be warming to Emily. I'm glad we're going to be there. he remarked on the phone. I missed hanging out at your place. Yeah, me too, I lied. A little remorse was eating me. I doubted my plan, but not enough to cancel it. John noticed. You okay? He inquired the night before party. I keep thinking maybe I should just tell Daniel privately, not do this whole confrontation thing. You could, but would he believe you without seeing it for himself? That was it. Daniel always supported Emily when I raised concerns. Must see the truth. He needed proof. Also, he said, Luke deserves to confront her. 2. She abandoned their daughter. She should have to face that. He was right. The party started at 2. People started arriving on schedule. The sun was shining and the temperature was just right. John grilled. I have food booths in the backyard. My mom brought her renowned potato salad. Dad managed the cooler, ensuring everyone had cold drinks. My cousin brought sparklers for nighttime. It felt familiar. Daniel and Emily arrived at 2:30 before the drama. Emily donned a red bikini and denim shorts in front of my family. Mom looked appalled. My dad shook his head and murmured. The 85-year-old granny with no filter shouted, Is that girl wearing underwear or a bathing suit? People laughed uneasily, but Daniel didn't notice anything strange. He drank beer and chatted. Emily began her act, touching arms, laughing loudly, and approaching males. I saw her corner Mike, John's coworker, by the cooler. Saw her lean in and whisper, which made him flee. Her next target was my cousin Ethan, then Mark from next door. She circled prey like a shark. She once plopped herself in my friend Matt's lap while he was in a lawn chair. His wife was upset. Matt sprang up quickly, almost knocking Emily over. Sorry, Emily laughed. I thought you wouldn't mind. I mind. Matt's wife remarked frankly. Emily shrugged and continued. I checked my phone. 3:30. Luke should arrive soon. My heart raced. Felt like throwing up. John grabbed my shoulder. You sure about this? Too late to back out now. Around 4, the doorbell rang. John stared at me. I nodded. So he answered. Luke Harris entered my garden with alcohol and looked apprehensive. He was tall, maybe 6'2", with black hair and gentle eyes. He wore trousers and a button-down shirt and seemed like a fine guy you wouldn't abandon with a baby. Thanks for having me. He whispered. Thank you for coming, I said. Emily wasn't paying attention because she was talking to Rachel's husband again, too close. I took Luke to the drink table, bought him a beer, and introduced him to John. Luke, this is my husband John. This is Luke Harris, John. An old acquaintance of Emily's. John shook hands. Nice to meet you. You too. How do you know Emily? John asked, playing along perfectly. Just we have a daughter together, Luke added. Nearby folks quieted down to listen. Then Daniel came over. Hi Sarah. Do we have any more? He stopped, glanced at Luke. Sorry, I don't think we've met. Luke extended his hand. Luke Harris. Daniel shook it, bewildered. Daniel Hayes. Are you Sarah's friend? Actually, I'm here because I know your wife. Face color faded from Daniel. You know Emily? Yeah. About 5 years ago, we dated. We have a daughter. First name Mia. She turned 4. As my brother processed this information, his countenance went from confusion to disbelief to rage. You talking about what? Daniel said quietly. The backyard quieted as more people gathered, sensing drama. Emily recognized she had gone pale while standing 15 feet away, probably hearing or seeing Luke. She stood frozen, staring. As if headed to execution, she slowly crossed. Luke, she said. Her whisper was barely audible. Hey, Emily, he remarked gently. Long time. Daniel glanced between them. Can someone explain? Emily's mouth opened and closed silently. Luke said. Instead, Emily and I dated for 2 years. Mia was our daughter. Emily decided she didn't want to be a mother at 6 months. She gave me complete custody and departed. No word from her since. Everyone was watching as the backyard went silent. Daniel faced Emily. Is this true? She eventually spoke. Daniel, I can explain. Is it true? Do you have a daughter? Yes, but it's complicated. You had a child and never told me? Daniel shook. We've been together 2.5 years, married 7 months, and you have a child you never mentioned. I was going to tell you when. When would you inform me? Emily noticed everyone staring. May we discuss this privately? No, Daniel insisted. We're discussing it. Emily, why is he here? How did he discover you? She looked at me and I saw her comprehend what I did. You invited him, she told me. You did this on purpose. I did, I add. I thought Daniel deserved to know the truth about who he married. You had no right. I had every right. My house, party, and brother, you lied to us. Luke started again. I didn't come to make trouble, but when Sarah asked, I thought Daniel should know about Mia. If Emily wouldn't tell him, someone should. Daniel regarded Luke. You have daughter photos? Yeah, tons. Luke showed Daniel photographs of a lovely girl with Emily's eyes on his phone. Daniel stared at the phone screen in disbelief. She's real, he muttered. Very real, he remarked. And a great kid, smart, funny, loves dinosaurs and painting. And Emily just left. Luke nods. She was there one day and gone the next. Left a note indicating she couldn't. Unsuitable for motherhood. Signed paperwork and moved cross-country. Her phone number changed. I was blocked everywhere. After several attempts over the years, she never responded to my requests for updates or photos. Daniel lingered over a photo of Mia clutching a first day of preschool. Sign. It was when? He asked. Last September, Luke remarked. Daniel repeated. We were married. And you? He faced Emily. You never mentioned your preschool-aged kid. Not once. Emily wept now. She was born when I was 20. I was unprepared. I couldn't cope. My mistake. Lying about having a kid is the mistake, Daniel said. Hiding her from me? How could you? I worried you'd judge me. If you knew, you wouldn't want me. So instead, you lied for 2.5 years, through dating, through getting engaged, through our entire wedding. You vowed to be honest with me in front of our families and friends. An entire person was hidden. I didn't know how to tell you. Emily cried. You could have told me in the beginning. But you didn't on day 100 or any of our 1,000 days together. Daily lies were your choice. Whispering began. My mom covered her mouth. My dad was outraged. And my grandmother looked perplexed, asking someone nearby what was happening. Rachel then spoke from across the yard. Maybe we should also talk about how she's been hitting on every married man at these parties. Emily spun. That's not true. Amanda, Mike's wife, replied. It is true. You've hit on my husband 3 times, including today. You were talking in his ear near the cooler. And mine, she continued. You asked David to meet you upstairs at Sarah's birthday party. And mine, added my neighbor, Mark's wife. You asked Mark if he ever considered cheating on me. Each woman spoke out, revealing stories and occurrences I didn't know about. Matt's wife rose. You sat in my husband's lap today in front of everyone like that was a normal thing to do. Cousin's girlfriend added. You asked my boyfriend on Instagram to hang out without me. You wanted to know him better. I worked with another woman who remarked. You cornered my fiancé at the company Christmas party and told him you thought he was too good for me. More ladies told their tales, some of which I knew and some were fresh. Emily attempted to kiss a husband at a New Year's Eve celebration. Had sent intimate images to a guy she met at one of our events. Had arrived uninvited to a house party and made out with a man in the bathroom before his girlfriend caught them. Daniel stood there impassively, but I could tell his hands were shaking. After everyone finished, he stared at Emily. We're done, he said. Daniel, please. All done. Please leave the apartment before week's end. You can't just. I can and am. This marriage ends. Emily frantically searched around for a defender, but everyone stared in scorn or pity. This is all your fault, she turned on me. You're jealous. You were always envious. Exactly what? I asked quietly. Your ability to lie, to cheat, to abandon your own child. I never wanted that child. I told Luke I wasn't ready from the start. He demanded we preserve it. Luke clenched jaw. I heard you wanted to try. You wanted a family. You convinced me. I lied. I'm good at that, obviously. It was frightening to hear her voice so sour. She had been caught and was angry. Daniel stared at her like a stranger. I don't even know who you are. Oh, please. You recognized me. You avoided admitting it. Your sister said I flirted. Other individuals probably warned you. Because you thought you could change me, you married me. You believed marriage would change me. I thought you loved me, Daniel whispered. I loved you. I love you. But I'm not what you wanted. I'm sorry I can't be some perfect wife who wants to play house and have babies and bake cookies. I never demanded perfection. I just wanted honesty. Emily took her purse from a chair. Fine. You want truth? So horrible for months. Being married to you bores. You live boringly. Boring gatherings. It was comfortable, so I stayed. Since you paid for everything and asked for nothing, yet I'm done pretending. Walking approached the front yard gate, she glanced back and saw Mia. I didn't regret abandoning her. No, wait. I'd do it again immediately. Motherhood was the worst 6 months of my life. Save your judgment of me. I don't care. We heard her car start a minute later and tires screech as she drove away. A long time passed before my granny loudly said, she was awful, right? Several laughed uncomfortably. After that, the party fell apart. Some people departed awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Others attempted to act normal, but the energy was gone. Daniel sat on my deck stairs with his head in his hands. I sat next to him. "I'm sorry." "Don't be," he responded. "You were right about everything. Your advice should have been followed months ago." Laughing sadly, he said, "A daughter. Never knew I had a stepdaughter. Maybe I almost had a stepdaughter. God, this is crazy." Luke joined Daniel on the other side. "For what it's worth," Luke remarked, "I'm sorry this happened, but I'm glad you recognize Mia deserves better than a mother who ignores her. Please allow me to inquire." Daniel replied, "Yes. You came today, why?" "You may have ignored Sarah's message. You lived without Emily again." Luke paused. "Mia asked about her mom. She wants to know where her mother is after seeing other kids with mothers. I told her mother loved her but couldn't remain. That adults make tough decisions, but that's difficult to explain as she ages. She's smart. Something's wrong, she knows." He inhaled. "I thought maybe if Emily saw me and was forced to face what she left behind, she might feel something and want to be part of Mia's life, if just a little. I didn't expect her to return full-time, but I felt she might have changed and want to meet her daughter." Daniel asked, "And now I realize that was probably naive." "Emily remains unchanged. She improved masking her true self." After some silence, Daniel asked, "Can you describe her?" "About Mia?" Luke smiled. "Yes, man. Certainly." Luke talked to Daniel about Mia for an hour while the party dispersed. He told him she loved dinosaurs and could name at least 18 species, wore tutus everywhere, even to the grocery store, was learning to read and would sound out street signs, and listed her favorite foods, bedtime routine, and preschool best friend. He showed Daniel movies of Mia dancing, playing, and laughing, and I watched my brother fall in love with a stranger. "You think I could meet her?" Daniel ultimately asked. "She's my stepdaughter even though we divorced. Or she was. If you agree, I'd like to see her." Luke grinned. "Yes, Guy. Mia might like that. She needs more kind people." My mom sat with them, then my dad, and soon my whole family was asking Luke about Mia and looking at pictures. My grandma insisted on films. "Let me see this precious child," she demanded. Luke showed her Mia singing a kids' show song. The whole face of my granny relaxed. "She's beautiful," she said. "She looks like her mother, but hopefully with a better heart." The following weeks were hectic. Emily left Daniel's apartment without a letter or farewell while he was at work. Daniel filed for divorce the following week because they'd only been married for 7 months and had no shared property or assets. His lawyer said it should be easy, but Emily's lawyer tried to make it difficult by claiming Daniel had been abusive, isolated her from friends and family, and deserved emotional distress compensation. Daniel's lawyer disproved her claims with emails and texts demonstrating Daniel's support, testimony from friends and family, and my 4th of July party surveillance tape revealing what transpired. Daniel and Mia were the true story, not the October divorce. Luke insisted on bringing Mia to meet Daniel a week after the party to check on things. Mia was a little, gorgeous youngster with pigtails and light-up sneakers holding a purple dinosaur almost as big as she was. Daniel was anxious. He went to 4 stores to get the right gift and chose a stuffed triceratops because Luke said that was her second favorite dinosaur. In Daniel's apartment, Mia peered about with wide eyes. "Your house is big," she said. Daniel bent to her. "Hi Mia. My name is Daniel. Friend of your dad." She focused on him. "Are you my mom's friend?" The question lingered. Luke nodded as Daniel looked at him. Daniel responded, "I was, gently, but no longer. Your mother and I are no longer pals. Did you fight?" "Something like that. My pal Emma and I sometimes fight. We apologize and become friends again. Adults sometimes quarrel and can't be friends again, but I'd want to be your friend if that's okay." Mia deliberated carefully. Daniel's toy dinosaur caught her attention. "Triceratops?" she asked. "It is." "Do you know dinosaurs well?" "I know everything about dinosaurs. My dad calls me an expert." Daniel grinned. "I know little about dinosaurs. Maybe you can teach me." Her face shone. "Really? You want my instruction? I would love that." Triceratops signifies 3-horned face. Check out its 3 horns. She indicated the plush animal. "And it's a herbivore, which means it only eats plants, not meat." I had no idea. It was late Cretaceous. That was ages ago. Even before my dad was born. Daniel laughed. "Even before I was born, too. Whoa, you're old." Luke tried not to laugh. "Mia, that's not polite. You're not old. Just older than me." "That's better," Daniel grinned. Mia educated Daniel about dinosaurs for an hour, showing him her backpack of plastic dinosaurs, explaining which were predators and which were vegetarians, and drawing a brachiosaurus. She crawled into his lap without thinking, made herself comfortable, and talked about dinosaurs. Luke nodded and smiled at Daniel. Mia hugged Daniel goodbye and departure. May I return to tell you about dinosaurs? She asked. Anytime you want. Daniel said, emotional. Next time, I'll discuss pterodactyls. Although not dinosaurs, they're cool. Daniel sobbed on his couch after they departed. I sat next to him and let him digest without speaking. He concluded, she's perfect. And Emily just left her. How could anyone leave that kid? Not sure. I loved her after 1 hour. How did Emily feel nothing after 6 months with her? Some aren't capable of loving others more than themselves. Dan wiped tears. I'd like to be in her life, Sarah. Not just an occasional visitor, but part of her existence. Then tell Luke that. In the following months, Daniel would pick Mia up from preschool when Luke had to work late, take her to the park on weekends, and attend her dance performance. Luke appreciated the aid and support. Luke and Daniel became friends after sharing custody. They watched sports while Mia played, went to the gym early in the mornings before Mia woke up, grabbed beers, and talked about their weeks. Mia blossomed with 2 unconditional lovers. She initially called Daniel Daniel, but in September, she asked, "Can I call you Dad Daniel?" Luke nodded at Daniel. "If you want to," Daniel cautioned. "I do because of Daddy Luke and Dad Daniel." "Is that okay?" "That's more than okay." "Good. Because Emma at school thinks she has 2 boy dads. I also have 2 dads, although one was married to my mom, which she found odd." I said it's normal. Just different. She was tightly held by Daniel. It's not weird at all. According to rumors, Emily relocated to Nevada. After 5 weeks of dating an online guy, they were engaged. Then he discovered she was still married to Daniel, something she had lied about. She moved to Arizona after the divorce, worked at a restaurant, and dated the manager. She friended my mom on Facebook in November. Emily wrote a long message apologizing for everything, claiming she was struggling, and hoping my mom would forgive her. Mom blocked her immediately. "I don't need fake apologies from that girl," stated. Daniel got a similar message. His was longer and more frantic. Emily said she made mistakes, wanted to see Mia, and was ready to have children. Luke received the message from Daniel. "Your thoughts?" Daniel asked. Luke sighed. "She probably seen your Mia Facebook photographs and realized what she's missing. She may want back in now that Mia's older and simpler. I expect her to disappear again when things become tough. So, we ignore it. I suppose we tell her she must prove herself serious to be in Mia's life. Therapy, continuous communication, scheduled appointments she attends, not just sentimental messages." Daniel responded to Luke's suggestions. Emily never replied. Less than a month later, she announced her engagement to a different man, using his surname on social media. "She'll keep doing this," Daniel added. "Finding some guy, pretending to be someone she's not, then moving on when it falls apart. Probably." I concurred. "But that's not your problem anymore. I just feel bad for whoever she ends up with next." "Then maybe you should warn them." It was considered by Daniel. "No more Emily. My obligation for her has ended." He was correct to let it go. Daniel celebrated his October divorce with a little party. Only family and close friends. Mia wore a princess outfit and plastic crown and demanded Daniel wear one too. "We're both royalty now," she said. My mom brought a cake that said Happy New Beginning. Mia was more delighted about the cake than Daniel. "Can I have the flower?" she asked, pointing to a frosted rose. "You can have all the flowers," Daniel said. She got icing on her face and clothing. Luke tried to clean her, but she squirmed. "I like being messy," she said. Mia came into Daniel's lap and murmured, "Will you always be my dad, Daniel?" The crowd fell silent. Luke nodded at Daniel from across the room. Mia was hugged by Daniel. "It would be great if you wanted me to." "I do because you're sweet, enjoy dinosaurs, hug well, and let me eat icing flowers." "Those are excellent reasons," Daniel remarked. Emotional. Luke joined them. "What about making it official? Could use a co-parent. And Mia could use someone else who's going to love her as much as I do." "Are you serious?" Daniel asked. "Dead serious. I watched you with her. You're great. You want to be here. Unlike her original mother. We'll resolve the legal issues. I want this if you do." Daniel glanced down at Mia, who was watching them with large eyes. "I want this," he said. The following week, they began the legal process, which was complex because Emily had given up her parental rights to Luke but not Daniel. Emily avoided calls and emails, making adoption consent difficult. Finally, Luke's lawyer found and served her papers. She first disputed, saying she might want to be in Mia's life eventually and didn't want to close that door. When the lawyer told her she had to pay child support to have parental rights, she swiftly backpedaled. Signed papers without objection. Daniel became Mia's guardian in December. Luke and Daniel celebrated with Mia ice cream after the paperwork were signed. "Will I get a new surname?" Mia asks. "We could hyphenate," Luke said. Rodriguez Hayes. It confused Mia when she pronounced it. That's too long. They chuckled. Well, figure it out, Daniel remarked, but Mia was more concerned with getting 2 scoops of ice cream. Please, it's a celebration. The dad said, fine, simultaneously. Her hands and face were covered in strawberry and chocolate ice cream. I'm a mess, she laughed. You're always a mess, Luke replied lovingly. But I'm your mess. That you are. A year and a half later, Mia has graduated kindergarten and can read basic novels. She loves dragon chapter books instead of dinosaurs. Daniel and Luke have split custody of Mia, who spends half the week at Luke's house and half at Daniel's apartment. They're all together so much that the schedule doesn't matter. Luke started dating Melissa, a teacher, a few months ago. She's patient and gentle with Mia, doesn't try to replace Emily, and just brightens her life. Daniel has had a few casual relationships, but claims he's focused on being Mia's dad. Mia has friends at school, does well in her subjects, takes dancing classes on Tuesdays and art classes on Thursdays, and is unconcerned about her eccentric family. When classmates ask about her mother, she shrugs and answers, I have no mother. Having 2 daddies is better. Emily was engaged to another guy and working at a gym in Colorado, when a mutual friend showed me her Instagram profile a few months ago. She publishes photos of herself at the gym, clubs, and parties living her best life. She never mentions Mia in her captions, photos, or that she has a daughter. Mia doesn't know that. She doesn't monitor Emily's social media, or ask about her anymore. She has Luke and Daniel. My parents treat her every chance they get, and John and I babysit every Tuesday and Thursday. She has a family that loves her. We had another big 4th of July party this year, the first since everything happened. Daniel, Luke, Melissa, and Mia arrived. Mia wore a red, white, and blue tutu and a shirt that stated, Daddy's girl with 2 arrows pointing up. First, people inquired where Emily was, what happened? Daniel shrugged and said, she's not part of our lives anymore, but we gained something better. He pointed to Mia, who was usually coated in popsicle liquid or dirt. No one made anyone uncomfortable at this gathering by hitting on their husbands. It was fun with excellent folks. I watched Daniel and Luke chase Mia around the yard while standing by the grill with John. She was laughing and bouncing in her tutu. You know, John continued, when you informed me about inviting Luke, I feared it might backfire. It sort of exploded. As I noted, yes, but best manner. You gave her 2 caring parents. You saved your brother from a bad marriage. I was fed up with Emily's crap. Your family was your priority. Differences exist. Maybe he was right. Maybe I was watching out for Daniel even while I was petty, or maybe my revenge scheme unexpectedly worked out well. Whatever, I'll take it. Mia ran to me panting. Can I get another popsicle, Aunt Sarah? What did Dad say? Daddy Luke said, ask you. Dad Daniel asked, ask you, so I'm asking. A laugh. Nice try. But you had 2. Try watermelon instead. Her nose furrowed. Can you cut it into triangles? I only like triangles. Deal. She dashed off again, and I cut watermelon into precise triangles. It felt like the joyful conclusion. Emily didn't obtain her divorce or poetic punishment for her falsehoods. The happy ending was a Tuesday afternoon cutting watermelon for a small girl with 2 loving dads and an aunt who will always watch out for her family. The best revenge isn't always revenge. Making ensuring your loved ones are safe from harm is sometimes enough. Sometimes that means inviting a baby daddy to a 4th of July party and seeing it all go apart. I have no regrets. Daniel and Luke took the day off work to send Mia off for 1st grade last week. They gave me a picture of Mia in the middle, holding both hands, wearing a backpack almost as big as her, smiling brightly. Caption, first day of 1st grade. She told her instructor she has 2 daddies and the coolest aunt. Thanks for everything, Sarah. This photo made me cry. Not because I felt vindicated or because Emily was missing out though she was, but because that tiny child was loved beyond measure by people who chose to be in her life. That's better than any drama, revenge, or party showdown. But seeing Emily's expression when she saw Luke at that gathering was also satisfying. My mother now displays a framed portrait of Mia on her mantle alongside photos of me and Daniel as children. That's my granddaughter, she informs inquirers. She isn't technically. Sometimes people say, she's my granddaughter. Mom repeats sternly. That topic is over. Mia learned to bike last month from my dad. Spent 3 weekends running with her in the park until she could do it alone. When she understood, she yelled, Grandpa, I'm doing it. Real tears from my dad. He subsequently said, I never thought I'd be a grandpa. You and John keep saying you're not ready for kids. Daniel's marriage ended. It might not happen for me, but now Mia. And now I have Mia, he said. That girl is exceptional. Mia is exceptional, happy, and loved despite Emily abandoning her. Luke claims she's been wondering why her birth mother left. What do you tell her? I asked. The truth. Sometimes, folks aren't ready to parent. It's unrelated to her. That she did nothing wrong. Is she convinced? I guess so. She's young enough to tolerate it. But I know it will get harder as she ages. More questions from her. She'll demand clarification. Luke groaned. We'll help her find Emily someday. Her choice. I won't lie about Emily. Mia deserves birth mother information. Daniel supports such strategy. They'll tell Mia everything. Being honest at the right age. Even Emily's infant photos are saved in case Mia wants to see them. Daniel told me, I don't want her to grow up thinking her mom is some mystery. I don't want to bash Emily either. That won't help Mia. You're a better person than I am, remarked I. I'd have some choice words about Emily. I do too. Mia needn't hear them. She needs to know that her grown-ups are mature and prioritize her. Of course he's right. I still think Emily deserves all her misfortune. Her Colorado engagement ended once the guy discovered Mia. Emily said Luke lied that Mia wasn't hers. Luke submitted images and documentation once the guy contacted to verify. The week-long engagement ended. Emily yelled at Daniel for damaging their love. Daniel blocked her. Finished. He said she can't blame me for her falsehoods longer. Lucky him. Mia lost her first teeth last month and was enthusiastic about the tooth fairy. Luke and Daniel stuffed her pillow with money. She woke up to $25. The tooth fairy is rich, she said. She bought a dragon book with the money. Read it in 2 days. My new title is Dragon Expert, she said, replacing Dinosaur Expert. What about Triceratops? Daniel inquired, pointing to the toy dinosaur he gave her on day 1. He's still my friend, but now I have new interests. Luke and Daniel glanced. Their daughter grew. Next month, Mia turns 6. Already preparing her celebration. I want a dragon cake. She told everyone who will listen. And I want to have it at Aunt Sarah's house because she has the best yard. I guess I'm hosting a 6-year-old's birthday. John is arranging games, my mom is baking, and my dad is decorating. It will be chaotic, but fantastic. The craziness of a loving family. Thinking about how this all started with me asking Luke to that 4th of July gathering feels unreal. I was furious that day, ready to expose Emily and punish her, but I never imagined this. To Mia having a loving family, Daniel discovering his calling as a dad, and Luke having a parenting partner. Sometimes life is strange. You accidentally build something lovely while seeking revenge. It could have been a planned event. Regardless, I'm delighted Mia gets the life she deserves, the life Emily couldn't give her, and I'm glad my brother became a dad, even if it was ridiculous. I'm the aunt who arranges parties and chops watermelon into triangles, but I wouldn't change it. Dad said, obey your parents. Then forged my signature. And sold my house. For $920K. I let it close then handed police the footage. He's facing prison. Dad grinned. We sold it for $920,000. I yelled. He struck me. Obey your parents. 24 hours later. We missed 63 calls. Mom cried. The police are here. I murmured. Enjoy prison. I'm 38, but standing on the Olympic Peninsula's edge, staring out at the Pacific Ocean's murky churning seas, feels ageless. My name is Evelyn. My job as a marine researcher is to study how the ocean eats land grain by grain. My family says, I'm the stubborn daughter who won't grow up. I'm a red line in their societal expectations, a variable in an unbalanced equation. The home behind me isn't grand. The ancient cedar structure smells like salt spray, old paperbacks, and damp wool. It is surrounded by ancient spruce trees with moss like wizards' beards on a ridge adjoining the national park. Developers saw this area as a gold mine to be stripped, sanitized, and sold to the highest bidder. The only place I've felt safe is there. Walter and Helen, my grandparents, left it to me. They skipped my parents, Russell and Marjorie, for a reason. My parents saw land as liquidity, not inheritance. I remember packing for my 20-month Maine assignment one morning. The heavy fog protected the home and obscured the tree line. Down at the tide pools, I checked the water levels again. I came here with my granddad when I was 8. See how the anemones cling to the slick rocks, he would say to Evelyn. The ocean crushes them for 10 hours a day, but they hold on. He taught me the ocean gives and takes, limits must be respected. I stood there, letting the chilly mist cover my face, recalling Grandpa Walter's death. His grasp on my hand was astonishing for a dying guy. His gruff voice drew me in. Don't let them have it, Evelyn, he murmured. Your father doesn't know the land. He only knows markets. Assure me. Let them not transform this into cash. I promise, I said, crying. I meant it. My phone buzzed in my heavy rain jacket's deep pocket, jolting me out of the memories. Wiping my sand-covered hands on my flannel shirt, I checked the screen. My mother. The text said, "We are 5 minutes away." No question mark. No question about the timing, just an arrival signal like a storm warning. I sighed, drowned out by the waves. Not ready for them. Never prepared for them. Being the black sheep of the family meant I was only useful when they needed something or someone to blame for their failings. My boots squelched as I returned up the muddy trail to the house, bracing myself for the conversation. I kicked off my boots in the mudroom, the rubber thudding against the floors. I viewed myself in the hallway mirror. No makeup, unkempt bun, silty practical clothing. My sister Chloe would have fun. She staged every family meeting like a lifestyle magazine picture shoot nobody read. I started the kettle when I entered the kitchen. The house was quiet save for the hallway, grandfather clock ticking, and the wind hissing. I examined the mantel's framed portrait of my grandparents. "Give me strength," I begged to the empty room. I feared this visit was more than social. They knew I was leaving for 5 years. They expected an empty house. Russell, my father, was shark-like. He smelled blood in the water from miles away. They were heard before seen. Trying to climb the steep gravel driveway, my father's luxury automobile engine wheezed. The automobile was designed for ballet platforms and city pavement, not Washington's pothole coast. It appeared next to my old Subaru, shining like a sleek black beetle in the wild jungle. Russell, my father, left first. Even on weekends, the tall, 6'8" wore Italian clothes. After seeing mud on his polished shoes, he grabbed a silk handkerchief from his pocket to wipe away a tiny spot. Marjorie, my mother, appeared. She clutched her costly handbag as if the trees could steal it. She peered around warily, scanning the tree line like a bear poised to charge. Finally, my sister Chloe, 30, lovely in a curated, filtered way, is scrolling on her phone, disregarding the spectacular vista. "God, it smells like rotting fish out here," Chloe said as she stepped out, her white sneakers sinking into the soft ground. "It's called nature, Chloe," I murmured, leaning against the porch railing and crossing my arms to separate us. "Hello, Mom." "Evelyn," my father murmured without looking at me. He scanned the roof. In evaluation, his eyes narrowed. "Your shingles have moss. Rot will result. Completely rebuild the roof." I know him. While it may cost $24,000, it is necessary to maintain asset value. "Dad, the roof is okay. I treated it last summer," I said, steadying my voice. "And it is a home, not an asset." "It looks cheap," he murmured, going past me into the house without asking, brushing my shoulder. They didn't sit inside. They stalked. A feeling of invasion. My mother checked the stone fireplace mantel for dust with a manicured finger. Finding some made her frown and wipe her pants. Chloe went to the window with her phone elevated to get a signal. Calculating, my father paced the main room. I could see his thoughts working. He ignored my house. Square footage was his focus. His focus was liquidity. The phone rang. He took it out to examine the screen. Before calming down, his face grew pale for a moment, a glimpse of raw dread I had never seen before. His voice dropped as he entered the corridor. I pretended to arrange papers on the table but strained my ears. His whisper traveled down the hall due to the old house's good acoustics. My father snapped, "I know the date," into the phone. I promised it. "No need to phone home. Listen to me. Here comes liquidity. I simply need a few weeks." My stomach nodded. Liquidity. Financial language for cash. Gamblers say, "I just need a few weeks" means I am in deep trouble. He hung up and returned to the room, adjusting his tie and trying to smile. "Evelyn, Maine, 20 months. What a long time to abandon a place like this." "I have a house sitter." I lied. "And a monitored security system." "It's not enough," my father shouted in the little room. "We need to talk about reality. Make tea." They didn't want any, but it gave me something to do with my hands to stop shivering. Around the massive oak dining table my grandfather hand-built 65 years ago, we sat. Scarred and discolored wood held history. My parents sat together. I sat alone on the other. "We have been thinking," my mother began, using her lovely, wavering voice to mislead me. "With you gone for so long, it worries us, the crime rates, the squatters, the winter storms. Nobody will know if a pipe explodes for weeks. Mama, I have insurance, and neighbors." "Neighbors?" Father scoffed. "The old widow a mile down the road? She can barely see past her porch." He produced a glossy pamphlet from his jacket pocket. Slided it across the table. It halted before my tea mug. The cover portrayed a smiling elderly couple golfing under a palm tree with perfectly white teeth. This was Sun Ridge Luxury Living, Scottsdale, Arizona. I looked up at him and inquired. "Our future," my mother replied, touching my hand. She had cold skin. "Evelyn, Your father's arthritis is worsening. The moist Seattle air kills him. We need dry weather. Chloe, she needs funding to open her boutique. Banks are problematic due to the economy. What do you want me to do? Though the pit in my stomach told me I knew the answer, I asked. Sell the house. Russell urged. The mask fell off completely. I have a developer pal. He loves this spot. He'll pay cash. Today, we sell this dump, buy the Scottsdale condo, fund Chloe's business, and boost your savings. Everyone wins. I am not selling, I said. My voice was soft yet forceful. Don't be selfish, Chloe said, glancing up from her phone. You'll see rocks in Maine. Why a seaside house? Mom and Dad deserve peace and retirement. I looked at Chloe and said, they can retire wherever they want. But not on my dime. My grandfather bequeathed me this house. I promised to guard it. My dad smashed his hand on the table. Teacups shook. Walter was a senile fool. He lacked financial knowledge. See you, Evelyn, you're 38, single, and getting pennies as a researcher. Holding on to a sinking ship. Dad, I don't need saving. Please respect my choice. The answer is no. The silence was oppressive. Standing up, my father's cheeks turned scarlet, clashing with his costly tie. His cologne overpowered the sea as he hovered over me. Since childhood, you've been ungrateful. We provided everything. Private schools, a car at 16, and this is your repayment? By leaving your parents in the cold while you hoard a house you hardly use? Dad, I live here. Remember, I bought my car and my home. You leased the BMW for Chloe. He glared at me. I feared he would hit me. He suddenly straightened, buttoning his jacket. Fine. Have it your way, he said. My mother and sister. Let's go. My mother told me with sad, disappointed eyes, her finest weapon, that she had chosen, Evelyn, I hope you don't regret this. We have family. They walked to the door, but the room felt different. It went beyond disappointment. It was evil. My father paused at the entryway, holding the doorknob. His face when he turned back froze me to the bone. Definitely not a fatherly look. He seemed like a businessman facing a poor investment. Russell murmured, dangerously low, we invested a lot in you, Evelyn, braces, summer camps, tuition. We felt you could contribute to this family's legacy. I am a published scientist, Dad, I said. I give to the world. He scoffed sharply. You play in mud. Unprofitable investment, you. I'm not turning my back on you whenever we or the family need you. I guard my home. It's not a home, he spat. It's a resource, and you are wasting it. He opened the door, allowing the chilly air in. Expect no Maine visits from us. We'll be too busy surviving to play hermit. They left. I watched them leave from the doorway until the sedan's tail lights disappeared around the corner. My hands shook, but not from terror. It was adrenaline-fueled. It felt like a fist fight. Lock the door. I bolted. I inhaled while pressing my forehead against the soft wood. I remembered liquidity. He needed cash immediately. He had just realized that my house, his main source of cash, was locked up. Russell didn't take no. He negotiated using no. He would return. Or worse, he never returned. It would be underhanded. I surveyed my living room. My life, grandfather's chair, books. They are not taking this, I shouted. I made for the door with my keys. My flight was 2 hours away. I required castle fortification. My mind raced as I drove into town. The peaceful beach town had no tourists left for the season. With paranoid eagerness, I parked in front of the electronics store. I purchased 4 high-end, tiny black cube security cameras for concealment. I bought extra batteries, a Wi-Fi extender, and a mobile hotspot in case they cut the internet. The cashier seemed worried as I placed the products on the counter. Expect trouble? He asked. Just raccoons. I lied. I spent the afternoon and evening installing the big ones. Like a spy in my own home. I put a camera in the rear of a hollowed-out encyclopedia on the bookshelf. Lens gazing through spine. Covered the entire living room. Hidden beneath a ceramic vase, I placed another on the kitchen cabinets. That one covered the back entrance and kitchen table for contract signing. Outdoor cameras were harder. I needed a ladder. I buried one in the front porch eaves painted to match the wood. This last one went in an old birdhouse on the oak tree facing the road. I aimed it precisely for license plates. I linked them to a cloud server. I set up phone alerts for motion detected. I tested it. I approached the birdhouse. 3 seconds later, my phone buzzed. A vivid image of myself, frightened and fatigued, flashed on the screen. It works. I sat on drill bits and sawdust on my living room floor. Although safer, I was quite sad. I was 38 and rigged my childhood house with surveillance cameras, since I couldn't trust my parents not to rob me. This was unusual. I knew. I knew it was necessary as I gazed at the dark windows and imagined my father's distraught face. The next morning, my last in Washington, I had one meeting. I drove to Port Angeles to meet Marcus, my oldest friend Marcus. After surviving high school, we bonded by being misfits in a fishing and logging village. He became a ruthless real estate attorney with a bright mind and conservationist sympathies. We met in a harborside diner. I entered the booth opposite him. He frowned at me. "You look like you've been to war," Marcus told the waitress, ordering coffee. "Feel like it?" I confessed. "They came yesterday. The house is for sale to a developer. Dad's in trouble." I heard Marcus on the phone. Marcus grimly nodded while owing money to a dangerous person. "That matches. I heard rumors. Russell has been spending more time at southern casinos and trying to leverage his riches, but the banks are draining him. He's desperate," I said. "And he thinks he can bully me into selling." "He can't sell it legally," Marcus answered, sipping coffee. "The deed is in your name solely." "I know," I responded, "but if he forges my signature or finds a shady notary, I'll be 3,200 miles away in Maine." Marcus tapped the table. "We need a poison pill, something that makes the land worthless to a developer, even if they trick a title company." He took a file from his briefcase. "I examined your research data. The marbled murrelet. Birds?" I asked. "Yes. You photographed a North Ridge nesting pair, right?" "Yes. 4 years." "Perfect." Marcus smiled. "We update the conservation easement. The North Ridge is a vital habitat for an endangered species. We submit it to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and county records." "What does that do?" "It freezes development," Marcus said. "A developer who buys that land can't cut a tree within 600 feet of those nests without a federal permit. That permission requires 6 years and $1.2 million in environmental impact studies. It makes the area radioactive for resort builders. But it protects the birds," I added, smiling for the first time in days. "Exactly. It shields birds and you. If your dad sells it, the buyer will sue him for fraud when they find they got a bird refuge instead of a hotel." I signed the papers on the greasy diner table. It felt like declaring war and independence. "File it," I said. "Make it official." Maine shocked us. From Portland, I drove 3.5 hours north to the research station. The terrain was tougher. Granite boulders, freezing water, and a knife-like wind. The research station has modest huts on a rocky promontory. My needs were met by its solitude and tranquility. I met my squad the first night. We were me, Natalie, a geologist, and Daniel, a local boat skipper and field specialist. Daniel, 34, had a beard that could sand wood and compassionate eyes. My gear was carried inside my cabin by him. "You packed light for 20 months, he said, raising my duffel. "I left in a hurry," I said. "Needed to leave." "Family?" He guessed. "Something like that." We immediately got into a routine, up at dawn, on the boat to record sediment erosion, freezing our hands off taking samples, back to the station to enter data. The labor was hard but honest. Daniel was amazing. He was skilled, calm, and respectful. We talked for hours on the boat. He described his family. His parents resided 2 towns away. They ran a tiny bakery. He ate there every Sunday. "You should come sometime," he said while we scrubbed the deck. "Mom prepares a blueberry pie that will change your life." "I don't want to intrude," I said. He smiled. "It's not intruding. It's family. Just hanging out." I thought it was a foreign language. Family without drama, demands, or asset worth. In the initial weeks, I checked my phone regularly. Checked camera feeds. The gloomy, silent Washington mansion was unoccupied. No driveway autos, no inside movement. I relaxed. Maybe I overreacted. My resistance may have worked, and my father went on to another plan. Was wrong. 6 weeks into my stay, the package arrived. Brown sheets covered a huge crate. I opened it at the research station commons. Inside came a card, a box of pricey chocolates, and a thick hand-knitted wool jumper. "I thought of you in the cold," read the card. "Keep warm. Love. Mom and Dad." I looked. My mother hadn't knitted since 2001. "Nice sweater," Daniel commented, entering with coffee. "From the people?" "Yeah," I responded, stroking the wool. It was soft. "It's bizarre." "Why?" "They don't." My mother called that night. Seeing the screen beep, I hesitated to answer. I finally picked up. "Did you receive the package, sweetie?" Her voice sounded cheerful. "I did. Mom. Beautiful sweater. Did you survive?" I did. I'm taking classes. Your father and I are changing. Joining a painting group. Can you believe? Russell painting landscapes. She laughed. The sound was almost authentic. Evelyn, we apologize. About last visit. We stressed. Dad was. Well, you know how he gets about money. But he sorted it out. We want to be a family again. Skepticism crept into my voice. I queried. The liquidity issue? Oh, absolutely. He secured a private investor for another project. Everything's fine. We miss you. We want you to work and not worry about us. Willing to believe her. I desperately wanted to trust her. Even with Daniel, Maine was lonely. My inner child who wanted her mommy to love her woke up. Thanks, Mom, I whispered. I miss you too. We'll check on the house for you occasionally, okay? To prevent pipe freezing. No pressure, just helping out. Okay, I said. Thanks. I hung up, lighter. Perhaps they had changed. Maybe getting close to losing me woke them up. The campaign began then. The next 8 months were perfect. Weekly calls, small presents. Chloe enjoyed my Instagram photos. A manipulation masterclass. Thanksgiving was early January. I couldn't afford to fly back to Washington, and I didn't want to disrupt my parents' fragile peace. Daniel invited me to his parents. Come on, he urged. There will be too much food, noise, and chaos. You'll enjoy it. I agreed. His parents' quaint, chaotic home smelled of cinnamon and yeast as we drove there. Carol, his short, round mother, hugged me when I entered. You must be Evelyn. Daniel constantly mentions you. Come in, poor freezing thing. Take some cider. Daniel was smacked on the back by his retired fisherman father, who had a crushing handshake. Nice to see you, son. Got the boat running? Runs great. Pop. I watched from the kitchen corner. They debated football. Teased each other. There was no tension as they laughed. Transaction without current. Daniel listened to his dad's work questions. He didn't ask Daniel's salary. He didn't advise Daniel to work. Dinnertime gratitude was shared around the table. I'm thankful for this food, Carol added, and that Daniel finally brought a girl home who eats carbohydrates. Everyone chuckled. My chest hurt as I laughed. When his turn came, Daniel looked at his parents. I appreciate your help with the new engine down payment. I'll repay next season. Don't worry about it. His dad waved. Invest in yourself. Our kid, you. We're team. I excused myself and went to the bathroom. Locking the door and turning on the faucet kept them from hearing me cry. The family I never had made me cry. Seeing a healthy family made my own life painful, so I cried. My dad didn't consider me a teammate. He considered me an underperformer. My mother refused to feed me. She sought leverage. Looking in the mirror. I had crimson eyes. I said, wake up, Evelyn, to my mirror. Avoid the sweater. Resist the cookies. I stepped outside after washing my face. Daniel seemed worried but didn't ask. He placed a pie in front of me and gripped my hand under the table. I logged into the research station security cameras for the first time in weeks that night. The home was dark. However, I discovered something while scrolling through the event log. Occasionally, the cameras went offline for an hour or two. I felt a non-Maine winter chill. 2 days later, my phone rang. It wasn't my parents. It was my 83-year-old Washington neighbor, Mrs. Winslow. Her voice was weak and crackly. Evelyn, dear. Mrs. Winslow, hi, everything okay? I don't want to bother you, but I thought you should know. I observed folks strolling your ridge today. I understand you were away. I gripped the phone harder. Who were they? I had trouble seeing faces. 3 men were there, but my eyes aren't as good. The vests were bright orange. Maybe surveyors. I observed a black automobile parked down the road behind the spruce forest. It looked like Dad's automobile. My dad's car? I think so. Was it bright and out of place? Did they enter the house? I didn't see them enter. They mainly crossed the land pointing. Thank you, Mrs. Winslow. Some had tripods. You called me right. I hung up. I opened the camera app instantly. Nothing. The driveway camera indicated no traffic. The porch cam showed nothing. The park down the road. Smart people. They suspected I had cameras. At least they were careful. They surveyed the ground from the perimeter, avoiding motion sensor zones. False painting class. False private investor. The sale proceeded. They silently waited for everything to be ready before striking. I called Marcus. They're back, I said. Mrs. Marcus remarked, I see it. Winslow saw surveyors. I've tracked your dad's credit inquiries. Increasingly desperate. Vegas loan sharks squeeze him. He has till January 15th. 3 weeks away. Yes. He must move now. I stopped sleeping. My iPad was next to my bed with the camera stream on 24/7. It happened 3 nights later. It was 1:30 a.m. Washington, 4:30 a.m. in Maine. I was up, drinking coffee, and watching. A notification appeared. Motion detected. Living room. My heart stopped. Touched the screen. Ghostly green light filled my living room as the night vision activated. A flashlight illuminated the night. A person entered the frame. It was man. Though he wore gloves and a hat, I knew his walk. I recognized the shoulder slump. It was Russell. He didn't break windows. He didn't force entry. He walked in. How? Then I remembered. In college, I gave my mother a spare key for emergencies. She stated she misplaced it when I inquired for it after the burial. It was still hers. She stored it for 12 years in case. Russell approached the center. He held his phone to his ear. "I'm in," he muttered. In the quiet house, the camera's weak audio was discernible. "Yes, it's empty. Though dusty, it cleans well." He walked to the window and illuminated the walls. "She has no idea. The Maine cold is freezing her ass. Ready to go. Suggest closing next Thursday to the buyer. I'll prepare the notary." "Yes," Frank agrees. Frank says he'll stamp anything for scotch. Frank Delaney, my father's drinking companion, and disbarred paralegal, used to hang out at the country club before he was found embezzling. "Thursday," Russell said, "prepare the wire transfer, $920,000. Done." He left, locking the door. Shaking, I sat in the dark hut. I felt violated by his casual cruelty, not simply his break-in. She has no idea. He didn't care about me. He never had. Me, an impediment to be overcome. Recorded the clip. I saved it to my phone, cloud, and emailed Marcus. Then I awakened Daniel. "They did it." I showed him the footage. "They are selling it next Thursday." Daniel glanced the screen and then me. His face stiffened. "What will you do?" I said, "I'm going to let them. I'll let them sign the documents." "Why?" "I'll let them take the money. Because attempted fraud is a slap on the wrist," I answered coldly. "But real fraud? Sell non-owned property for nearly $1.2 million? Federal prison." I saw my father's ghost on the screen. "Dad, you want the house?" I whispered. "Come take it." Finished. The trap is set. My parents think they have one but don't know what's inside. The sun rose over the Atlantic Ocean, turning Maine's sky purple and orange. But I hadn't slept. My laptop was looping the video of my father breaking into my home while I sat at the cabin's little wooden table. Daniel sat across from me with coffee. He was silent for 20 minutes. He let me contemplate the betrayal while watching. "So," I murmured, raspy from stillness, "they are doing it next Thursday." Daniel pointed at the screen and added, "You have the evidence. You have him on tape breaking in. You have recordings of him planning fraud. Evelyn, call police. Stop selling." "If I call the cops now," I replied, glancing at the frozen coastline, "he will spin it. Just inspecting the pipes, he'll say. He'll argue the sale discussion was hypothetical. He'll accuse Frank the notary of error. He will escape. He always does." "The play?" "I need him to cross the line," I said. "I need his deed signature. He must accept the money. After the wire transfer hits his account, it's not a misunderstanding. Federal wire fraud. Grand larceny." I called Marcus. He responded on the first ring in Seattle at 4:30 a.m. "I saw the video," Marcus remarked. Grimly, he spoke. "Russell is bolder than I thought. We are letting it happen," I said. "We are going to let them walk right up to the edge of the cliff and jump off." Marcus agreed. "If we do this, we must be bulletproof. We must identify those responsible and the extent of this. Going to investigate Frank Delaney and this private lender your dad mentioned. Want everything. I want to know who owes. I want developer names. Tell me what they ate for breakfast." Marcus said, "Consider it done. Get some rest, Evelyn. You have a war next week." I hung up. I didn't sleep. Started packing. Marcus sent me a dossier at lunchtime. First target, Frank Delaney. I remembered Frank from boyhood. He was red-faced and stank like gin and cheap mints. My father and him golfed. He made me uncomfortable, but I didn't know anything about him. Marcus found that Frank's life fell apart 6 years prior. He was found embezzling client monies to cover online poker bills as a mid-size firm paralegal. He snitched on his boss, and was dismissed, disbarred, and barely escaped jail. Since then, he drifted. Despite no work or license, he preserved his notary stamp. "He's the weak link," Marcus said over the phone as I read Frank's court papers. Notary stamps expire. Lacking the means, Frank never renewed. His stamp is expired. That alone nullifies whatever paper he touches. A title firm won't know until they check attentively. Russell may speed the closing, so they may not notice until it's too late. My dad is paying him to falsify my signature. It's pathetic. I replied. Frank gets a bottle of scotch and maybe a few $100, and your dad gets a power of attorney to sell your house. It's criminal, Marcus clarified. First-degree forgery. What about debt? I requested. Why is Dad desperate? That's the worrisome part, Marcus said, sending a second file. A deeper credit report. It featured data from confidential databases few individuals can access. Your father has been bleeding money for 12 years, Marcus remarked. The Seattle house was fully mortgaged. Cars leased. Past due country club membership. His 7-month loan from Silver State Holdings, a Las Vegas-based private lender, is the true issue. Evelyn, loan sharks are politely called. They offer high-interest funds to gamblers with exhausted credit cards. How much? $180,000. Interest brings it closer to $240,000. The term sheet says it's due in full on January 15th. I checked the calendar. It was early January. If he doesn't pay, Marcus continued ominously, these aren't the kind of people who send collection letters. Send people to shatter knees. He's panicking because of that. His retirement residence won't be funded by selling your house. I looked at the number, he's selling it to survive. $180,000. He squandered it away. He probably didn't comprehend sports, poker, or stocks. He would destroy my life to cover his tracks now. He's terrified, I muttered. He should be, Marcus continued, but that doesn't give him the right to steal your inheritance. I agreed. It doesn't. The buyer completed the problem. Coastal Apex developers. Marcus said, I looked into them. They build things, but they're monsters. They buy troubled beachfront properties, rezone them, and build luxury lodges with high density. They disregard the environment. Pave over wetlands. They felled old-growth forests. Marcus confirmed that they aimed to build a 55-unit lodge. My father said 50 apartments on the video. They must clear-cut the North Ridge. Your grandfather's spruce trees gone in a week. The tide pools? Parking lot runoff would poison them in a month. My stomach churned. It went beyond money. About destroying everything I loved. The goal was to erase land history. The sale price is $920,000, Marcus stated. A cash offer. Close quickly. Apex thinks they're getting a bargain because developable land is worth twice as much. Your dad is selling cheap because he needs the money fast. But the land isn't developable, I responded, smiling coldly. Is it? Not anymore, Marcus said. Had you filed it? I asked. I filed it this morning, Marcus added. Update on critical habitat designation. Officially logged in the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Database and County Recorder. The timestamp is 8:47 a. Therefore it's active. Beginning this morning, your land is a federal marbled murrelet sanctuary. Commercial development is prohibited. Will the title company see it? Marcus replied, if they do a deep search, yes, but Apex is rushing. Your father's word and Frank's stamp are trusted. They may miss. If they don't miss it, we need to hide it until they wire the money. How can we accomplish that? We pray for incompetence. Marcus remarked. And knowing Frank Delaney, incompetence is guaranteed. Trap. My father sold an unattainable promise. Apex bought a non-existent product, and I held the detonator. I packed my things Wednesday morning 2 days before closing. I informed Daniel I was leaving. I'm coming with you, he stated in my cabin doorway. No, I answered. This is ugly, Daniel. I've seen ugly. He said. I won't let you enter a lion's den alone. It's not a lion's den, I said, zipping my jacket. The nest is full with vipers, but I can manage them. Please stay. Watch the channel. I'll return. He hesitated, then nodded. Call me daily. I promise. I drove to Portland. Flying to Seattle. It felt like a year on the flight. As I sat in the middle seat, focusing at the seat in front of me, I practiced what I would say and how to look at my mother without crying. I reached Seattle about 9:30 p.m. Naturally, it rained. I leased a gray sedan, something bland. My folks shouldn't see my Subaru. I drove to the peninsula at night. Familiar routes wound through the forest. I drove past my house's turnoff. Unable to return home. Not yet. Next town over, I stayed at a Motel 6. Lemon cleanser and stale smokes filled the room. Placed my bag on the bed and sat. Opened camera app. Although the home was quiet, I saw activity. The hallway hardwood floor has muddy footprints. Coffee was left on the kitchen counter. They prepared. Fully dressed, I reclined on the lumpy mattress. The slow-moving ceiling fan caught my attention. Tomorrow was Wednesday preparation. Thursday was execution. Thursday morning brought a thick gray mist to the peninsula. It was quiet weather, making the world feel small and personal. The motel let me go at 7:25 a.m. I drove to an old logging road a quarter-mile from my house. I parked the car deep in the brush and covered it with a sheet in case. Hiked through the woods. The trails were like second nature to me. Using moss to soften my steps, I went silently. I found my spot, a hill with thick ferns overlooking the road and house back. Sat down to wait. Parade started at 9:30 a.m. My father's black vehicle came first. He exited angrily. He talked on his phone while pacing the driveway. My mother arrived in her SUV, then Chloe. They brought boxes from their cars into the house. Things weren't removed. They staged the residence for presentation. A moving truck arrived around 10:15 a.m. My heart raced. Movers. 2 blue coverall men exited. Dad pointed at the house. They entered. They emerged with my grandfather's leather armchair minutes later. He read every night on this chair. His pipe tobacco-scented chair. It wasn't in the truck. They took it to a dumpster supplied that morning. Threw it in. I gasped, covering my lips to scream. My eyes watered. They discarded my history. They treated my life like rubbish to be discarded for the future owners. I wanted to run there. Screaming at them was my desire. But I stopped. I told myself, wait. Await payment. They would apologize and try again if I stopped them now. I needed the crime accomplished. I saw them clear my living room. My books were thrown away. My rugs. The quilt my granny made. Every piece was memorized. At 12:30 p.m., I added it to their debt. Developer arrived. A huge silver SUV arrived. A woman and 2 men escaped. They resembled sharks in human suits, expensive coats, sharp smiles, dead eyes. Then a damaged minivan drove up the driveway. Ghost notary Frank Delaney. All went inside. I launched the camera app on my phone. I switched to kitchen camera. They surrounded the oak table. My table. It's a beautiful piece of land, said Mr. Calloway, the principal developer. We're excited to start next week. We're happy to pass it on to someone with vision, my father remarked, pouring champagne into plastic cups. My daughter, she just let it go to waste. Well, to new beginnings, Calloway remarked. They sat. Frank Delaney stamped. Shuffled papers. Here is the deed. My father said. The power of attorney signed by Evelyn is here. Frank stamped it. And wire transfer? My father inquired, nervously. Initiated? Calloway tapped his tablet. $920,000. Would hit your account shortly. I held my breath. I watched my phone in the woods. 90 seconds elapsed. Small conversation. Laughter. My dad's phone rang. He regarded it. Big grin broke across his face. Received, he said. My phone buzzed. We are closed. Marcus texted. The bank alert just activated. Marcus. The cash is in. Deeds are recorded electronically. All done. Now the crime is complete. I stood. My legs were stiff, but I was determined. Time for a party, I muttered. Hiked back to my car. I drove it onto the main road and into my driveway. I kept going. I blocked the developer's SUV by driving to the front porch. Under my tires, gravel crunched noisily. I slammed the car door and climbed stairs. I heard them inside. Cheers. I entered through the front door. Scene froze. My father had a plastic champagne cup halfway to his mouth. My mother laughed at Chloe's comment. Developers grinned. Frank Delaney put his stamp in his bag. Get out of my house, I said. Though quiet, my voice sliced across the room. Mom dropped her cup. Champagne spattered the hardwood floor. Evelyn, she exclaimed. I said, surprise. You're in Maine. I examined developers. Who are you? I'm Mr. Calloway, he replied, striding forward, angry. The owner of this property, and you are trespassing. You got nothing, I answered. And you? I shook a shaky finger at my father. Are a thief. His surprised face turned angry crimson. Why are you here? Hissed. I live here. I said. Did you forget? We have a contract. Calloway yelled, waving paper. Signed by your father, who holds your power of attorney. I never signed one, I told Calloway. My dad forged my signature. Frank looked like he was going to puke when I said, that man is a disbarred paralegal with an expired stamp. He grabbed his luggage and crept toward the entrance. That's a lie, Russell shouted. She lied. Dad, show me the proof that she's mentally unwell. Show me my agreement email. Show me the text. You agreed verbally. He yelled. On the phone. I have cameras. I replied calmly. I have mics. I filmed you breaking into my residence 3 nights ago. I have you on audio plotting the forgery. Calloway lost color. His gaze was on my father. Is that true? No, of course not, Russell shouted. He was panicking. Walls were closing in. He towered over me and said, "You ungrateful you are ruining everything. The family, your mother, and Chloe. You did it for your gambling debt," I added, $180,000 to Silver State Holdings in Vegas due January 15th. The breaking point. Russell charged. He acted without thinking. He touched my cheek with his open hand. Sound resonated in empty room. The impact threw me into the doorframe. Head snapped sideways. Warm blood filled my mouth as my lips split instantaneously. "I am your father," he yelled, eyes bulging. "You obey. Do as instructed." Silence. Fearful quiet. Mom covered her mouth. She looked away. Developers were appalled. Calloway retreated after realizing he was in a domestic violence incident. Slowly, I looked at him again. Touched my lip. The blood on my fingers caught my attention. No tears. I didn't shout. I smiled, cold and broken. "You just assaulted me," I murmured. "Thank you," he shouted. "Get out," pushing me for the door. "Get out before I kill you." I left. "But you're the one who'll lose everything." I left. Got in my car. Backing out of the driveway. Calloway yelled at my father as I drove away. I noticed my mother crying on a chair. It ended. Driving back to the motel. I sat on the bed with an ice pack on my cheek. I could barely hold the phone due to shaking. I called Marcus. "Did you hear?" I asked. "I heard it," Marcus said, a rage-shaking voice. I was open line. I videotaped the confession and assault. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," I said. My lips cut. "But I'm fine. I'm contacting the police now." "No," I said. "Wait. First, send the emails, Evelyn, Marcus. Burn it." "Okay," Marcus stated. He sent sending now. Send one to the sheriff. Assault, forgery, and grand larceny report. Video of the break-in. Audio of forgery plotting. Audio of assault. Send Apex Coastal Developers legal team to. Void title and conservation easement notice. The fake affidavit, Frank Delaney's disbarment proof, and the official U.S. The Fish and Wildlife label proved the site was protected. Send the bank 3 emails. Alert for fraud. "It's done," Marcus said. "The bomb is dropped." I hung up. I turned off my phone. I reclined on the bed and closed my eyes. I slept 16 hours. It was dead sleep. I woke up to sunshine on Saturday. I felt mocked. I activated my phone. Continuous vibration lasted 5 minutes. Missed 58 calls. 94 texts. I browsed over them, tracking devastation. 2:45 p.m. Thursday. Chloe. Dad is panicking. Calloway threatens lawsuit. Evelyn. Fix this. Thursday. 3:20 p.m. Mom. Evelyn. Pick up. Dad has chest pains. Bank froze account. Thursday. 4:10 p.m. Dad. Unthankful brat. Dial Calloway. Say it was a mistake. Inform him of your vocal consent. Now do it. Thursday. 5:15 p.m. Dad. Fix this or I'll kill you. The tone changed. Thursday. 6:50 p.m. Mom says police cars are in the driveway. You did what, Evelyn? Thursday. 7:25 p.m. Chloe. They arrested Dad. He was handcuffed. They're taking him. Evelyn. Thursday. 7:40 p.m. Voicemail. Mom. I listened. She was crazy. Evelyn was taken. They call it a felony. Some think he stole the money. Please tell them we're family, baby. Calloway's lawyer sent my email. We are rescinding the contract immediately. Your father is being sued for fraud and misrepresentation. We want maximum damages. I sat drinking stale coffee. Typed one message. I told Mom, Dad, and Chloe in the group chat. You sold my trust for $920,000. You faked my name. I was smacked in the face. You ordered me to comply. Now pay the bill. Enjoy prison. I blocked them. All of them. The fallout was nuclear. Apex instantly recognized Marcus had misled them by sending the conservation easement document to Calloway. They would have no use for the land even if the sale was legal. Their lodge was unbuildable. They sued my parents for fraud, contract breach, and damages. Returning $920,000 plus legal fees was their goal. The cash was gone. The bank had frozen it, but Vegas loan sharks had liened my parents' valuables. The Seattle house my parents lived in was foreclosed. Cars were lost. Their country club status lapsed. Friends were lost. My dad was charged with wire fraud, first-degree forgery, and assault. The government took the case because the sum exceeded a limit. He avoided 12 years with a plea deal. He got 4 years federal prison. My mother pleaded ignorance to accomplice charges. She was impoverished after 6 years of probation and community service. An efficiency apartment was state-subsidized for her. Chloe, dad's bank closed forever. To rent a shared flat, she worked as a waitress. She tried to attack me on social media, but internet sleuths found court records. They watched my father hit me on video. She was shamed into silence. I entered the Peninsula House's driveway 8 months later, in January. Moss remained on the roof. It still smelled like salt and cedar. I went in. It was vacant. My furniture was in the dumpster, but the house remained. Walked onto the back porch. Daniel attended. He flew from Maine to assist me move back in. He leaned on the railing, observing the water. It's a fixer-upper, he laughed, surveying the vacant living room. It's a home, I corrected. I approached him and took his hand. He squeezed. Have you heard from him? Dad, Daniel inquired. Shaking my head. He wrote from prison. He ruined the family, Daniel replied forcefully. You just survived. I viewed the North Ridge. Marbled murrelets moved in the high branches of the ancient spruce trees via my binoculars. They nestled. They were safe. The land was safe. Lost my parents. I lost my sister. Lost the fantasy of a joyful childhood. I saved the most important thing. I preserved the refuge. Ready to restart? Daniel asked. Yeah, I breathed in the clear, salty air. I'm ready. That's my tale. I imprisoned my father to safeguard my home. Some claim I overstepped. Blood is thicker than water. Say some. I say sometimes you must amputate a limb to save the body. You think? Was I right or too harsh? My husband slapped me hard enough to draw blood, then tried to cover it up. I gave him a criminal record, job loss, and a permanent seat in a jail cell. My husband Brad slapped me at his March work dinner in front of his boss and 8 coworkers. I joked he left socks everywhere. Everyone laughed. Brad didn't. Turning, he punched me in the mouth and chuckled. You know, controlling the wife. His boss, Jason, laughed despite discomfort. Others paused. Someone switched topics. Brad forcefully pinched my shoulder. Touched my lip. There was blood. Brad offered me napkins. Clean yourself up. You're making a scene. I stared in the bathtub mirror. Split lip, red cheek mark. Brad was telling another anecdote when I returned. Everyone laughed again, unfazed. In the car, Brad was annoyed. You made me look bad, joking about my habits like I'm some child. I bet. He persisted. Jason probably thinks I can't control my own household. This could affect my promotion. Your promotion? You hit me. Rolling his eyes, Brad. I barely touched you. Stop being so dramatic. You've always been too sensitive. Next morning, my lips swollen. Brad didn't apologize. Instead, he regretted late breakfast. Brad was right, I'm meeting Jason for golf. Can't be late because you're moving slowly. Promotion would suffer. I asked Brad's HR about domestic violence policies. Extremely zero tolerance. Even outside of work, violence is grounds for immediate firing, especially if coworkers see it. Interesting. Appointment for Monday. A turtleneck covered my shoulder bruise. HR Director Marie was polished. You said you needed to discuss a sensitive matter. My husband, Brad, hit me at the company dinner on Friday night in front of Jason and the entire Northeast sales team. Brad Dalton? Is your husband Brad Dalton? Yes. He slapped me when I made a joke. Jason saw it. Everyone saw it. This is serious. We need to investigate immediately. On Tuesday, they interviewed all dinner guests. Most downplayed. Just a marital spat. Didn't see much. Couples being couples. 2 confessed. Brad's co-workers Hudson and his wife. Smack. Blood. And Brad's laughter were reported. Brad was suspended Wednesday pending inquiry. The man was upset at home. You went to my work? Are you insane? You hit me in front of your co-workers. That's insane. It was nothing. A tap. Now I might lose my job. Good. Brad grabbed wrist. You're going to call Marie right now. Tell her you exaggerated. Tell her it was a misunderstanding. I retreated. No. He approached. This is my career. Our income. How will we pay the mortgage? Maybe you shouldn't have hit your wife at a company event. Hit the wall, Brad. Now you've done it. When I fix this, you're going to regret ruining my life. Thursday. DIY repairs were tried by Brad. Called Jason, claimed I was mentally ill, on medication, and lied for attention. Jason didn't buy. Brad, I saw you hit her. We all did. She provoked me. She's always provoking me. Jason told HR about the conversation. Brad refused to apologize. Actually blamed me. He threatened what would happen after repair. Friday, Brad was fired. Took a cardboard box. 15 years at that company. Can't stop talking cost you 15 years. You mean because you couldn't keep your hands to yourself? Brad threw the box at me. Missed. You've destroyed everything. My reputation is ruined. Word spread swiftly. Brad applied to other firms. They'd want references. Jason would explain Brad's firing. Company event spouse assault. No one touched him. Brother Brad called, help Brad. He made a mistake. Tell people it wasn't bad. A mistake is forgetting an anniversary. He hit me in public. His brother raged. Are you destroying his life over one slap? He destroyed his own life. And it wasn't the first time. Just the first time with witnesses. Month 2 saw Brad unemployed. Mortgage late. He blamed me daily. If you hadn't gone to HR. If you weren't so sensitive, I won't suffer like this. The back of my head was repeatedly slapped. He persisted. He screamed in anguish as a pan hit his head while I cried. Marie, his mother, supported him. The pan was raised, and she urged me to get my phone and bag. Her voice shook but held. I had trouble closing my purse after taking it from the counter. My phone was on the table. Grabbed it. Brad stood up, blood on his temple. Red appeared on his palm after touching his skull. His eyes grew and shrank. Moved toward us. Marie intervened, pan raised like a weapon. Brad paused. He pointed at me and said that I destroyed everything and would pay for his death. Marie forced me outside. Brad yelled louder. Marie opened the front door. She pulled me outside first, then followed me, separating Brad and me. He lurched onto the porch, threatening to hurt us if caught. We ran to her car in the driveway. Shaky hands prevented me from clicking the seat belt in the passenger seat. Marie began and drove away, tires squealing. Brad shouted and pointed outside. I saw him in the side mirror as we drove away. He raged and threatened. My body shook constantly. I kept picturing his look before Marie hit him. He persisted. He would have hit me till something bad happened. I was saved by his frying pan by my mother. Marie confined me in her home. She double-checked locks. She turned on the kitchen kettle. She grabbed 2 mugs from the cabinet with trembling hands. She apologized often. At her kitchen table, I was speechless. Her tea kettle whistled as she poured hot water over tea bags. She placed the cups on the table and sat across from me. She said Brad's dad hit her. How she left Brad at 12. Brad's fury, how he talked about me, and other symptoms developed, she said. She thought he was different, learned from his father, and would never be that way. She cried while speaking. Brad's other hits were listed. I couldn't verify her holding my hand across the table without anyone around. She cried and apologized. Wept too. Crying and drinking tea took a while. Marie advised me to stay. She interrupted my argument. She claimed Brad would be angry and look for me at home. She reported called the police. Was queasy. Notifying HR was one thing. Larger police calls were scary. What if things got worse? Marie watched me carefully. She said Brad tried to hurt me, wouldn't stop, and she might not have a pan next time. She called before I could argue some more. During her dispatcher call, I froze on the couch. She gave our address, said her kid attacked me and she had to restrain him with a frying pan, and said I needed medical attention. I gazed at the wall and wondered how I went from dinner joke to police report. The operator said police were coming. Marie hung up and sat with me. Her arm encircled me. Together waiting. 2 officers arrived 20 minutes later. Man and woman. Explained what happened. My voice was hesitant and low. My head and neck were photographed. The bruises appeared. Dark purple is Brad's repeated hand contact. Did Marie witness it? Asked the female officer. Marie smacked me after walking into her son. She hit him with a pan to stop. Quantity of blood. Officers recorded everything. I was asked to file charges. I regarded Marie. She nods. I whispered yes. The male cop said Brad will be arrested tonight for domestic abuse. Female officer said I reported it accurately. Untreated conditions often deteriorate. I received next steps documents. I didn't know court dates and processes. Police gave restraining orders. They suggested filing one in the morning. The male officer claimed Brad's workplace violence termination would support my pattern claim. Going to HR in March revealed Brad had hit me before. That document trail could save my life, said the officer. They asked where I could stay safe. I introduced Marie as my host. They liked not returning home alone. I got a domestic abuse resource card with shelters, treatment, and lawyers. Call anytime if Brad phoned me, stated the female officer. They left to catch him. On Marie's couch, I held the card and documentation. Everything seemed false. I couldn't sleep that night. Marie put me in her guest room, but I stared at the ceiling. I jumped at every sound. Wind rattling windows, car, outside, home settling. Always checking door locks. Marie knocked 3 a.m. check on me. Unable to sleep. She entered and sat on bed. She recalled leaving Brad's father as scary and heartbreaking. He never became the man she believed she married after 15 years of hoping. Her hardest part was admitting she couldn't regain those years. We chatted until daybreak. She disclosed confidential info. Unspoken details were exposed. Though tired, we felt less alone in the morning. Phone rings about 9. Marie said and handed it to me. It was police. They said Brad was arrested for domestic assault last night. He was county jail. 2-day bail hearing. Due to the seriousness of the attack and my descriptions of his earlier hits, they advised him to stay in detention until trial. Comfort and dread overcame me. Locking him up helped. His release caused fear. The cops encouraged me to get a restraining order today. Said I would. After hanging up, I told Marie what they said. She made breakfast and we ate quietly. You and I considered the future. Marie challenged me in court. We identified the right office and I completed TROs. I showed the clerk the police report number. She proposed rushing it due to active assault allegations. Waiting 2 hours. Finally, a clerk called. A judge reviewed my paperwork in her office. My police report and injury photos were checked. She questioned Brad's past. Her order was signed. Brad could not contact me inside 500 feet. The judge threatened immediate detention if he broke it. I knew Brad would locate me after leaving with the right documentation. The only consequence was his arrest. The police said I could recover my items from the house with an escort. It was safe because Brad was jailed. 2 officers met us. After unlocking, I entered. It looked normal. It felt wrong today. A bit grimy. There was violence everywhere when I entered the rooms. The kitchen where he pushed me against the counter. In the living room, his hard grip wounded my wrist. I felt degraded after his bedroom remarks. I packed fast. My laptop, clothes, important documents, and pre-bad photos are mine. Officers took boxes to Marie's car. I checked the house one last time before leaving. I examined the life I was building here. Imagining the future. It was all fake. Fear and power disguised as love underpinning it. We left everything behind when I bolted the door. Marie drove me to the bank the next morning. We entered after waiting in the parking lot. She indicated Brad would empty accounts following bond or release. I needed to defend myself before he seized everything. Entered and requested account opening consultation. Nice banker. She didn't question my personal account request. She assembled everything in 20 minutes. Brad and I switched savings banks. I used my ID to request half. A teller printed a slip after checking balance. Over $3,000. I took $2,000 cash. My hands shook, signing the withdrawal form. Indeed, this happened. I ended our financial cooperation by separating our money. After Marie drove us home, I deposited the funds in my new account using my smartphone app. She sent $2,000 in an envelope. I can't take this. You already let me stay here. You need a safety net. Brad left you with nothing. This gives you options. She ignored my arguments. After accepting the money, I hugged her. Owning anything helped me breathe. The phone rang when we made lunch that afternoon. Marie replied seriously. I heard her voice grow as she entered the other room. She was upset when she returned. That was Sebastian. He wanted to know where you are. What did you tell him? That you're safe and he needs to stay out of it. He says I'm overreacting to a family dispute. Marie sat at the table, her head in her hands. I told him I saw Brad trying to beat you unconscious. That this isn't a dispute. This is assault. My call ended. She seemed fatigued at me. Not everyone in Brad's family is going to support you. Some of them will take his side no matter what. Sebastian thinks I'm betraying my own son. Squeezing her hand. You saved my life. Though she nodded, I could tell she was hurt. Picking between her son and morals was breaking her apart. The phone rang again an hour later. After checking caller ID, Marie didn't answer. 4 more rings that night. She turned off the phone, and we ate dinner silently. We went to Brad's bail hearing 2 days later. In the house, I covered my fear with sunglasses. The courtroom was small and cold. Brad and his lawyer sat at a table in orange jumpsuits. He ignored me when we entered. As the judge entered, everyone rose. Brad's attorney talked. He said Brad wouldn't run. No criminal record. Dismissed after 15 years at company. Solid community member. The prosecutor rose. She was younger than expected. She claims he was fired for workplace aggression toward his wife. That my police statement demonstrated abuse in pattern. Blamed the victim and showed no remorse. The judge regarded Brad. Do you have anything to say? Brad rose. Your Honor, my wife and I had a disagreement that got out of hand. I was under a lot of stress from losing my job. Judge silenced him. This isn't about stress. This is about assault. Bail is set at $40,000. Brad blanched. Your Honor, I can't afford that. Judge closed the file. Then you'll remain in custody until trial. Next case. Guards hauled Brad away. Then he stared at me. Hatred in his eyes. I faced him calmly. Marie took me to a divorce lawyer the next day. A small building near church was her office. The lawyer was listed on a bronze entry plate. Periodicals and nice chairs are in the waiting room. Marie discovered a lawyer. She took us to her office after shaking my hand. I explained all. The company dinner assault, Brad's termination, months of blame and wrath, the home attack, she noted and asked. After I finished, she reclined. I can take your case. Given the circumstances, I'll reduce my usual rate. Brad's unemployment would help me, she claimed. Violence was his. Courts would frown on violent husbands who couldn't support themselves. She filled out paperwork. Bottom contains my signature. Hand shook, but I survived. She copied and put them in my labeled folder. I'll file these tomorrow. You should receive a court date within a few weeks. We left after thanking her. Marie asked how I felt in the car. I told her I was finally doing something but surviving. I saw the domestic abuse shelter counselor 3 days later. Marie scheduled it. The counselor's office had soft lighting and tissues on every table. She asked my marriage tale. My corporate dinner was interrupted by, go back further. When did you first notice something was wrong? Thought about it. Brad always controlled my money and sight. The man stated he cared. A counselor nodded. That's financial abuse in isolation, common tactics to maintain control. She mentioned Brad's job loss animosity wasn't about the job. Concerned about losing control, I couldn't rely on him without pay. That exacerbated violence. I processed sitting. She talked. Dinner slap wasn't first. Others saw it first. She was right. I thought it wasn't that bad after years of excuses. He was stressed. I was sensitive. She offered tissue. You're starting to see the patterns now. That's the first step to breaking free. Hudson called Marie's residence a week later. She gave me the phone. It's Brad's coworker, the one who testified. I took it carefully. A friendly, hello. I wanted to check if you're okay. I heard about Brad's arrest. A few company workers are worried. Tears began. He paused. People pretended not to see. I couldn't. My wife and I both saw what he did to you. I thanked him again and hung up. It was who? Asked Marie. She smiled at my explanation. See, not everyone sided with Brad. Some people actually care about what's right. That night, I wondered who could have ignored Hudson's call. But he didn't. He spoke up, despite workplace awkwardness. That mattered more than he thought. Marie was shopping one morning when the phone rang. Replied without thinking. Recordings existed. County jail inmate. Brad's voice stopped me from hanging up. Stop hanging up. I must speak. I ended. He sobbed, sorry. Stress broke me. I never meant to hurt. I'll seek help if you drop charges. I swear. Real aid this time. Try therapy. Anger management. Whatever. My heart raced as he tried again to get me to save him with bogus promises. My conversation ended without a word, and I called the jail to block their number. I told Marie when she got home and she hugged me after putting groceries away. You acted correctly. He'll keep seeking you. Maintain your strength. Marie's mail arrived the following week, 2 heavy envelopes with mortgage business return addresses. The old house had one for me and a message. I opened both and saw foreclosure notices. We were 4 months behind and couldn't pay up. Marie phoned my lawyer. After we split, Brad's debt wasn't mine because we shared a name. The lawyer suggested selling the house. The bank would take the house and be done. That house would be our future home, but I was afraid there. Letting go was like shedding weight. Nothing further was needed. Lawyer handled paperwork. I ignored the notices and started applying for jobs the following week, updating my CV on Marie's kitchen table with my laptop. Brad always stated his pay was good. I submitted 20 applications in 3 days to accounting firms, offices, and anyone else that would hire someone with my experience and a big gap in employment. Most didn't respond, but a few emailed rejections. A small company interviewed me. When the boss asked about the gap, I considered lying but was tired of hiding. I left abuse. My life is being rebuilt. She lingeringly gave me a 2-week entry-level position. I almost cried in her office and accepted it quickly. When I told Marie, she held me so fiercely I couldn't breathe. You're doing it. Your escape is real. Marie urged me to join a family domestic abuse support group at her church. I hesitated but agreed. We arrived there Tuesday night and saw chairs grouped in a small space. About 10 people attended. A facilitator introduced everyone and asked for contributions. A woman raised her hand and stated her son had beaten his girlfriend for years, but she didn't want to see it, made excuses, and didn't care. The partner was hospitalized. Others shared. Parents who condoned abuse. Sisters who disregarded it. Partners healing from escape. Not sharing, but hearing. After the meeting, Marie and I waited in the car. Wipe her eyes. I needed to hear that I'm not the only mother dealing with this. Her hand was squeezed as we drove home silently, but we felt company. I felt sick when my lawyer called 3 days later and posted Brad's bail and Sebastian pledged his home. She obtained an emergency restraining order. After Brad's conduct, the prosecution was furious because his family helped him get bail. He was released afternoon with an ankle monitor. He couldn't violate the restraining order, 500 feet minimum at all times, I reminded Marie after hanging up. She paled but nodded. We double-checked her door and window locks and armed the security system. I couldn't sleep that night. Marie's security system beeped about 2 a.m. Driveway motion detected. We raced to the window but saw nothing, although the alert showed a car stopped and reversed. I watched the street through a curtain crack while Marie called the police, who arrived in 10 minutes. Brad was found 1 block away in his car after a search, technically within the 500-foot limit but viewing the home. He spoke with officers for a while, returned and said he was pondering while parked. They threatened immediate arrest if he approached. He drove gently away. No sleep the rest of the night. Marie and I shopped for groceries the next afternoon. I saw a tall, dark-haired person in the cereal aisle wearing Brad's jacket. My chest tightened and I couldn't breathe. After turning around, there was a stranger who looked nothing like Brad from the front, but I was already hypervent. Marie grabbed my arm and had me breathe gently on a bench. Count to 4 in. Marie drove us home and made tea. She suggested me to see the shelter-recommended therapist, but I hesitated, thinking I was all right. I set an appointment for the following week, confessing I needed help with everything. The therapist's office was modest and quiet. She made me fill out safety papers first. She explained my shop panic episode as normal trauma response. She called it hypervigilance and said my body was protecting me. We ground. I saw 5 things, touched 4, heard 3, smelled 2, and tasted 1. She taught me breathing techniques and trigger identification assignments. Our safety strategy included scenarios like what to do if Brad appeared, how to handle his contact, and what to do if I had another panic attack. Jason called my lawyer days later to request a divorce support statement, saying the company had dealt with other incidents after Brad's firing when his behavior was worse than documented. Other employees reported Brad's temper issues and disrespectful statements about me. Jason would document everything. I told my lawyer, yes, immediately. Brad's former boss's behavior record was crucial. Jason sent me a 3-page statement detailing specific incidents and conversations, including Brad's joke about keeping me in line at a company event and his comments about wives needing to know their place, which I didn't know others had seen and remembered. My divorce settlement offer was nearly nothing. The house was foreclosed, and Brad wanted me to take half the credit card debt and keep the paid-off car. His lawyer argued I hurt Brad's job and earning potential, therefore I should pay. We included abuse evidence, restraining orders, criminal charges, and police reports. I got the car, half of any leftover savings, and no accountability for Brad's hidden or post-termination debts. My lawyer said we wouldn't help an abusive unemployed defendant facing jail time. Brad's attorney remained silent. My new job started Monday morning in a bright office. My boss showed me my desk and introduced me to the accountants. Everyone was friendly but not inquisitive. I spent the first week learning their software and filing procedures. It was fantastic to think outside of panic and survival. Boss understood my condition and just let her know if I needed therapy or court dates. No questions. Having my own income again was disconcerting. Brad always managed our money and told me his wage was adequate. My salary could be spent, saved, or utilized to construct my life. It was like regaining a piece of myself from Brad. The prosecution requested a meeting 6 weeks before the criminal trial to prepare my testimony. At her downtown office, she had me retell the night Brad attacked me, asked comprehensive questions about earlier events, and showed me police photographs of my injuries. Marie's testimony was powerful, and photo evidence was evident. I was frightened to face Brad in court and explain his aggression, but the prosecutor stated that was common, that I was stronger than expected, and that my evidence would help Brad face punishment. Willing to believe her, I practiced my testimony at home to prepare for the day I had to look at Brad and tell a courtroom full of strangers what he'd done to me. Marie started receiving Brad's relatives' mail. His aunt sent a long letter, calling her a traitor for testifying against her son. Marie persevered despite her sorrow. His cousin called and blasted her for destroying Brad's reputation. How could she back me over her blood? I admired her bravery. She lost long-standing friends, but she never stopped supporting me and fighting Brad. True family doesn't hide violence. Brad broke the restraining order and sent 2 emails to my new work address, one apologizing for missing me and wanting to fix things, and the other an hour later, enraged, blaming me for everything and saying I destroyed his life on purpose. I emailed all 3 to my lawyer, who filed her motion the next day. The police detained Brad that night for restraining order violation. He sent 5 more emails, each worse. The next morning, the judge reviewed emails and pestering trend and denied Brad's bail, claiming he couldn't follow court orders and was a menace to me. Sebastian skipped bail, possibly seeing his brother's true personality. After months in jail, I slept through the night without jumping at sounds, checking locks 3 times, or expecting for him to return home angry. Marie noted I was rested at 7 a.m. "You look better." I smiled. "I feel better." She grabbed my hand across the table and said, "You're eating more, too." Food tasted good again, my stomach wasn't full of rocks, and I could breathe without chest tightness and imagine tomorrow without fear. Brad couldn't reach me. The judge prevented me from emailing or leaving work. At Marie's house, I slept with my bedroom door open and left my phone in the kitchen overnight. My hope was fragile but true. Maybe I was secure now. Megan contacted Marie 2 weeks later to meet for coffee. I remembered her from company dinner, when she was 3 seats down when Brad hit me and testified with her spouse about what they saw. I met her Saturday morning at a coffee shop near my new job. She received 2 coffees at a corner table. "I wasn't sure what you liked, so I got you a vanilla latte." "That's perfect." I sat as she said, "I wanted to tell you something about why I testified. My first husband hit me 2 years ago before I met Hudson." Megan stirred her coffee without sipping. "No one saw it then. He took care to hit me where clothes would cover injuries. When Brad hit you in front of everyone, I had to speak up. Be the witness I never had." She had moist eyes. "Your report him gave me closure on my history. I felt like my sorrow mattered if it helped me understand yours." I held her hand across the table and smiled. "Thank you for telling the truth." We became friends and met weekly for coffee. I met other women from her support group. Women who had experienced what I did and knew the dread of being injured by someone you love encouraged me without judgment and shared their stories of finally leaving and healing after Brad raped me at dinner. My attorney called 3 weeks before trial to provide Brad's divorce finances. Her voice was tense. "How bad?" "Worse than expected. He opened personal accounts only for 2 years and owes $30,000 from credit cards you didn't know about." My stomach dropped. "He owned the cards and concealed them. It's fraud." I felt terrible thinking about it. 2 years of secret debt while he monitored my expenditure. Complained when I bought him unsuitable groceries. I had to disclose every purchase. He spent thousands on cards I didn't know about. Attorney kept talking. "He cannot touch your earnings or savings. Can't say you owe half his concealed debt." She paused when I asked about his spending. "Mostly gambling, online poker sites, sports betting, some cash advances we can't track." Brad lied about the debt and shamed me for wanting to work while controlling our money. The foreclosure notification arrived in May. 3 weeks until the house auction. One afternoon after work, I drove by. Lawn overgrowth painted shutters. It looked abandoned. Marie and I attended the auction. Bidders were in the back of the courthouse. Marie fretted as I saw our house sell for $80,000 less than the mortgage. Banks absorbed the difference. "Are you okay?" I add, "I'm fine. That was your home for 8 years. Shaking my head, "Never home. Just a scary area." Brad ruled everything. Where I walked on eggshells to avoid annoying him. Losing doesn't hurt. I felt Marie's grip after weeks of saying, the house was another bond to Brad. That letting go was free. I knew in that auction chamber. Brad used buildings and the mortgage to imprison me and tell me we'd lose everything if I left. After it was gone, I felt lighter and less influenced by him. I didn't look back after leaving the courthouse. My therapist's office had comfy chairs and soothing lighting, and we never discussed unfinished topics. We addressed guilt first, my inner voice telling me I should have left sooner and noticed signs. "Smarter or stronger?" She inquired about Brad's first hit. I told her about our dinner dispute 3 years into our marriage. He apologized, sobbed, and pledged never to do it again. Got me flowers. Sweet for months. She nodded. It's the abuse cycle. Violence, remorse, and honeymoon. It is meant to make you hope things will improve, but they never do. Violence always returns. Though I understood, hearing her explain helped. She said abusers are great manipulators, preying on love and stability. They degrade victims' self-esteem and isolate them, making leaving impossible. You survived and left stronger. Most sessions released years of pain and dread, as well as fury at myself for wasting time, following Brad's promises, and thinking I could cure him with more work. I forgave myself for the lost years after my therapist helped me recognize that Brad made choices and that his aggression was about control, not me. The criminal trial began on Tuesday. Marie bought me a professional yet casual navy dress. My attorney met me outside court. You ready? Brad sat at the defense table in an ill-fitting suit as the prosecutor opened with the business dinner attack, the pattern of violence, and Marie's intervention. My testimony came first. Shaking legs, I reached the stand. The prosecution asked about the March corporate meal. I told them about Brad's nonchalance at the joke. Smack. And blood. Brad's lawyer objected to my story of him shoving me onto the kitchen counter, grabbing my throat, and smashing the wall near my head. Hearsay. Judge ruled, the witness is testifying to her own experience. Continue. Marie stopped him that night. He kept hitting my heads back. Prosecutor showed trauma photos and requested identity. I look like it 2 days later. The prosecution protested when Brad's lawyer cross-examined me, stating I overstated everything, mean to ruin Brad by going to HR, and wanted his job and money. Your Honor, this is victim blaming. Judge upheld. Counselor, ask about case facts. Brad's lawyer recanted, saying I was untrustworthy and had hidden motives. Marie, shivering, testified the next day with her handbag in her lap in a modest black outfit. The prosecutor asked her to describe what she observed when she arrived at our house that night. I entered with my key. From the kitchen, weeping. Found Brad continually assaulting my daughter-in-law. On the floor. He kept going despite her pleading. Marie said through sobs. I whacked him with the stove's frying pan. I had to. He would gravely injure her. Maybe kill her. I saw his fury in his face. Marie spoke clearly and powerfully. Brad's lawyer tried to undermine her in cross-examination. Have you always valued your daughter-in-law over your son? Marie watched him. I prefer protecting innocents to aiding perpetrators. Even if my son abuses. You harmed your son, lawyer repeated. That's assault. Marie kept her cool. I prevented him from killing. Would do again. The prosecutor grins. No further questions. Hudson testified about the corporate meal, my innocent joke, how everyone laughed, Brad's countenance changing, and how he smacked her in the mouth, causing her to bleed. Brad chuckled. Joked about spanking his wife. Megan testified next, detailing the blood, the red mark on my cheek, how Brad squeezed my shoulder hard enough to bruise it, and how uncomfortable everyone was, yet nobody did anything except to change the subject. Do you doubt what you saw? Asked the prosecutor. None. She was hit in front of 8 persons. Brad's lawyer questioned their evidence. Can't you be wrong? Maybe it was a joke tap. Hudson called him stupid. I know a fun tap from a man splitting his wife's lip. It's clear. Megan said. Multiple witnesses saw the same thing because it happened exactly how we're describing it. Attorney rested case. Verified testimony, photos, and medical records. Brad's dismissal papers. Trend clear. His lawyer wanted Brad's account from his morning testimony. Brad put everything on me. She tried to ruin my career at work. She realized the consequences of reporting the dinner. She wanted my job gone. The prosecutor objected, but the judge allowed him. Brad persisted. I was stressed out. 15 years with their firm. She repeatedly provoked me. Made fun of me. Discredited me in front of coworkers. I snapped. It was wrong, but she's not innocent. His lawyer asked about our house attack. Brad said I assaulted him first. Marie saw the fight stop, and he was protecting himself. Prosecutor destroyed him on cross-examination. Jury seemed skeptical. Mr. Hamilton, you said your wife provoked you. She said what to cause physical violence? She was always criticizing me. Brad stammered. So criticism justifies hitting? Brad defended himself. You don't understand the pressure I was under. Answer the question. Does criticism justify beating your wife? No. But, so you hit her without justification. I didn't say that. The prosecutor showed his termination papers. You were fired for abuse of your spouse. You claimed your employer provoked you. Said HR she always provoked you. Told brother she provoked you. See a pattern? She did provoke me. Brad blushed. How often have you hit your wife in your marriage? Brad paused. No idea. More than 5 times? Yes. More than 10? Probably. The prosecutor faced the jury. This was a repeat error. This brutality persisted for years. Brad tried to recover, but I never meant to really hurt her. You publicly split her lip. You beat her at home until your mother intervened. That's not malicious. A shocked jury. The jury deliberation lasted 2 hours and 45 minutes. Marie and I waited in the hallway outside the courthouse. Our attorney brought coffee. They're coming back. Re-entering, jury foreman stood. We find the defendant guilty of domestic assault. Brad blanched as the judge applauded the jurors and set punishment for 2 weeks. He was detained and led away. I stared back unsurprised. Marie comforted me as I cried in court. This is over. He can't damage you more. Prosecutor followed. Good testimony. Be proud. Tears hampered, thank you. My arm was squeezed. You'll be fine. Marie held my hand in court 2 weeks later during my punishment hearing. I had never trusted her before. As she reviewed Brad's file, she looked up and saw him in his orange jumpsuit and shackles. The judge claimed his violence grew because nobody stopped him. Adds, when people see abuse and do nothing, it tells the abuser he can keep going. Most of his co-workers denied seeing him beat me at the corporate dinner, but she said he attacked me at home and would have continued if his mother hadn't interfered. The judge sentenced Brad to 18 months in jail, then 3 years on probation with weekly anger management and domestic violence counseling. The judge promptly denied Brad's lawyer's request for less time. He was lucky. I focused on Brad as the officers dragged him away. His eyes were filled with hatred and blame. Hands stopped shaking. After Brad's sentencing, my lawyer filed the divorce paperwork. Brad fought nothing in jail. I attended his last hearing 2 weeks after his imprisonment. Brad was absent. Lawyer represented him and agreed to everything. I got the paid-off car. Our marriage ended when the court signed the papers, and I gave up 8 years of my life. I stood on the courthouse steps in the daylight, legally free. My lawyer congratulated and shook my hand. I drove to Marie's house to preserve my one marriage item. I sat in her driveway for a moment. No more Brad. No more tiptoeing. Stop wondering when he'll crack. My car cries were calming. The next day, Marie let me stay as long as I needed, but I wanted my own home. I discovered a little one-bedroom near work with low rent due to the building's age and terrible area. Megan moved me in using church financing, a couch being sold, a kitchen table with mismatched seats, thrift store plates and pots, and Marie's old TV and lighting. Hudson and Megan left cartons of unwanted kitchen items. I got a furnished apartment in 2 days that looked like a college dorm. I bought and installed new door locks and bathroom locks, hung curtains on all windows to block view, and arranged the furniture so I could see the door from anywhere in the main room. The therapist said this was normal. After years of feeling uneasy, I built an inexpensive bookcase and filled it with library sale books. I put a calendar on the wall to track Brad's release date, which is over a year away. My first night alone in my flat, I locked and checked the door 3 times and secured all windows. Sitting on my given couch, I scanned my small space. No one could damage me here. I slept better than in months. 3 months into my career, my employer called me into her office. I feared trouble. She offered me a raise and more duties, saying I worked accurately and reliably. She asked me to help with monthly reporting and teach the new hire next week. I agreed immediately. It was only 50 cents an hour, but the rise felt significant. She advised I take local community college online accounting classes, so I perused the brochures at home that night. Brad always told me to be grateful he made enough money for us, and that I wasn't smart enough for accounting. I signed up for 2 cheap classes next month, Simple Accounting and Excel for Business. I set up a laptop workstation in my flat corner, printed the syllabi, and bound them. Brad convinced me I didn't need a career while rebuilding my. Every project was like reclaiming a piece of myself he stole. Marie and I had dinner every Tuesday night at her house, discussed our weeks while she cooked, attended support group monthly, and volunteered at the domestic abuse shelter on weekends. Marie told me she'd be speaking at a domestic violence awareness event on Tuesday. She provided clothes and home items and assisted intake interviews. She stated using her grief let her feel less bad about not identifying Brad's abuse sooner. I supported her as she stood in front of 50 people, and told them about hitting Brad with that frying pan, choosing to believe me over her son, her remorse, anguish, and confidence that she'd done the right thing. Marie gave her number and said to call anytime. She'd found her calling, as did we. 6 months after the trial, Megan invited me to her book group. I was nervous about meeting new people and talking about my past. The book club met every other Thursday at members' houses. Megan claimed they were lovely women who kept to themselves. They asked what books I liked and gave me wine. I didn't read the mystery novel we discussed. After the book discussion, they talked about kids, careers, recipes, and vacations. Nobody asked about my divorce, new work, or move. It was my most typical social contact in years. Megan took me to my car. She said she told the group I was reconstructing my life and they didn't understand many questions. I thanked and hugged her. At the next book club meeting, I read the book first, discussed, laughed at the lame plot twist joke, and cleaned up late. When Sebastian and I met in the grocery store on Saturday morning, someone called my name as I checked coffee prices. I turned and saw Brad's brother, who called me dramatic, and asked me to help him clean up. I thought about abandoning my cart and leaving when Sebastian seemed smaller and advanced slowly, hands visible, worried I'd bolt. He apologized, said he'd been seeing Brad in jail every month, and saw what everyone else saw. His manipulative brother evaded responsibility. Brad blamed me, his job, or stress every visit, and never confessed wrongdoing. Sebastian observed how Brad had always been, how he handled girlfriends before me, and how he talked about women. Sebastian apologized for not believing me, pressuring me to help Brad, and helping too. To conclude, I thanked him for his apologies but told him I wasn't ready for him and wanted to maintain boundaries with Brad's family. Sebastian nodded expectantly and said he understood and wouldn't disturb me again. Seeing him depart transformed me. My therapy focused on relationship warning signs I missed with Brad. He isolated me from friends, controlled money and decisions, blamed me for his feelings, and made me doubt myself with subtle put-downs. She said I had good intuition, but Brad had taught me to distrust it for years. We practiced setting boundaries, recognizing when someone was testing my limits, and saying no without over-explaining or apologizing. She showed me healthy people accept limits without debate. We discussed good partnerships, partners who support your goals, people who take responsibility for their actions, and open communication. My therapist said I'd improved considerably. She believed I could live without dread dictating my decisions. Panic episodes diminished. Days went by without thinking about Brad. I slept and ate well. Small wins piled up to life. His lawyer released Brad early for good behavior after 12 months. My victim advocate called me beforehand to examine his probation. 2 weekly therapy. No contact. Random probation officer visits. Anyone who broke a condition was sent back to jail. I became concerned as Brad's release approached, checking my locks more regularly and looking over my shoulder in parking lots. My therapist stated I now had legal rights, a support system, resources, and people who believed me. Brad couldn't visit me and hurt me without consequences. Release day passed with no calls, messages, or sightings. A week later, my probation supervisor confirmed Brad had checked in and satisfied all terms. He worked at a warehouse across town and lived in a small apartment, avoiding me. I caught my breath after a week and relaxed gently. He left, but he couldn't affect my new life. After 9 months, my boss called me into her office to offer me a promotion to senior accounting associate, which would mean a huge salary increase, a small office instead of a cubicle, and 2 junior associates under my control. She said I was reliable, competent, and detail-oriented, and I accepted immediately and returned to my cubicle trying not to cry. I built a career from nothing while healing from years of abuse. The promotion came with business cards, of which I held one. Brad spent years telling me I wasn't smart enough for meaningful work, to be grateful for his support, and that I'd never succeed alone. Since he was fired, I was making more than him and supporting myself instead of just surviving. I posted the business card on my fridge to remind myself that I built this life, and was as capable as I thought before Brad spent years convincing me otherwise. I called Marie that night to announce the promotion. The officer informed Marie that Brad attended counseling, and passed random check-ins 3 weeks into Brad's probation. Marie was a contact, so the police checked up on her. Brad worked loading trucks at a warehouse, and rented a tiny flat near the industrial park across town. Marie's warning let me relax my shoulders for the first time in weeks. Knowing Brad's whereabouts and monitoring made the world safer. He wasn't hiding or coming to my flat. The year I left Marie's house for my own apartment passed, and survivors spoke on stage at the downtown Domestic Abuse Awareness Center. My therapist gave me the flyer, and Megan phoned me that day. "Are you going? I might volunteer to organize." The week after, Megan and I met the coordinator, who needed volunteers to greet participants, give supplies, and console distraught survivors during speeches. The night of the event, we distributed programs and resource packs at the welcome table. Nervous women arrived alone and with friends. Megan grabbed my hand when a young woman cried while reading shelter information. "We both learned that you're not insane or weak, that your experience has a name, and that others survived." Megan and I cleaned up after the presentations. The coordinator asked for regular volunteering. They held twice monthly support sessions for escaped survivors. We agreed. The coffee shop near my apartment hosted book club every other Thursday for 6 months. We read mysteries and autobiographies. Tom, who usually brought homemade cookies, asked nice questions and left one meeting at the same time as me. Our cars were next to one other. He offered me to dinner, and I hesitated but said okay but advised him to relax. He laughed and agreed. After coffee, we had lunch. I addressed Brad on our third date. Tom listened without interruption, complimented me for being honest, and offered to go at my pace. Dating again scared me, but my therapist said I knew what healthy looked like and could spot manipulation. Tom never pushed or got irritated when I said I wasn't ready. Every limit I set was respected. It started weird, then felt right. Marie invited me to Sunday supper at her house. 2 Brad's aunts were there when I arrived. Marie took my hand and pulled me in as I almost left. My aunts hugged and apologized for not trusting me sooner and assuming I exaggerated or made complications. One said she spoke to Brad in jail and understood Marie's. The other aunt said seeing me confront Brad gave her daughter the strength to leave an abusive marriage last year. Marie made pot roast while we chatted at her table. Some Brad's family avoided Marie. Marie told me she was okay with ending abusive relationships and that real family protects victims, not abusers. My eyes watered. She chose me over her son. It meant everything. Brad's probation officer called my victim advocate 18 months after his release. He served his time in probation without incident and showed significant progress in taking responsibility, according to his counselor. Want more information? I answered no. Staying away and rebuilding my life without Brad mattered more to me than his atonement. His sanctions were about justice and accountability, not forgiving him. The advocate understood. She advised survivors to know their abuser changed. Others needed security. My species was second. 2 years after leaving Brad, I looked at everything I'd built. Company recognized my senior accountant job. Healthy, equal relationship with Tom. Therapy to absorb trauma instead of just surviving. Supportive friends. I owned my life. I still had bad days. I glanced over my shoulder in parking lots and cringed at loud noises. My therapist said it was normal. Trauma leaves traces after recovery. I no longer had anxiety, had management tools, and someone to call when things became worse. Safety felt familiar, not walking on eggshells to prevent the next outburst. I completely restored my life. Tom and I sat on my couch 6 months later. He was nervous, as his eyeglass adjustment showed. He asked me to marry him with a tiny box. I looked at the ring, a silver bracelet with a diamond. Like Tom, it was simple and real. When I told Marie, she cried. She wanted to come. Invited, Megan and Hudson. I had few close coworkers. Thomas's parents, sister. No big celebration, no fancy setting. Celebrating something nice with key people. Tom knew my story, even the awful parts, and loved me, nevertheless. The wedding honored survival, and showed Brad didn't write my story. Marie helped me get dressed in the small room behind the courtroom where we'd marry. Marie combed my hair and straightened my plain white sundress as we cried down the short aisle. She said she was proud of my fortitude and glad she had the guts and time to help. I stopped going and faced her, telling her the frying pan saved my life that night and that I wouldn't be here without her. We hugged in the aisle as everyone watched, and after she kissed my cheek, I went toward Tom, my future, and everything Brad tried to take from. Marriage to Tom was different from Brad. Tom asked for my advice about meals and housing. We talked disagreements instead of trying to win. He praised my promotions and job goals. I supported his return to school for his teaching certificate. We made a household where neither of us walked on eggshells or worried about the other's reaction. Finally, I saw healthy love, respect, equality, and 2 people choosing each other every day because they wanted to. The domestic abuse shelter requested me to speak at volunteer training. Megan and I conducted support groups for newly fled survivors for 6 months, helping them navigate restraining orders, divorce, and housing. I spoke to 30 volunteers about Brad's career-ending public slap, Marie's frying pan intervention, and rebuilding my life. After I ended, a young woman asked how I departed. I told Megan my confidence was lacking, but staying was worse than leaving, so I did it despite my dread. She distributed materials and answered questions. Making my sorrow significant was the best way to reclaim my story. Brad tried to kill me. After 3 years, domestic abuse shelter personnel contacted me. A woman asked about resources and named her husband at admission. Brad. Counselor told I should know he remarried. I thought about that for a day. I was relieved he was gone but worried about her. Her name and background were unknown, but I knew what she lived with. The counselor asked for contact. I declined. My anonymous packet went to every domestic violence resource in Brad's region. I mailed 3 groups his full background, business dinner, firing, arrests, conviction, and everything on public record. His new wife should see a pattern. She had to realize what was happening and escape. I couldn't save someone unaware she needed saving when my manager called me into her office Tuesday morning because I botched a report. Instead, she gave me the accounting manager role, supervising 4 people. Brad earned $60,000 a year, more than he did at that company in 15 years. I accepted quickly, and called my wife from the parking lot. After celebrating that night, we looked online for small, affordable residences. 20 minutes from my business, we found a 2-bedroom cabin with good bones but needed renovation. Our offer was accepted within a week, and Marie and Megan helped move in 2 months later. When we made it, it felt like home. Nowhere I stepped softly. Where I could breathe. Marie came over for supper on an October Saturday 5 years after hitting Brad with a frying pan. She brought wine, I made spaghetti, and we watched the sunset on my back patio. My hand was held and she said night changed everything for us. She talked at community gatherings about not enabling abusive family members and about saving me instead of her son until she couldn't. People listened because she wasn't a victim, but a mother who waited too long to intervene. We converted misery into purpose and power. Used our darkest experiences to serve others. That beat Brad utterly. At that business meal, Brad slapped me in public. It felt like the end of the world, facial bleeding, everyone watching, shame stinging me. But it was the beginning of my liberation. I stopped hiding and fought back. If he'd hit me at home as always, I might have stayed and trusted his justifications and vows to change. But you gave me witnesses and the push to denounce him and leave. I'm proud of my survival, not grateful for mistreatment. I'm happier than I thought I could be married to Brad. His attempt to ruin me failed, and I'm going forward. He's a bad memory that fades daily. I found out my mother was harassing my boyfriend for months. She pushed him downstairs because he refused to sleep with her. She is now serving life. Hi, Sienna. I'm 28 but was 25 when this happened. Knowing how insane that sounds. Yes, I know, that's what my mother told his funeral attendees. That chase was rude. His boundaries were problematic. The whole incident was a horrible accident he could have avoided by respecting her. I knew the truth. So much worse. I worked the day Chase died. This downtown IT firm employed me as marketing coordinator. A place with beanbag seats and kombucha on top where people pretend to save the world. It was Tuesday. I recall our 2.5-hour ridiculous team stand-ups on Tuesdays. My phone rang at 3:02 p.m. Aurora, my mother. It was her name. Despite being divorced from my father for 9 years, she insisted everyone call her Mrs. Taylor. She told Sienna something bad happened. Her voice was like this. She seemed to be practicing how to convey the story. What's wrong? It's Chase. An accident occurred. Visit Mercy General immediately. My hands numbed. The kind of accident? He fell down the house's basement steps. I discovered him. Sienna. I helped him but didn't hear more. Just grabbed my keys and ran. My mama is lovely. She looks like her late 30s at 54. She takes yoga in the morning, gets weekly facials, and dresses like a runway model. People have always told me I'm blessed to have a beautiful mother. How to be sisters. I disliked it because gorgeous individuals like my mother don't obey the rules. They got away with it. Situations are manipulated. You feel crazy for recognizing them. She was crying into a tissue in the hospital waiting area when I arrived. Her makeup was flawless. Yes, it was. She rose with arms outstretched when she spotted me. Honey Sienna, where's he? I overtook her. A doctor appeared before she could respond. Young man, maybe 32. He appeared weary. You Sienna Taylor? Yes. Is Chase? I'm sorry. We did everything possible. His brain injury was very severe. He failed. Floor fell out from under me. I felt like I was falling and couldn't grip onto anything. Mother's hand on my shoulder. My dear. I'm sorry. It happened fast. I heard this awful smash when he went down to retrieve wine from the basement at the house. I ignored her when I arrived. He was at your house, why? She blinks. What? Chase was meant to work. Why did he visit your house throughout the day? He visited. He asked to discuss you two. He was probably planning to. She stopped and covered her eyes with tissue. He probably sought my approval before proposing. It should have made sense. Chase and I were together 2 years. We discussed marriage, but something was off. Chase knew my mother and I had a rocky relationship. He wouldn't have visited her house without notifying me. Must see him, I said. I was led into the room where they moved his body. It appeared he was sleeping. His head was bandaged to hide the injuries. Holding his hand, it stayed warm. His palm lines were traced with my finger. This hand, that held me through movies, thunderstorms, and difficult workdays. This hand that caressed my hair, dried my tears, and brought me near when I needed it. It was deserted now. Don't remember how long I sat. For long enough to lose warmth. A nurse gently advised I take a break after so long. My legs became numb after sitting for so long. Finally, my mother arrived. We should go, honey. Arrangements are needed. I'll assist with everything. I understand the difficulty. I regarded her. Really? I looked at her. Now her eyes were dry. I didn't understand her face. A hint of satisfaction behind the worry. How did he fall? I requested. Told you. He down the basement stairs. He faced forward or backward? She frowned. What? He fell. Did he descend or ascend the stairs? Where was it felt? I doubt Sienna. Explain what happened. Something flickered on her face. Possible annoyance or calculation. Down he went. He must have erred. Stairs are steep. I've warned you they're harmful. I visited my mother 100 times. Railed stairs. Carpeted. Falling hard enough to die requires extreme carelessness, unluck, or pushing. It was an unplanned notion that made me feel guilty. My mother. Narcissistic and tough, she made everything about herself but wouldn't. She couldn't. Even though I tried to ignore it, memories returned. I pushed away, rationalized away, or convinced myself things weren't so horrible. Like when I brought Liam, my first boyfriend, to a family dinner at 18. My mother had spent the night stroking his arm, smiling at his jokes, and leaning in to talk to him. She wore a tight, low-cut dress to a casual meal at home. How Liam broke up with me 2 weeks later and wouldn't tell why, just that my family was complicated. Or, when I was 19 and dating college friend Jax. My mother made us meet him for lunch. Even though Jax and I weren't old enough to drink, she ordered wine and continued refilling her glass, getting flirty. Her unexpected contact with him, as we left the restaurant. How Jax stopped answering my calls after that. Henry at 17, who subsequently confessed that my mother had cornered and kissed him at our house. She told him she'd make sure everyone knew he started it if he reported it to me. She'd ruin his name. Henry feared her. He blocked my number and broke up with me over text. For years, I blamed him. Thought he was cowardly and rude. Yes, I understood. He was another victim. The funeral happened 4 days later. My mother organized everything. She chose pricey, extravagant white roses and lilies. Chase had never liked classical music, but she chose it. She chose the funeral home's second most expensive casket, wood with brass knobs. She even picked Chase's outfit from his apartment, which I'd never seen him wear. He looked so handsome, she observed, caressing his lapel at the viewing. Her intimate touch smoothing the fabric lingered too long, making my skin crawl. Oregon-based Chase's parents flew in. Devastated. Eleanor, his mother, was weak. She was little, maybe 5'2", with graying hair and sweet, puffy eyes from sobbing. I held her while she cried, and she seemed delicate and like she might break. Stoic Wyatt was Chase's father. Some men are like that when they're trying to stay together, jaw tight, eyes forward, hands clenched. He gazed at Chase in that casket. Saw his face crumple briefly before he pulled himself together. My mother stood off to the side, accepting gracious, terrible condolences. She chose an exquisite, not too somber black dress, with her grandmother's pearls. Her attire suggested a gallery opening, not a funeral. People kept telling her they were sorry, how tough she was, and how hard this must be. Her, not me or Chase's parents, who'd lost their only son. She devoured it. Every glance, every compassionate gesture. She was the tragic star, and Chase a prop. She stood up and spoke at the service without permission or warning. Her voice rang clear in the chapel as she remarked Chase was a great young man. But he struggled. He could be irresponsible, reckless. I warned him about stairs. I warned him, but he persisted. Despite my repeated requests to respect me, he called me Aurora instead of Mrs. Taylor. She stopped, rubbing her eyes with a tissue. He may have avoided this disaster by listening and being more careful. I felt everyone in the room judge me, wondering what type of lover I had who couldn't respect his girlfriend's mother. Next to me, Chase's mom made a little squeak. She was confused and sad since she knew Chase. She knew her son wouldn't disrespect anyone, let alone his girlfriend's mother, because it wasn't true. Chase always called her Mrs. Taylor. He was from a Midwest tiny town where you said please and thank you and called adults Mr. and Mrs. unless otherwise stated. He'd probably die before. His death made me sick, so I stopped thinking. He died. My mother lied about him before a room full of people who couldn't defend him. People approached me after the service. I was hugged. They expressed regret. Mrs. Brennan from my mother's church asked, "It's so hard when young people don't listen to their elders. Your mother tried to help him. You can't blame yourself." I didn't want to avoid blame. Wanted to blame Mom. My old high school principal, Mr. Hutchkins, clumsily stroked my shoulder. Accidents happen. Nobody knows when their time is. Except it wasn't accidental. I knew otherwise. I felt it in my bones. My mother recounted the story again at the entry. I heard bits as I passed through the crowd. Very disrespectful. Never heard. I cautioned him about stairs. Great tragedy. So young. He should have been more careful. Each repeat brought fresh features, decorations, and approaches. Chase was said to have ignored her warnings. I approached her. People parted as I approached. As I approached, she halted mid-sentence, seeming worried. Dear Sienna. Stop. I said. My voice was weird, too quiet. Like it came from beyond my body. Stop lying. Her audience quieted. She appeared surprised at them. Chase called you Mrs. Taylor, not Aurora. You're in shock and can't think clearly. Grief changes our memories, Sienna. He wasn't reckless. One of the most meticulous people I knew. Before leaving his flat, he double-checked the stove was off. We always got in the car with him reminding me to wear my seatbelt. He wasn't careless. Mom tightened her smile. Fractures in the facade. Not the right time or location. Then when? I was shaking. I'm shaking with wrath. I resisted for days. At what time? When will you reveal what happened? Told you what occurred. He fell. Did he? Did you force him? Room went quiet. Completely silent. Even the quiet background organ music stopped. Mom's face blanched and then turned red. How dare you? How dare you accuse me of such a crime? Loved Chase like a son. You didn't. Words came out before I could stop them. So, you wanted him. When he declined, you killed him. She smacked me hard across the face in front of Chase's parents, our family, and our church and mother's friends. Gunshot-like sound boomed through the chapel. Then she cried. Beautiful tears that didn't stain her mascara. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Not herself. Grief. Not sure what she's saying. People rushed to hug her, lead me away, and murmur about how sad losing him so young was. And now the poor girl was breaking down. I heard mumbling. Such a shame. Grief behaves strangely. She's always emotional. Aurora handles it. I suppose Aurora, my mother, is the victim again. Wyatt, Chase's father, hugged me. Let's get you air, he whispered. He led me outside. We sat on chapel stairs. It was October. Golden red leaves. Chase liked fall, enjoyed how colored leaves reflected light, and wanted to take me to Vermont to observe the colors. Never again would autumn come. You don't believe it? I asked Wyatt what I said. His silence was long. A late 50-seconds man in an uncomfortable outfit. Chase said his dad constructed their Oregon house by hand. His hands were calloused and scarred from years of work. Explain your statement. Finally, he replied. So I did. Told him everything. When I was a teenager, I saw something was amiss with my mother's behavior toward boys I brought home. I told him about Liam, Jax, Henry, and others who left me for reasons I didn't understand. When I was 20, I told him about Alex, my lover. How my mother unexpectedly visited his flat one night while I was visiting. She was intoxicated and crying, needing someone to talk to. What else could Alex do but invite her in? His girlfriend's mother was upset. Mom tried to kiss him. How Alex shoved and told her to leave. His next day confession to me and my mother's crying and accusation that Alex was lying. He tried to kiss her. That she was protecting me. She was my mother, therefore I trusted her. Wishing to trust her. I broke up with Alex a week later. He wouldn't be with someone who wouldn't trust him above her mother. He thought my family was too dysfunctional for him. I despised him for leaving me. For not realizing how hard it was to believe your mother was lying. Yes, I understood. He'd always told the truth. I told Wyatt that my mother always had to be the most attractive woman in the room. How she'd get mad if men focused on me instead of her. Her snide remarks concerning my attractiveness. You sure you want to wear that? The fit is snug. That one makes you think you should change your haircut. Your face is round. Have you considered exercising more? Your midsection is softening. I wore size 4. I've always been thin, but my mother made me feel big. I told him Chase was different from my prior boyfriends. So he'd set boundaries with my mother right away. How courteous but firm he was. He retreated when she hugged or touched him too long. How he ignored or changed the subject when she made suggestions. How my mother hated him for it. She called him frigid, I said. Said he wasn't cold but didn't know how to warm family. Just self-defense. He refused to join her after seeing what she was doing. I informed Wyatt 3 weeks ago that Chase had come to my apartment pale and shivering. He told me my mother phoned him at work for plumbing help. He went there because he was kind and helped people when requested. When he arrived, my mother answered the door in black underwear just. She allegedly tried to pull him in. Continuing. My voice broke. She said she knew he wanted her, that all men wanted her, that I was only a child playing dress up and she was a genuine woman who could give him what he needed. Wyatt clenched his fists and jaw. Chase left immediately, I said. He didn't wait to hear her bogus emergency. Up. He told me everything in my apartment on arrival. Upset, he was. He kept apologizing like he'd done something to deceive her. He shook while I held him. They said it wasn't his fault. Said I believed him and did. After years of justifying my mother, I finally believed someone else. Cutting touch with her was discussed. I replied Chase wanted to shield me from her. He stated she was dangerous, that her behavior was abnormal, and that someone who couldn't say no could do anything. I regarded Wyatt. His eyes were filled with pain, yet his expression was calm. He was right, I whispered. She wouldn't accept no. See what occurred. Wyatt was quiet for a while. People were leaving the chapel. The service ended. My mother was in the middle of a crowd crying and accepting comfort. She frowned at me seated with Wyatt. Did you tell the police anything? Wyatt said. There was no probe. The accident was declared. Perhaps an investigation is needed. Eleanor emerged and sat on my other side. She seized my hand. Hers was tiny and delicate, Mother's hand. Tell me about the stairs. Describe them. Mom's basement stairs. They had thick beige carpet. A wooden railing ran along one side. The walls were white and well lit. Some years ago, my mother installed recessed lights. Compared to other basements, the stairs weren't steep. There were 13 steps. Was anything found at the bottom? Eleanor asks. Wine bottles, broken glass, anything to excuse his fall. I saw my ignorance. I hadn't asked fundamental scene questions since I was so focused on Chase, getting to the hospital, and processing his death. I disagree, I said. Was there wine? Wyatt asks. Did your mother ask Chase to grab wine from her basement? Thought about it. My mother drank little. She always cleansed or dieted. She drank costly champagne or white wine from her kitchen wine fridge, not a cellar. I doubt she has a basement wine collection, I added softly. Never saw one. Eleanor gazed at Wyatt. Communication between them is mute. Standing up, Wyatt stated we're heading to police. Now, Sophie Ramirez is the detective who took our statement. She looked exhausted in her 40 seconds with shoulder-length dark hair starting to gray at the temples and kind eyes beneath rimless glasses. She wore a basic blazer over a white blouse and had a cold cup of coffee on her desk next to a framed photo of two teens. I spoke without interruption. She took neat handwritten notes and offered clarifying questions. I didn't feel crazy, dramatic, or wasting her time. After I finished, she reclined. These are serious charges. I know you understand without proof. This is hard to prove. Medical examiner deemed death accidental. You and your mother were the only witnesses. Grief can make us see things that aren't. We want to blame someone. I'm not insane, I insisted. This is real. Something happened in the residence. She's hiding something. Sophie regarded me. She examined Wyatt and Eleanor. What do you think? I trust her. Wyatt said instantly. Chase was my son. Him I knew. He wasn't reckless. He wouldn't fall downstairs in the middle of the day for no reason. And your wife? Eleanor asked softly. Chase called us 2 days before dying. He accused Sienna's mother of harassment. His concern was what she might do. His question was if he should get a restraining order. Sophie sat up upright. His reply was yes. To resolve it as a family, we advised him to talk to Sienna. Breaking voice, Eleanor. We suggested he give her another chance. Perhaps if he addressed her and told her to stop, she would. We believed she could finish. Wyatt embraced her. Sophie was quiet. She said, let me make some calls. The probe was reopened after 2 weeks. My mother's residence was forensically searched. They investigated the basement stairs more closely. A timeline was created by interviewing neighbors. They got phone records. With fresh eyes, they examined everything. Found something. The neighboring house had a security camera. After several neighborhood break-ins, the Hendersons, an elderly couple, installed it 6 months ago. Not mentioning it initially because they didn't think it was relevant. After all, it pointed at their property. However, cameras have wide viewpoints, and this one captured my mother's driveway and side entry, which went to the basement stairs. The tape shows Chase arriving at my mother's house at 1:47 p.m. Before leaving his automobile like a thief, he waited 3 minutes to gain courage. He approached the door and knocked. My mother replied. They chatted on the doorstep. You could read Chase's body language without sound. Stiff and uncomfortable, they kept their distance. My mother signaled him inside. He paused. Something else, she said. He checked his phone probably for the time, nodded, and went inside. 43 minutes later, my mother emerged alone. Her phone was on. Too calm for someone who'd just found their daughter's boyfriend dead in their basement. After walking down the driveway, she peered up and down the street before returning inside. She emerged 4 minutes later. Now she was crying, clearly upset. To be present when the ambulance brought Chase's body, she drove to the hospital. But what happened in 43 minutes? Why had she calmly left, looked about, then returned inside before finding Chase's body? Detective Ramirez explained the footage in my flat. She brought an elderly detective, Gregory Bennett. They showed me the tape on a laptop in my living room, where Chase and I had spent many evenings watching movies, eating takeout, and chatting about our future. Sophie said we completely searched the basement. Scratches on the wall looked like defense wounds from someone falling and trying to grab something. Strangely, they were higher than expected. Too high for a step-misser. That means what? Gregory suspected a strong rear-end shove. He briefly flew before hitting the stairs with his gruff voice. Fall trajectory, stair impact spots, body posture. All signs point to a violent top-landing thrust. My stomach twisted. I imagined Chase's last moments on those steps. Mom, behind him. A sudden shove, the fear of falling, the contact, the pain, and the realization in those final seconds that he was right to fear her. Can you prove it? She maintained, we're trying. We brought your mother in for questioning yesterday. Chase approached you about proposing. She said she sent him down to fetch wine to calm down. Said she heard a crash and found him at the bottom of the stairs without wine. I add, correct. We searched the entire basement. No wine storage, no wine bottles, no wine rack, nothing that would suggest he had any reason to be going down there. What did she say when you pointed that out? Sophie looked at Gregory. She thought she had asked him to check the circuit breaker or retrieve something from storage, but she was wrong. To find a fit, she changed her tale. There's no suspiciousness, I answered coldly. Sophie agreed, very suspicious. But suspicion isn't proof. We need more. She was asked from which step he fell. She said third or fourth from the top. The blood spatter and impact pattern suggest he fell from considerably higher, like he was pushed off the landing at the top of the stairs and sent into the air before hitting the stairs. A forensic pathologist examined the autopsy. The injuries indicate a hard fall from that height. The angle of the skull fracture, cervical spine damage, and rib break indicate a strong push, not a trip. Thus, she lies. Gregory stated she's lying. But we must prove what happened. We need more than discrepancies in her account. The investigation continued. Chase and my mother's phone records were obtained. The results were damning. My mother contacted Chase 50 times in 3 weeks before his death. 50 times in 3 weeks. Chase only answered twice and both calls were inside 2 minutes. She'd text him often. The phone provider recovered communications. The printed copies were shown to me in Sophie's office. Reading made my hands shake. You're wrong to pick her over me. I can offer what she couldn't. I know men's desires. Maybe you love her, but you don't know what love is. True passion, desire. Why ignore my calls? I want to chat. Your childishness, you'd understand after one night with me. Stop ignoring me. I won't let you waste our potential. You sensed it that day. Of course you did. We're connected. Child Sienna. She can't fulfill you like I can. We must talk. Visit the home. This is absurd. You're complicating things. You get another chance. Talk to me, or I'll tell her you kissed me. Don't test me, Chase. My wishes are always granted. Unless you come, I'll tell her you tried to sleep with me. She'll trust me. She always trusts me. The final was sent at 10:15 a.m. The morning he died, under 5 hours before he arrived at her residence. I read them twice and 3 times to reconcile these messages with my mother. Actually, this was my mother. Her true self was always this. I was too close to see it. I looked up at Sophie and said he never kissed her. He never wanted this. Believe you. He was threatened. She extorted him to visit. Certainly appears so. Is it enough? Can you arrest her? Sophie paused. It shows harassment and obsession. It shows motive, but not that she pushed him. A defense attorney would say he told her to stop and fell. That the texts show she wanted him, not killed him. But with everything else, we have a case. No slam dunk, but case. She deceived him, according to the passages. Security footage exposes questionable conduct after his death. The forensics indicate a push. Her changing explanation for why he was in the basement, the lack of booze, or why he was on those steps. It's circumstantial but growing. So now what? We speak to the DA. Ask her whether we have enough to charge. The DA was Elizabeth Morgan. In her mid-50 seconds, sharp-eyed with short gray hair, she was known for taking on tough situations. 3 days later, she hosted me, Chase's parents, and the detectives in her office. She examined the texts, video, forensics, and witness accounts. She sat at her workstation with evidence folders in front of her. Here's what we got. She said. Clear harassment and obsession. Clear evidence that the victim was led to the defendant's home under false pretenses. Clear proof that the defendant lied about his death. Forensic evidence of a violent shove rather than an accidental fall. Motive, rejection, and wrath. Enough? Wyatt inquired. Elizabeth reclined back in her chair. In a perfect world, we'd have a confession, witness, or video of the occurrence. Instead, we have a strong circumstantial case. The question is whether a jury will convict, Eleanor asked. I think Aurora Taylor killed your son because he rejected her. Advances. And I think we can prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. She paused. But I'll be honest with you, this is going to be a hard trial. The defendant is an attractive, well-spoken woman with no criminal record. Elizabeth looked at me. She'll play the grieving, almost mother-in-law. Her defense team will paint your son as careless, possibly emotionally unstable, and say the texts were misinterpreted and taken out of context. They arrested my mother on a Thursday morning. I wasn't there, but my Aunt Claire, my dad's younger sister, told me within an hour. Sienna, they took Aurora in, Claire said, shaking. They arrived at her house with a warrant, handcuffs, and everything. She's charged with murder. I know, I said. I'm the one who went to the police. Silence. Aunt Claire said, oh, honey, she killed him, because he wouldn't sleep with her. I believe you, Claire said quietly. I wish I didn't, but I do. Aurora has always been. Sienna, I need to tell you something I should have told you years ago. What? Claire took a deep breath. When you were 12, your mother made a pass at my husband, your uncle Andrew. We were at that family reunion in Lake Tahoe. Andrew and I had a huge fight that weekend and almost divorced. Your mother got drunk one night after everyone went to bed and went to our room. Andrew was still awake reading. She came in wearing next to nothing and tried to get in bed with him. He shoved her away and begged her to leave, but she laughed like it was a joke, like she hadn't tried to sleep with her sister-in-law's husband. Andrew told me immediately. The next morning, Aurora cried and said she'd been drunk, didn't remember, and would never do that. She begged me not to tell anyone since it would destroy the family. I stayed quiet like an idiot, thinking it was an isolated incident and that maybe she was too drunk to know what she was doing. But I watched her do it again and again, with different men, always with plausible deniability, always with an excuse, and everyone always believed her because she's beautiful and charming. How could I tell you that your mother was a predator when you were a kid, a teenager, and a young adult trying to have a relationship with her? She stopped. I'm sorry, Sienna. I should have said something sooner and protected you better. I couldn't argue with that because she was right. Chase was dead because everyone had spent decades making excuses for Aurora Taylor. Because beautiful women who cry and play the victim always get the benefit of the doubt because we live in a world where predators are protected instead of victims. My mother pleaded not guilty 2 days after her arrest. Her lawyer argued that she was a community pillar, had no criminal record, and should be released on bail. Elizabeth Morgan claimed she was a flight risk and a community threat, that she had no remorse, and that she had tried to cover up her crime and defame the victim. The judge set bail at $500,000. My mother posted it the same day. Some rich friends covered it. By evening, she was back in her house, free to act like she hadn't murdered my boyfriend. 8 months of legal wrangling, motions, and discovery ensued, and my mother was free while Chase was in the ground. I went to therapy twice a week with trauma and family dysfunction specialist Dr. Reeves. You didn't bring Chase into your mother's orbit, but Dr. Reeves told me he chose to be with you, stand up to her, and set boundaries. Your mother's violence was her fault, not yours. I also joined a support group for young people who'd lost loved ones to violence. We met Thursday nights in a Brooklyn church basement with 8 regulars. Amber, 24, a teacher, had nightmares about the police call after her brother was shot during a convenience store robbery. Jake, whose girlfriend was killed by a drunk driver who ran a red light, kept his girlfriend's favorite coffee mug on his dresser and talked to it every morning. Melissa's husband died in a bar fight because someone bumped into someone else, and neither apologized. Melissa was pregnant and their daughter was 4 months old. Troy's best friend was attacked randomly on the street by a mentally ill person. In Grief Group, we were all just people carrying impossible losses. The how didn't matter as much as the missing. Do you ever stop being angry? Amber asked one night. We all thought about it. After a while, Jake said, I don't think so. I think you just learn to carry it differently. It goes from this sharp stabbing pain to this dull it's always there but you get stronger at bearing the weight of it. He was right. I was still angry, furious even at my mother for taking Chase from me, and at myself for not. I was learning to live with it, waking up each morning and putting one foot in front of the other without Chase. The trial began in June, almost a year after Chase's death. Nicholas Reed, a New Yorker with expensive suit and perfectly styled silver hair, led my mother's defense team. He specialized in defending wealthy people accused of crimes. His strategy was obvious from the opening statements. Paint Chase as an unstable young man who developed an obsessive fixation on my mother and suggest that his death was either an accident or that he'd intentionally flung himself down the stairs in a dramatic gesture. It was disgusting, but it worked. Elizabeth Morgan and her second chair, a young prosecutor named James Chen, were in charge of the prosecution. My mother looked small and sad at the defense table as a forensic pathologist testified about Chase's injuries, explaining how the pattern of impact suggested a violent push from behind rather than a simple fall. They showed diagrams, photos, and explained the physics. She dressed conservatively, minimal makeup, hair pulled back, and tried to look like a victim instead of a killer for trial. Detective Sophie Ramirez testified about the investigation, my mother's story inconsistencies, the basement's lack of wine, and security surveillance. In court, they played the footage of Chase arriving hesitant, my mother opening the door, him going inside, and my mother coming out alone, calm, looking around, going back inside, and coming out 4 minutes later, visibly upset. Elizabeth asked why someone who found their daughter's boyfriend dead in their basement would come outside, look around, and go back inside before calling for help. Nicholas Reed objected. Speculation sustained, the judge said, but the jury heard the question, saw the video, and could draw their own conclusions. All 50 calls, messages, escalating desperation, anger, and the final threat. If you don't come, I'll tell her you tried to sleep with me were entered into evidence. Elizabeth read them aloud in court, each one more damning than the last. I watched the jury's faces, saw disgust, saw understanding dawn. Nicholas Reed tried to reframe them. These texts show a mother concerned about her daughter's relationship, suspecting her boyfriend might be untrustworthy. Chase's parents testified. Wyatt talked about the phone call 2 days before Chase died when Chase asked about getting a restraining order. Eleanor talked about how careful and conscientious Chase was, how he double-checked everything, looked both ways before crossing streets, and always wore a restraining order. Would your son carelessly fall downstairs? Elizabeth asked. Objection, Reed answered. Speculation. Rephrase. Did your son exhibit traits that would make a simple fall downstairs unlikely in your 30 years of knowing him? Yes, Wyatt said firmly. Chase was meticulous. He was careful and methodical as a child. He planned. He avoided unnecessary risks. I testified. I told the jury about my mother's inappropriate behavior with my boyfriends. Jake. Cornered and kissed. About propositioned Alex. About Chase's lingerie incident 3 weeks before his death. Pierce questioned me fiercely. Tried to say I was lying because I was mad at my mother. Suppose Chase and I had relationship issues. That Chase might have liked my mother and I was delusional. Is it true you and the victim fought often? He inquired. No. Never argued. We disagreed like any relationship, but we didn't fight. Is it true you doubted his affections for you? No. Your mother's pretty, right? Elizabeth objected. Honor and motivation matter. The prosecution alleges my client was fascinated with the victim, but could it be the opposite, that a young man dating a plain woman might like her? I recoiled at attractive mother. Simple, slapping term. Judge looked annoyed. Sustained. Move on, counselor. But damage was done. Seed was sown by Pierce. Beautiful Aurora and plain Sienna. Which would a man prefer? The study was 3 weeks, both sides expert witnesses, persons with character, someone from my mother's church called her lovely. People at Chase's work praised his integrity. Near the end, the true turning point occurred. Prosecution had another piece of evidence. Something else that connected everything. Chase's phone. Police took his possessions after he died. Wallet, keys, phone. Chase's parents gave them his passcode. And the forensic tech team dug through the encrypted phone. Found a voice memo app. Chase had only recorded audio, but that was enough. In her third trial week, Elizabeth played it. Court was packed. Chase's parents held hands in the front row. Aunt Claire sat beside me. My mother remained still at the defense table. Recording began. Chase spoke quietly yet clearly. Going inside. I want someone to know why I'm here if something occurs. Mrs. Taylor, Aurora, has harassed me for weeks. She calls constantly. She keeps texting. She warned me this morning that if I don't talk to her today, she'll tell Sienna I came onto her and tried to kiss her. Not true. Nothing's true. Sienna's connection with her mom is complicated, and I don't want to exacerbate it. Aurora shouldn't lie to Sienna against me. I'll enter, urge her to stop, and leave. End of story. Work awaits me in an hour. Then quiet. I hear a car door open. Pavement footsteps. Knock on the door. My mom's voice. Chase, thanks for coming. My stay is limited. This is my lunch break. Enter, please. We must chat quietly. Footsteps. Door shutting. My mother spoke again. Lower now. My skin crawled with intimacy. You look great today. Is that shirt new? I'm not here, Mrs. Taylor. Call me Aurora. Both of us are adults. Formality is unnecessary. I'm here because you promised Sienna a lie. Please stop. Stop what? Her tone was playful, like this was a game. No more calls. Don't text me. Stop. His voice sounded uncomfortable as he paused. Stop doing this. No idea what you mean. You do. You invited me over 3 weeks ago, and I opened the door in lingerie. You send me improper messages. Your calls are continuous. You told me last week that you liked me and thought we could get along. Is that wrong? Her voice altered. Now harder, colder. Want someone, see potential, recognize what I can provide you. I love my daughter Sienna, although she's young. She can't handle a man like you. My way, no. Love Sienna. I'll marry her. No. Absolute, flat. You're not. I am. Rings were purchased last month, waiting for the proper opportunity to ask her. Please respect that and leave me. If you contact me again, I'll file a restraining order. Tell Sienna any falsehoods about me and I'll show her your texts. All of them. She'll see your actions. A break. Then Mom laughed. It sounded awful. Her typical delicate, melodious chuckle was absent. You think you can threaten me? You think you can threaten me in my home? You're not threatened. Setting limits. Differences exist. You pompous kid. Stopping. She collected herself. She said again with a sugary voice. Chase. Stop fighting. Sorry I bothered you. I didn't mean that. Why not sit down? Discuss this like grown-ups. I'll make coffee. No coffee. Please leave me. Fine. Fine. I'll depart. Happy? Please sit for a moment. Instead of ending with tension, let's conclude happily. Chase's apprehensive voice follows footsteps. I'll stand. Thanks. Befit you. Can I offer you a drink? Wine? A gorgeous vintage is in my basement. Come, I'll demonstrate. I must work again. 2 minutes, please. You should see stuff down there. I bought Sienna a gift. I want your opinion on her liking it. A break. Chase may be contemplating his options, attempting to be courteous but possibly leaving. Fine. 2 minutes. Footsteps. Echo suggests going downstairs. Chase's tone. Want to display what? My mother's voice. Close. Intimate. I wanted to show you this. Mrs. Taylor. Don't. 1 kiss. All done. I'll leave after 1 kiss. I swear. No. I leave. That was wrong. Don't leave. Her voice is angrier. Do you realize how many men would die for me? Know how lucky you are that I want you? Not wanting you. I want Sienna. Love Sienna. You adore her. My mother laughed again. A nasty, bitter sound. You value that mouse more than me? Can she give you what I can? Dear Mrs. Taylor. Goodbye. I'm phoning that attorney today. Don't walk away from me. She shouted and fought. Chase sounded worried. You're what? Get off me. Please don't reject me. No one rejects me. No one. Let go. Then, sound. Hard. Aggressive sound. Maybe a push or shove. Chase spoke. Just one terrifying word. No. A crash. A horrible, disgusting sound. A hard hit. Multiple effects. Tumbling sound. Then quiet. A gasp followed. Wet and effortful. Trying to breathe with shattered ribs and a deflated lung. She sounded breathless. Ah, God. Ah, God. Chase. Get up, Chase. This is. Chase, stand up. Increasingly quieter, moist gasping. No. 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 You can't. Chase, please. Ah, God. I did what? I did what? No more gasping. Maybe 10 seconds of silence. My mother spoke again. Different today. Calmer. Calculating. Okay. Okay. He visited to discuss Sienna. He wanted to propose. I sent him to get wine. He fell. An accident. Accident. Nobody can disprove it. He fell. That's the tale. Steps up the stairs. Door shutting. Silence. 5 minutes silence on the recording. Then footsteps again. Mom coming down. Her voice exam. Chase. Chase. Honey. He seemed new to her. Then scream. Practiced. Perfect. My God. No. Please. No. More steps. Up again. A door. My mother spoke again a minute later. Calm down, Professional. 1. Your emergency? Recording finished. No one spoke in court. Completely silent. No one moved. No one breathed. Silent tears fell from my face. Aunt Claire covered her mouth beside me. Eleanor cried into Wyatt's shoulder in the front row. My mother remained still at the defense table. Her face seemed empty, like she wasn't there. Nicholas Reed stood up, jaw open, likely objecting or requesting a mistrial. But what could he say? Everyone heard it. Every speech, sound, Chase's panic, impact, moist, dying sounds. My mother realized what she'd done and lied about it instantly. Judge struck her gavel. Will break. 1 hour. Leading the jury out. My mother was led away. I was immobile in my seat. This recording kept playing in my head. Chase's tone. Love Sienna. My mother's response. You won't marry her. She killed him for loving me and choosing me over her. It was true. Narcissistic, unpleasant truth. She hated that someone chose me over her. Can't take rejection. She took him forever. The jury deliberated 3 hours. All done. 3 hours to decide if Aurora Taylor murdered. A verdict was returned around 4:30 p.m. Second-degree murder. 15 years to life. Chase's parents hugged me in courthouse hallway. Eleanor clasped my face in her fingers, crying. Thank you, she said. Thank you for stopping her. Thank you for defending our son. Sorry, I said. I regret introducing him to her. No. Wyatt spoke firmly. Don't say sorry. Chase adored you. He made an excellent choice. You did not cause his harm, she owned it alone. My mother stared at me as they handcuffed her. Her expression was calm. She appeared bewildered. Honestly, she didn't know how she got here. Like she believed she was innocent. She felt like Chase pushed her hand by rejecting her. That was 6 months ago. Meadowbrook Correctional holds her. Medium security women's jail 3 hours upstate. I receive her letters. I close them. However, my Aunt Claire says they're all the same. Mom is claiming Chase fell and I betrayed her. She said, I'll regret testifying against my own mother. Her lawyer appeals. They won't leave, says Elizabeth Morgan. The proof was overwhelming. Recording too incriminating. No appeals court will reverse this conviction. Narcissists won't give up. They keep fighting, fabricating stories, and rewriting reality to fit their agenda. My mother will likely die in prison believing she's the victim. I see Dr. Reeves twice a week since the study finished. How to recover from trauma and reconstruct a life are discussed. Adult children of narcissists are her specialty. She says my experience is common. Many children of narcissists are influenced and manipulated in ways that are hard to understand. You survived her. Dr. Reeves informed me last week. It's not nothing. Not many individuals with parents like Aurora survive, but you did. Very powerful, Sienna. Mightier than you think. Every Sunday, I visit Chase's grave. Riverside Cemetery has a large oak tree. Parents picked the spot. His basic gray granite headstone has his name, dates, and a passage from his favorite Mary Oliver poem. What will you do with your one wild and precious life? Every time I visit, I bring him his favorite cafe coffee. Black, 2 sugars. I pour some near his grave. Afterlife offerings resemble an ancient rite. So I sit and tell him my week, about his parents, my promotion at work, learning to trust people again, and missing him every day in big and tiny ways. Missing his laugh, hand in mine, way he uttered my name, our future. Finally, I went through Chase's stuff last week. Because I wasn't ready, his parents packaged them and put them in my closet. Dr. Reeves stated it may aid closure. I went through each package individually. I preserved his navy blue, go-to hoodie. Though it doesn't smell like him anymore, I wear it sometimes. He read his books. Science fiction and fantasy predominate. I gave most to the library. Kept some favorites. His laptop. Eleanor wanted it. Chase's childhood photos were there. His jewelry box, videos, recollections. A few things. Watch from his grandfather. The bottom holds his college class ring in a velvet box. A simple, lovely ring was within. 1 diamond platinum band. As I would have picked. Chase's handwritten message accompanied it. For Sienna, when her mother can't ruin it. I held this ring in my closet. This unattainable future. I cried horribly. Like you can't breathe and your body shakes. He bought it 6 months before dying. The paperwork in the box shows that he paid for it over 4 months on a payment plan because it was pricey and he wanted to gift me something wonderful. He planned, waited, and tried to propose without my mother's involvement. Never got the chance. Wearing the ring. Not on my ring. Feels wrong. Despite never getting engaged, married, or engaged, I wear an engagement ring. but I wear it on a chain around my neck near my heart. Some ask me about it. I tell them it belonged to someone I loved, who died defending me because Chase was attempting to do that. Guard me from my mother. Together, safeguard our future. I suppose he succeeded, but not as we wanted. My Aunt Claire now visits most Tuesday nights. Occasionally, I chat about my mother while ordering takeout and watching TV. One night, maybe 3 months after the trial, she informed me she visited my mother in prison. Why? I asked. I looked her in the eye to see whether she regretted or understood what she did, but nothing. She treated Chase like a possession or a debt. She said he flirted with her, led her on, and fell because he was afraid when she sought to be with him. You turned him against her, she said. She's mad. No, Aunt Claire pondered. Neither is she mad. Narcissist. She can't imagine a world without her. Where her beauty can be seen through to her nothingness. Where no means no. Not try harder. She'll never change. People like Aurora Taylor never change, Sienna. They improve masking their true selves. I contemplated that after she departed. About my mother's lifelong concealment. She was so brilliant at playing the victim, martyr, and misunderstood woman trying her best until she couldn't hide anymore. Until Chase said no one too often and snapped. I hear from Eleanor every several weeks. We discuss Chase. She recounts his childhood. How he would build complicated Lego towers and become furious if someone touched a piece. How he spent a summer at 12 learning to cook to prepare his mom dinner on her birthday. He cried when he departed for college because he missed them despite being excited for the journey. Last time we spoke, she claimed he would have been a fine spouse. Good father one day. He was already kind and thoughtful. A father who loved his kids. No, I said. He's lucky to have Sienna. Even for 2 years. You made him happy. That was his constant refrain. How you made him glad. Often ponder about that. 2 years was all we had. How my mother stole decades. A full life deserved. We should have raised kids. Aging together. Sitting on a porch watching sunsets. Aurora Taylor lost at everything because she couldn't handle rejection. But I also consider those 2 years meaning. How Chase demonstrated true love. How he taught me appropriate boundaries. Saying no was okay. I deserved respect. That I wasn't crazy for criticizing my mother. He offered me survival tools. My mother, the bravery to stand up to her and the clarity to see her for who she was, even if it cost him everything. My dating life resumed 2 months ago. Nothing serious, just coffee dates to adjust to a new person and trust again. Dr. Reeves thinks it's healthy. I shouldn't feel bad for going forward, and Chase would want me to be happy. Even when she's right, it's hard. Every time I laugh at a date's joke, I feel bad. I hear this voice wondering how I can be happy without Chase every time I enjoy myself. Trying one day at a time. Coffee dates one by one. This is Alex. Different Alex. Not X. Kind, patient software engineer. We dated 3 times. He knows Chase, my mother, and my convoluted, terrible past, and he hasn't fled. He told me on our second date that you've been through a lot. That doesn't define you. You're more than trauma. You're brilliant, humorous, and gutsy for doing what you did. Not sure what will happen with Alex. Maybe, maybe not. Just knowing I can still connect with someone is amazing. That my mother didn't undermine my trust. I attend bereavement group every Thursday. Talking to folks who understand losing someone to violence and having your life torn in two helps. To carry fury, anguish, and survivor's guilt. Amber said something memorable last week. We debated whether closure exists after losing someone like we did. I doubt we find closure, she said. We may be accepted. We accept their loss. We accept life's unfairness. We accept living even though they don't. From acceptance, we create something new. She's right. Learning to accept. Accept Chase's departure. Accept that my mother was how she appeared. Accept that I can't change anything. Trying to make something fresh. A life that honors Chase without being dominated by his death. A life that honors my mother without giving her power over me. It's hard. Some days are harder. Some days I wake up and forget Chase is gone. That I'll only hear him on that recording. That he'll never make me coffee my way, send me ridiculous memes, or cuddle me as we watch movies on his couch. Those days are terrible. On other days, I wake up grateful. Glad I have him. Grateful he loved me enough to fight my mother. Glad he recorded it. He helped me see clearly. No longer a mother. A killer. My DNA sharing killer. I renamed myself 6 months following trial. My legal name is Sienna Ellis. Mom's name was Ellis. Eleanor cried when I told her. He said Chase would have been thrilled to know I was and always will be family. Wyatt assisted with paperwork. Went to court with me. And signed as a witness. At the announcement, The judge hugged me and said, "Welcome to the family, Sienna Ellis," my mother wrote after learning. I opened it against my better judgment. On jail stationery, she wrote it briefly in flawless handwriting. "You're betraying blood and family. Your choice is them over me. Your mother who gave you life. Someday you'll see I did what was necessary. Chase tried to take you from me. That I've always protected you and done everything for you. Sienna, you'll regret leaving me." It burned in my kitchen sink. Witness the paper curl, blacken, and burn. I felt nothing. Because narcissists do that. They rewrite history to become the hero of every story, even the villainous ones. They villainize their victims. They make martyrs from their activities. My mother will die knowing she was victimized. Chase was rightfully punished for rejecting her. That I betrayed her as an unappreciative daughter. But I'll go to mine knowing the truth. Chase loved me, my mother killed him for it, and justice, imperfect as it is, was done. Not the ending I wanted. I wanted Chase alive. I wanted us to marry, have kids, and age together. I wanted Sunday pancake breakfasts, Friday night movie debates, and lazy Saturdays. I wanted everything. I have recollections. A chain ring, a weekly gravesite visit, a video message from a dead man, and the certainty that my mother will spend her life in a cell. Not enough. It's not enough, but I have it. Chase returned to my dreams last night. I sometimes experience this dream. We're at the Maine beach we visited in August, 2 months before he died. Cold water, rocky coastlines, and seagulls. Sitting on the rocks beside me. Real as it gets. As the sun sets behind him, everything turns gold. "You performed well," he says. "I miss you, I know. Miss you too." He grins. I love that crooked smile. "Sienna, you'll be fine. Better than fine." "How do you know?" "Because you're free of her. Really free. She's done hurting you. That's valuable. Totally worth it." I wake up weeping, not sad. Something else. Perhaps relief, since he's right. Am free. Mom can't hurt me anymore. Can't deceive me or make me doubt myself. Can't degrade me. Stop stealing my future. I'm not in a cell like her. Quite poetic justice. Narcissist, who demanded attention. Hidden away where no one can see her perform, where her beauty doesn't count, where her manipulation doesn't work, where she's just a number in a system that doesn't care about her. She's helpless and irrelevant. So I'm Sienna Ellis, 27, alive, free, and learning to be joyful again. Chase would seek that for me. I know he would, so I'm doing it. Day by day. Step by step. Adjusting to life without him. Building something fresh from my mother's wreckage. I didn't plan this life. Not the life I wanted, but mine. She can't take my word. Not anymore. Not ever. My brother flirted with my wife for years. At my parents' 28th anniversary dinner, they joked she was his match, so my wife exposed my mom's affair. There is open flirtation between my brother and my wife, and my parents joke that they are a better match than each other. Then, over their anniversary meal, they humiliated us a great deal. As a result of my wife's revelation of my mother's infidelity, my brother is now following my wife, which has resulted in our expulsion from the city. The celebration of my parents' 28th wedding anniversary will take place this coming weekend, and they have extended an invitation to both my wife and I to join them for a special meal with other members of our family. To tell you the truth, I have conflicting emotions about coming there, despite the fact that it is supposed to be a pleasant family get-together. The fact that Ryan is involved is the primary reason for my reluctance. As you may know, Ryan is my younger brother, and despite the fact that we are only 3 years apart, we have never been very close to one another. We do not share a very strong connection. The manner in which he feels about me is a significant contributor to that. The fact that he harbors a great deal of animosity has been the case ever since we were children. While we were growing up, our parents, particularly our father, were really, extremely rigid. He served in the military for more than a decade, and it is undeniable that he brought that perspective into the way that he brought up his children. On a consistent basis, he encouraged us to compete against one another. It didn't matter what it was, whether it was attempting to outdo each other while performing tasks around the house or racing each other to the school bus in the morning, they were always competing with each other. There was a sense that everything was a competition between the two of us. It wasn't enough to simply give it your best effort. It was about outperforming your sister better than they did. To be honest, I didn't think the competition between Ryan and I was all that bad when we first started using it. There was a possibility that it was even healthy initially. Considering that we were just children, a little amount of competition is perfectly reasonable. On the other hand, as time progressed, things began to change. My brother started falling behind, particularly when it comes to how well he was doing in school. I was always successful in my academic pursuits. When I was in school, I would always receive the best marks. I would do well on examinations, and I would bring home report cards that my parents would be proud of. That, unfortunately, just served to make things more difficult for Ryan. As a result of the fact that I was doing so well, my father would frequently compare himself to me. Even when Ryan did not live up to expectations, he was subjected to severe sanctions. On many occasions, he was not permitted to consume dinner, and on other occasions, he was compelled to stand in a corner for extended periods of time right up until the point where his legs would give out from under him. Not only did it harm him physically, but it also injured him emotionally. I could tell how much it hurt him. It was always Dad who used me as an example. His words were, "Take a look at your brother. How come you are unable to be more like him?" There was also a time when he made me tutor Ryan because he believed that if I assisted him in his studies, his grades would increase. It didn't bother me to lend a hand. I wish I could, but I was only able to accomplish so much. The reality was that Ryan did not take pleasure in learning. He was not interested in it. As a child, he was more of a child who enjoyed being active and lively. He enjoyed being outside, running around, and utilizing his imagination. The act of sitting still with a book was something that he simply did not find interesting, regardless of how hard anyone tried to make it happen. As time went on, it became increasingly apparent that Ryan had been subjected to a great deal of pressure and continuous comparisons, which had taken their toll on him. To tell you the truth, I can comprehend why he started to feel resentment toward me. Regardless of how hard he worked, he had the impression that he was always falling short of expectations and was always one step behind. In addition, I will confess something that is difficult to utter out loud. During the time that I was so preoccupied with making our father proud, I failed to take the time to observe the effects that all of that was having on my younger brother. I never really gave any thought to how it must have been for him to continually be living in my shadow and being punished for not being like me. I never really stopped to think about how he may have felt. At that moment, just before I was about to leave for college, an event occurred that caused our entire family to be shaken to its core. A significant action was taken by Ryan. It was almost as if he consumed the full bottle of sleeping tablets. I was utterly terrified. We are extremely fortunate that our parents were able to locate him in time and take him to the hospital. The fact that the physicians were able to preserve him is something for which I will be eternally grateful. Nonetheless, that particular moment altered everything. It was as if someone had removed the blindfold that had been placed over my parents, particularly my father. For the first time, they were able to comprehend the extent of Ryan's suffering, which he had been concealing for so many years, and how profoundly he had been suffering. The damage that had been building up inside of him for such a long time was suddenly visible to them because it took something that terrible, something that had the potential to end in tragedy, for them to finally see it. Things at home underwent significant transformations after the overdose. My parents began attending therapy sessions with Ryan in order to better comprehend what he was going through at the time. In the years that have passed since then, they have treated him as if he were made of glass, as if every incorrect remark or slight amount of pressure could cause him to shatter. Throughout the years, I have also expressed my regret to my brother on multiple occasions. When we were younger, I apologized to him for not being more conscious of the situation and for not speaking up for him. I feel terrible about that. In an effort to put things right, at least between the two of us, I have made an effort. Even now, after such a long period of time, it is still the impression that my parents have remained to be overprotective of him. As a result of him, they are constantly walking on eggshells. My brother threatened to kill his own life once more after he graduated from high school while my father was encouraging him to continue his education at a college. He stated that he was unable to live away from home and that he did not actually require any higher education. As a result, he never ended up leaving without a degree of any kind. Ryan has had a difficult time finding a work that pays a good salary and is stable. In spite of the fact that he is able to secure employment, he struggles to maintain them. Either he is absent from work for an excessive number of days or he has disagreements with his coworkers, and finally he would be dismissed. In a way, it's similar to a pattern that keeps occurring. Even though he does not pay rent, he continues to reside at home and is completely reliant on our parents for everything. You can name it: groceries, bills, and other day-to-day expenses. One thing I want to make perfectly clear is that my brother does not currently suffer from any documented mental disorder. Despite the fact that he has been going to therapy on occasion, he is doing well presently, with the exception of the depression that he experienced in the past. He achieves his goals. It is not as difficult for him as it was in the past. Indeed, he is surrounded by a strong circle of friends with whom he spends time on a daily basis. They partake in activities such as smoking, drinking, and going to parties together. To say that he is sitting at home, withdrawn, or secluded is an understatement. There he is, living his life. The only catch is that he is doing everything on the bank account of my parents. It is my belief that this is the aspect that irritates me the most. He is never challenged, pushed, or asked to step up by my parents. They never do any of those things. It's understandable that they feel terrified. These people are scared of pushing him too far, of losing him once more, and he is aware of this danger. He has a perfect understanding of how to tap into that dread. In several instances, it appears as though he is making use of it to his own benefit. I have always had a lot of sympathy for my parents because of all that has happened. It was impossible for me to say no to them when they began requesting that I send money back to them in order to assist them with their day-to-day costs. As far as I am aware, they are now retired and do not have the same income that they did in the past. Due to the fact that Ryan has not made any contributions, I believe that it is the least that I can do to show my support for them because they are going through a difficult time. Due to the fact that my brother appears to be living his life as if he does not have a concern in the world, I have been sending him money on a regular basis ever since that time. The situation has reached a point where I feel as though I am responsible for making up for the shortcomings in the family. Now, my wife is aware of every detail of my family trees. Not only does she have a tremendous aversion to my brother, but she also has a strong detest for him because he has made her feel extremely uncomfortable on several times. This is not the only reason why she has such a strong aversion to him. You see, Ryan is really flirtatious with my wife all the time. From the very beginning, he has always acted in an excessively loving manner toward her, attempted to be touchy-feely around her, and even made provocative comments that are completely improper. Under the appearance of being nice or childlike, he engages in this behavior. If I were to call him out on it, he would laugh it off, shrug it off, and act as if I was exaggerating the situation. The manner in which my parents react to these circumstances is what makes the situation much more difficult. However, they fail to see it for what it truly is. On the contrary, they utterly disregard it, rather than pointing the finger at Ryan or supporting me. Some people believe that it is nothing more than a harmless crush, as if it were some simple schoolboy thing. There are occasions when they even make fleeting remarks that give the impression that they are tacitly promoting it. As an illustration, the occasion that my wife was intended to have with my parents for the very first time was supposed to be one that was warm and welcoming. I'm referring to the regular situation in which the family gets together. However, as we were all sitting around and conversing, my mother suddenly said something to my wife, who was just a girlfriend at the time, that might have been something along the lines of, "You are so funny. In all honesty, my other son, Ryan, would be a far better match for you than he would be for you." She even let out a small chuckle as she made this statement, as if she felt it was a humorous and innocuous remark. "You two have the same kind of humor." In response, my father jumped in and concurred with her. During our conversation, he made a statement to my wife that was similar to, "Yeah, Ryan is a hoot. There is a good chance that you will have more fun with someone like him." As I sat there, I couldn't help but wonder whether I thought I had understood what they were saying. Why were they attempting to bridge the gap between my brother and my partner? Who would even consider saying something like that to someone's partner? As a result of the fact that both my wife and I were initially so taken aback by their remarks, we initially assumed that perhaps they were joking and attempted to laugh it off. Nevertheless, my parents have never stopped bringing up the concept that my wife would have been a better match for my brother. They have done this throughout the course of many years. It's almost as if they've never stopped focusing on this recurring motif. On numerous occasions, they have made statements such as "she is so much more like Ryan," or they have made remarks on the fact that my wife and Ryan share such a striking resemblance in personality, as if that were some sort of indication that she had the wrong boy in the end. Even on the day of our wedding, not long before the ceremony, my mother took my wife away and asked her, "Are you absolutely certain that you want to marry him?" The way she stated it gave the impression that she was giving my partner one final opportunity to change her decision, as if she was hoping that my wife would change her mind and flee away. Do you have any idea how difficult it would have been to hear that on the day of our wedding? I got into a heated argument with my parents about this matter, and I came dangerously close to cutting them out of my life at that time. However, after that, they apologized in a partially sincere manner and promised that they would never again speak to my wife in such a manner. On the other hand, on the occasion of my brother's birthday, they make it a point to go to great lengths in order to secure my wife's presence in the photographs or films that they take. Whatever degree of discomfort it causes us, it does not matter. "Come on, you two look so good in pictures together," or, "just one photo," are some of the things that they will say. It's not explicitly stated, but it's always there. Don't be so stiff. It doesn't matter how many times we try to shrug it off or transfer the topic in a nice manner. It continues to occur. Whenever we have brought this up, and whenever we have attempted to have an honest conversation about how uncomfortable all of this makes us, my parents have simply dismissed it as if it were nothing at all. My mother usually makes an effort to rationalize it by claiming that my brother has never had a real girlfriend, and that he is simply smitten with my wife because she is so beautiful and enjoys standing next to her. It's not much better with my dad. Some of the things that he says are, What's the harm in standing next to him for a photo if it makes your brother happy? He has a sincere belief that it is not a significant issue, that it is merely a minor matter, but in reality, it is not. After a while, we simply reached our limit. Following a multitude of instances in which we were made to feel uncomfortable and disregarded, my family and I have decided to stop attending family activities that involve my brother. Absolutely nothing, not even birthdays or get-togethers. Our withdrawal has been total and complete. Not only have I stopped going to see my parents, but my wife has also stopped going to see them. On the other hand, my mother is adamant that we show up this time because she has invited all of my cousins and other distant relatives. And she does not want me to miss it because she is afraid that people would start asking questions. Maya, in the event that I do not show up, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who provided feedback. To tell you the truth, I have not yet been able to make up my mind on whether or not I will go to the impending family gathering. My thoughts have been bouncing back and forth about it for quite some time. The other part of me keeps thinking about everything that has happened over the years, including how they have treated my wife, how they have always made excuses for my brother, and how they continue to brush off our boundaries as if they don't matter. And while there is a part of me that feels like maybe I should go just for the chance of meeting other members of my family, there is another part of me that keeps thinking about everything that has happened so far. Should I go and act as if everything is okay just to maintain the peace, or should I remain away in order to safeguard the small piece of the puzzle that we have managed to construct for ourselves? To be honest, I'm still undecided about this. Update B. Okay, so we made the decision to go when it was the anniversary of my parents' wedding. And to tell you the truth, it was a terrible idea. In the course of the occasion, it was obvious that my parents were overjoyed to see me. When I arrived, my mother gave me a bear embrace and told me that she was overjoyed that I had come because she had honestly not anticipated that I would. I simply smiled and nodded my head. At least up until supper, everything was going along quite smoothly. Everyone was sat around the table, catching up with one another and engaging in idle chatter. After that, one of my aunts made a passing comment about how all of the cousins, with the exception of my brother Ryan, were either married or in engaged relationships. A small chuckle came out of her mouth as she asked him, in a half-joking manner, why he was still unmarried and whether or not he was dating someone he might want to marry in the near future. The only thing my brother did was smile in an odd manner and blush, as if he were trying to conceal something. Following that, one of the cousins yelled out in a fun manner, "Come on, Ryan, leave it out. Are you in love with someone, or what?" That's when my mom, without missing a beat, said loudly, "Oh, I don't know about a girlfriend. But he does have a tremendous crush on his brother's wife." She then pointed her finger at my wife and laughed like it was the funniest thing in the world. When my father joined in, he laughed even more loudly. Both my wife and I became ice cold. Despite the fact that I was staring up from my plate with my jaw clenched and my eyes locked with my mother, she did not even notice. She was too busy laughing and talking to my aunt, saying something about how my brother had been entranced by my wife for so many years, as if it were some kind of romantic movie storyline and not a completely improper fixation to be obsessed with your own brother's wife. She was speaking about how my brother had been married to my wife for so many years. Then, as if that wasn't enough, my aunt turned to my wife and asked her in a loud voice and without any thought, "Do you have any sisters or female cousins that Ryan could possibly date?" There were even some of the family who laughed out loud when they heard this. The only thing that my brother did was sit there, blushing and smiling faintly, as if everything was completely under control. There was no attempt made by him to silence my parents. He did not make any attempt to sidestep the topic of discussion. Simply sitting there, he seemed to take pleasure in the attention that was being paid to him. It was clear that the temperature was increasing in my face. I turned around to look at my wife, who was sitting there giving off an embarrassed and humiliated appearance. These events were the final straw. I don't even think about it. I have just lost my temper. I raised the volume of my voice to a level that was audible to everyone seated at the table. And then I turned to my mother and exclaimed, "I can't believe you would talk about my wife in such a manner." There was complete silence at the table. You might have been able to hear a pin drop. "You promised me, both of you, that you wouldn't cross this line again," I remarked to my mother and father as I stared at them both. "Although you made a solemn vow that you would respect our limits and refrain from placing us in circumstances that are uncomfortable, here we are once more. At this point, you are giggling at the idea that my brother has a crush on my wife. Are you able to find this amusing?" Despite the fact that my voice was shaking, I didn't care. After that, I turned my attention to the other members of the table, which included my cousins, aunts, and uncles, and I said, "Allow me to ask you something. How many of you believe that it is acceptable for someone to openly admit that they have a crush on their own sibling's spouse, and for the entire family to joke about it as if it were a scene from a sitcom? Would you consider this to be typical?" Nobody made a single sound. The grin that had been on my aunt's face was wiped away. A couple other people just sipped their drinks in an odd manner. Everyone was completely at a loss for words. My brother was the next person I turned to, and I just let it out. "For years, you have been acting like a creep around my wife," I exclaimed, my voice quivering with wrath. "It's been this way for years. Whenever we are in the same room together, you flirt with her. Even though she has never responded to your SMS, you have sent them to her late at night. You make an effort to stand too close to her, touch her when it is obvious that she is uncomfortable, and continue to act as if everything is a joke." Immediately, my brother's face fell to the ground. Following that, I continued by looking around the table and asking, "And do you all find this to be funny? Do you really believe that it is acceptable for someone to behave in such a manner against the wife of their brother?" On the other hand, I turned to my parents and asked, "And you, too? How many times have you made remarks about how my wife and Ryan would be such a terrific match for each other? It's been a very long time since you started doing this. You went so far as to say something similar to this at our wedding. Do you even have any idea how disastrous the situation is? What a shockingly disrespectful expression it is. Not only to me, but also to my wife," were the words that were heard by everyone. As a result of my aunt's participation in my mother's joke, I was also really angry with her. As a result, I turned my gaze firmly toward her and inquired, "Would you ever say something like this about the person who is dating your own son? Do you think it would be appropriate to tell your daughter-in-law that she would be more suitable for another member of the family? Would you allow your son to behave in such a manner while he was around the wife of another person?" She appeared to be in a state of shock, and then she gently shook her head. "Indeed," I stated that. "Why are you doing so well while my parents are the ones who are doing it to me?" It was as though the room was beginning to constrict itself. Not because of me, but because I stated what needed to be said, which was something that everyone probably already understood on some level but had chosen to ignore. This caused everyone to feel uncomfortable when I had finished speaking. In full and utter disbelief, my parents hung there. My father appeared to be on the verge of exploding, with his face flushed and his fists clenched on the table next to him. My mother, on the other hand, began to experience a state of terror. An attempt was made by her to laugh it off, but her voice was shaking as she said, "I didn't mean anything by it. Let's face it, this isn't even that serious. It's nothing more than a slight squeeze. In the past, we have always made jokes about your wife and Ryan in a similar manner." That was the moment when my wife, who had been sitting next to me the entire evening, mute and ashamed, suddenly snapped at my mother. "I'm sorry, but it is just funny, and I wasn't really trying to offend anyone," she said. As she stared at my mother, she shifted her chair slightly backwards and gazed directly at her. Her voice was soothing, but it was also loud and cutting, and it was in a way that everyone could hear it. "Oh, I see what you mean now," she added. "Given that you find everything to be a joke, I suppose that cheating on your husband all those years ago was just for fun as well, right?" I saw my mother's eyes widen as she froze. The tone of my wife's voice became more emphatic as she continued, "I mean, it seems like you had a crush on the neighbor, even if it was a harmless one, right? At the time, when you made the decision to sleep with him, I suppose it didn't mean anything at all. Wouldn't you agree that it was only for fun?" There was complete and utter silence throughout the entire room. My father appeared to have been hit in the stomach, while on the other hand, my mother appeared to be absolutely devastated. I saw my mother's face turn completely white. A contented chuckle escaped my lips, and I couldn't be stopped from letting it out. The things that my wife had stated were completely accurate. This was a dreadful little secret that my parents had concealed from everyone for a very long time and kept hidden from our family. In the distant past, my mother had cheated on my father with their neighbor. When my father discovered this, she pleaded with him to stay with her and not leave. My brother and I were the only ones he stayed for. It appeared that he had forgiven her over the course of time, or at the very least, that he had moved on from the situation. But my wife is aware of this reality since I have shared it with her. It had been in her possession for a considerable amount of time. Now, at long last, she had turned the truth around and utilized it to finally get her revenge on my mother for the way she had always been cruel to her. It had been a long time since she had endured pain, a long time since she had been subjected to inappropriate comments and strange jokes, and she had watched my parents treat her more like a trophy for my brother than my companion, and she had finally used the one thing that she knew would get everything together. Following her first state of shock, my mother quickly regained her composure and began ranting at my wife. She said that my wife had no right to bring up that previous affair in front of her, and that she had gone completely beyond the bounds of acceptable behavior. The discussion was continued by my father, who also raised his voice and referred to it as impolite and unnecessary to bring up the past. However, I was not going to put up with it. After that, I got to my feet and roared back. "As soon as you made my wife the target of your creepy jokes, you crossed the line and committed a serious offense. I remember the period when you continued to defend Ryan as if he were some kind of harmless little boy, despite the fact that he had been making my wife uncomfortable for a considerable amount of time. It would be irresponsible of you to talk about disrespect when you have repeatedly shown disrespect to our marriage with your actions. It was then that my mother began to cry in front of everyone, attempting to make it seem as though she was the victim at this point. On the other hand, many were still trying to come to terms with the fact that my mother had cheated on my father, despite the fact that everyone had thought of them as the ideal partners. Finally, Ryan opened his mouth, and the first thing he did was yell at me for spoiling the party. He shouted at her, "You always have to come up with something that concerns you." After everything that had happened, this was the only thing that he was able to take away from it. I just gazed at him. "Do you believe that I am the one who is thinking about myself?" As I spoke, my tone was calm yet resolute. "You just sat there and let your mother bring up the fact that you had a crush on my wife as if it were a joke. You didn't get a word out to put a stop to it. Despite the fact that it was revolting, you reddened. On top of that, you allowed them to humiliate both my wife and I in front of everyone else. At this point, you are upset with me for taking a stand." A theatrical gesture was made by him by rolling his eyes and waving his arms around. "Oh, I beg you. You always assume the role of the victim." Nothing even remotely negative was uttered by anyone. My wife and I made the decision to depart as my parents and Ryan continued to argue at each other and point fingers at each other. The ranting did not appear to be going to end any time for the foreseeable future. To tell you the truth, what was the point of continuing to be there for any longer? It was abundantly evident that they had no interest in listening to us or comprehending the perspective that we were presenting. They were only interested in venting their anger and playing the role of the victims. Therefore, without uttering a single word, we discreetly gathered our belongings and walked out of the room. Just before I left, I made the announcement, "We're done. Please do not get in touch with us until you have matured and are prepared to accept some responsibility for your actions." Ever since that evening, my phone has been vibrating nonstop from time to time. The majority of them came from my mother, and a couple came from my father as well. They are rife with rage and are suffering from guilt trip. They insist that my wife and I had no right to reveal my mother's adultery, especially in front of the entire family. They say this over and over again. My mother's affair was brought to everyone's attention, and they claim that we were responsible for the entire and utter destruction of their supposedly ideal marriage. In particular, my mother has been unrelenting in her efforts. As a result of our actions, she claims that she has been humiliated, that others are now viewing her in a different light, and that we have ruined her reputation. And as a result of all of this, my mother now anticipates that my wife will profusely apologize to her for the things that she said while we were eating supper. In all honesty, my mother is of the opinion that my wife owes her an apology for pointing out her hypocrisy and for bringing up something that, in her opinion, ought to have been left in the past. To be honest, it is really taxing. I finally picked up the phone and contacted my parents after spending several days going back and forth in my own brain about getting in touch with them. Although I was aware that the conversation would not go well, I was also aware that I needed to convey what needed to be said in a way that was both clear and direct. After everything they had said and done, not only over that terrible dinner, but throughout the years, I told them in a calm but forceful manner that I couldn't continue to pretend that things were okay between us. I felt that I couldn't continue to pretend that things were okay. I reported to them that my wife and I had become weary of experiencing feelings of disrespect. I said that I had spent years attempting to maintain peace, giving money to them on a monthly basis to assist them, not only because they had requested it, but also because I sincerely wanted to assist them. I believed that it was the appropriate action to do. In addition to the fact that Ryan was obviously not making any contributions, I felt compelled to show my support for them because they are my parents. However, after witnessing the manner in which they have continued to treat us, after all of the humiliation, after the obvious favoritism, and after the complete lack of responsibility, I informed them that I could no longer continue under their leadership. I informed them that I will break off all communication with them. No further phone calls, no further visits, and no further financial assistance will be provided. I stated that this was the only way forward for both my wife and I to go through the process of healing and living in harmony. My mother and father did not react kindly to it at all. When I told them that I would be cutting them off financially, they immediately lost all sense of proportion. At that moment, my mother began to rage at me, accusing me of being ungrateful and claiming that I had abandoned my family. Immediately, my father jumped in and said that I was abandoning the folks who had raised me for a number of years. I was told over and over again that I was going too far with something that they continued to insist was nothing more than a joke. They did not even bother to apologize or acknowledge that they had made a mistake. My mother even made the accusation that my wife was the one who turned me against them, as if I lacked the mental capacity to make my own choices. In a literal sense, They cursed me and told me that I would suffer the consequences of my decision for the rest of my life, when my wife would eventually leave me. Despite the fact that it was cruel to hear, I did not waver. After continuing to maintain my position, I terminated the call. Having done so, my wife and I have blocked them ever since. Update D. It has been almost 10 weeks since I last updated you, and a great deal has transpired in that extended period of time. To begin, Ryan has continued to write my wife's strange unsolicited love letters, even after we threatened to contact the police. This is despite the fact that I have cut off my brother and warned him numerous times. Just like that, he didn't appear to care. Then, a few weeks ago, my wife and I were given some astounding information. We are expecting our first child, and we are now pregnant. We were ecstatic, and we spread the good news across various social media platforms. In light of the fact that things took a terrible turn earlier this week, it is quite evident that this was a huge mistake. When my wife returned home from work, she was taken aback to discover that Ryan was waiting for her on our doorstep. Once she caught sight of him, he immediately began to stand up. Immediately, she had the impression that she was in danger, so she went back to her vehicle and began driving away as he ran toward the vehicle and pleaded with her to remain and have a conversation with him. At that very moment, she must have been experiencing a level of panic that I am unable to even begin to describe. After she contacted me, I made a mad dash for my house as quickly as I could. The two of us immediately called the police, but sadly, they were unable to take Ryan into custody because he has not yet violated any laws, such as assaulting my wife or breaking into our house. According to the authorities, he has not actually committed any crimes, rather, he has been harassing people on a consistent basis. Consequently, they released him with a warning, and that is the aspect that irritates me to the point of no return. He violates a great number of laws, but the authorities don't appear to be able to take any action until it is too late. Having said that, we did consult with a legal professional, and he is assisting us in submitting a restraining order against my brother. Our current residence is no longer a place where my wife feels secure. For the same reason, I do not want to put her or our unborn child in danger in the event that Ryan decides to make another appearance. As a result, we have made the decision to sell our home and relocate to a different city in order to get away from all of this chaos before our child is born. I'm beyond irritated and worn out at the same time. Because of the out-of-control nature of this scenario, I am doing everything in my power to safeguard both my wife and my child. I can't allow anything to end up happening to them. I was the invisible sister until Grandma's 80th birthday. I pulled up in a Tesla I bought with cash. They suddenly loved me. I cut off their funding. In the meantime, my sister received compliments on her life, and I was treated as if I were nothing more than background noise. I did not let it bother me until my grandmother asked me where I was living at the time of her birthday. My sister threw up her champagne as I said, just a little penthouse overlooking Central Park. It appeared as though my mother had seen a ghost. The only thing that my uncle did was whistle and say, well, I was the person you neglected to say anything about for the most of my existence. It's possible that it's not out of spite, but it's most certainly out of apathy. Whenever there was a family meal, a birthday party, or any other kind of gathering, it seemed inevitable that my sister Sophia would be the center of attention. The golden girl, she was everyone's favorite star cheerleader in high school. She was a straight-A student, she married young to a guy who owned a boat, and she posted well-lit Instagram photographs of their golden retrievers that matched each other. My mother would talk about her for hours on end, which was like listening to a broken record that only played one track. And as for me, I was just Isabel, a shy and uncomfortable Isabel who left home early and didn't come home very often. During Thanksgiving, I was the one who was responsible for setting up Wi-Fi routers, while my sister was the one who unpacked gift bags that contained perfume and cashmere scarves. Once, my uncle inquired as to whether or not I was still working with computers. The 3 years in a row that my aunt failed to remember my birthday, I did not complain about it. In my head, I was telling myself that I did not require their attention. I got a career in information technology support after I graduated from college. Despite the fact that it was tedious, thankless, and exhausting, I persisted in my efforts. In the evenings, I taught myself various programming languages, developed applications, and worked as a freelancer on the side. Although I lived in a small flat, my screens were quite large. When the majority of people were winding down, I was getting ready to work, putting in long hours fixing bugs and working late into the night with teams from other countries. The situation was not glamorous, and I did not post about it in any way, shape, or form. No one in my family was aware of what I had done. It was never a question. While I was attempting to explain a new work title that I had received, my father interrupted me in order to inquire about Sophia's yoga retreat that she was attending in Sedona. The strange thing is that the bonuses I received from my new job were greater than what Sophia's husband made in the entire year. So I decided to keep it to myself. I was able to construct my own personal kingdom unnoticed. The promotions arrived. And so did the recruiters. A cybersecurity company promoted me from the position of support to that of systems architecture, then product management, and finally to the position of head of an entire division. The fact that I moved to New York by myself and rented a penthouse was something I never disclosed to anyone else. Because of my work, I went to Singapore, and I went to London for conferences. In order to give the impression to my family that I was still residing in a studio in Queens, I purchased a Tesla and paid off the loan with cash. I didn't bother it because they didn't seem to care. Then, however, my grandmother turned 80 years old, and there was no way I could miss that party. My return flight was a red-eye flight. Did not communicate with anyone at all. I just arrived at the country club wearing a black dress and heels, which are often reserved for professional settings like boardrooms. When she first saw me, my mother appeared to be confused and blinked twice, as if she had not recognized me. My sister gave me a hug as if she were wondering if I had undergone any kind of plastic surgery. While we were enjoying a glass of champagne, my grandmother, who has always been as sharp as a knife, turned to me and inquired about my current state of residence. When my mother interrupted some of the guests and asked them whether they were from Brooklyn or Hoboken, I hadn't even opened my mouth yet. I gave a friendly smile and added, "It's just a small penthouse with a view of Central Park." The table fell into complete silence. In reality, Sophia is the one who spit her champagne onto her plate. The expression on my mother's face was absolutely depleted. Suddenly, my uncle gave out a low whistle and murmured, "Well, well, well." And with that, everyone in the room noticed me. Having said that, that was only the beginning. That evening at the country club was the moment when I finally stopped being invisible. What was once a woman who asked me to refill the water pitcher in the middle of supper is now someone who is attentive to every word I say. It came as a surprise to me that my uncle, who used to give me a pat on the head like a golden retriever, wanted to talk about investing. And my mother, who had previously informed a neighbor that I worked with computers or something similar, began introducing me as her daughter who is in charge of cybersecurity for international financial institutions. In spite of the fact that that was not even technically correct, I did not bother to correct her. To Sophia. "I am so sorry, Sophia." In the morning of the following day, she sent me a text message with a million exclamation marks, asking if I was available to have a cup of coffee before I boarded my flight back to New York. Said that she had missed me and that it had been far too long. The last time we spoke, she informed me that she didn't have time to deal with my emotional distance because I skipped her gender reveal party, which was the one I wasn't invited to. As a result, I glanced at the message for a while before responding to it. Still, I was able to meet her. While we were sitting at a cafe close to my hotel, she immediately began a full-blown rant about how difficult life had been in recent times. Her husband's new business venture was not doing well. None of the infants were sleeping. It was a stressful and exhausting situation for her. 3 times, she brought up the amount of money that daycare services cost. I did little more than nod and listen. Then, with a slight twist of her head, she continued, "You are extremely fortunate that you do not have to be concerned about money anymore." The question was not even a question. After that, it had a snowball effect. Everyone had an immediate purpose to call at that moment. In order to finance the expense of the new SUV, Sophia required assistance. Some information regarding the delays in financing and the safety features. In reference to her kitchen, my mother called. Considering how near she was to finally completing that renovation, she wanted to know if I could assist her in completing it so that she could move on to the next step. The knee surgery that my father had was not going to be covered in its entirety. Obviously, he did not want to inquire about it, but it is possible that I could do it for him. Just for the moment. Each and every time, I responded with a yes. That is not because I was oblivious to what was taking place. Rather, it was because I desired for it to be something different. I wanted to believe that they had changed, that they cared, and that at long last, after years of being a supporting character in my own family, I was finally being noticed, acknowledged, and appreciated, and in a number of ways, I indeed was. We went back to having dinners together, and the group chats that had previously consisted of only Sophia and my parents were now led by my name. I was tagged in Facebook posts by Sophia for the first time. My mother referred to me as her survivor. Because he still signed checks at the grocery store, my father even requested me to educate him about cryptography, which I found to be a ludicrous request. It did work for a period of time. When I was on cloud 9, I was floating on the illusion that my family loved me in return on a deeper level. None of the money was counted by me. I failed to keep track of the transactions. Up until the day that I received a phone call from my grandmother, I never questioned anything. Except in the event that something was awry, she never called me. In the past, she had always been very keen. Perceived things that the majority of people did not. I was the only member of the family who never made me feel like I was less than she was. That particular day, her voice was soft and not fragile. Rather, it was cautious. Prior to asking me if I had a moment to talk, she paused for a bit. Next, she made a statement that completely altered the situation. "Isabel, I have something that I need to tell you, and I don't believe you're going to like what I have to say." My breath was pulled back. She informed me that she had listened in on a conversation. A conversation regarding me took place in the backyard after a BBQ between Brooke, my mother, and my father. Regarding the manner in which I might at long last become useful. I was talking about how it was high time that I made up for all those years that I had spent doing nothing. Regarding the fact that they ought to keep her close by, at least until the kitchen is finished and the payment for the SUVs is made. I was told by Sophia that she laughed and claimed that Isabel doesn't even notice any of it. She believes that we are concerned. My grandmother stated that she was on the verge of leaving at that very moment, but she wanted to avoid making a disturbance. My heart was burning. My reaction was not one of astonishment. Rather, it was one of disbelief. No, not really. I have a feeling that I have always known it, but it wasn't until I heard it out loud that it became real to me. For a considerable amount of time, I did not communicate with my grandmother. After that, I expressed my gratitude to her and informed her that I will contact her at a later time. I ended the call, sat down on the beautiful couch that I had in my apartment that was located on the top floor, and looked out over Central Park. In that same instant, everything underwent a transformation. It took me some time before I confronted them. During that time, I am aware that the majority of people anticipate that. I stormed in and demanded answers after a blow-up, a dramatic call, and a dramatic call. On the other hand, something within me became silent. As if a switch had been pulled. Suddenly, I found myself outside of myself, from a distance, observing all that was going on, and so I remained. I cracked a grin. My phone was picked up. As soon as I became aware of the reality, I was eager to observe how far it would extend. The first thing that I observed was how relaxed the expectations had gotten during this time. The question was no longer asked by Sophia. I just heard her speak. She would bring up bills in the same manner that people would bring up the weather. During this month, daycare was quite difficult. The automobile payment was causing them a great deal of stress. A little bit of a push was all that was required for her husband's business to get over the hump. I was waiting for me to fill in the blanks in each sentence that lingered above me. The same thing happened to my mother. Although she never really spoke the words, she did not feel the need to do so. She would send photographs of cabinet samples, countertops, and flooring, and then she would follow up with a statement such as, "Isn't it crazy how expensive materials are now?" Or, "We're thinking of doing it while we're still healthy enough to enjoy it." My father, on the other hand, was more subtle. He would call to see how things were doing, and then he would start telling stories about his buddies who enjoyed traveling, retiring early, and not having to worry about their medical expenditures. He would laugh and then say, "Must be nice." After that, he would get quiet as if he was waiting for me to offer something without being asked. And I did it every time. At the very least, I will. After receiving a call from my grandma, I decided to stop sending money. My announcement was not made. I did not provide an explanation. It's just that I didn't try. Other than that, I did not make any changes. The same warmth, the same tone, and the same availability. To determine whether or not they would notice my absence before they noticed me, I wanted to wait. In the beginning, they did not do it. They did take note of the fact that Christmas was drawing near. They were adamant that I start this year off early. He stated that it had been far too long since we had all been together in a meaningful way. The baby, according to Sophia, needed to spend more time with her aunt. According to my mother, it wouldn't be the same without my going there. The flight was ordered by me. At the time of my arrival, everything was in pristine condition. Pine and cinnamon were the scents that permeated the home. A gentle music was performed. It was a longer hug than normal from my mother. Whenever Sophia spoke, she kept stroking my arm, as if we were suddenly getting closer to one another. While he was pouring me a drink, my father inquired about New York, my job, and my perspective on the world. Every single one of them was putting on a show. As it was happening, I was there to witness it. Dinner was a lively and boisterous affair. It was a gift-giving exchange. As is customary, mine were an elaborate affair. It came to my attention that nobody appeared to be uncomfortable taking them anymore. I used to find that unsettling. It did not happen this time. Coffee in the living room was the suggestion that my mother made after dessert. Everyone relocated there and established themselves in their customary locations. With a kick, Sophia raised her feet. The collar of my father was unfastened. I had the impression that I was at the conclusion of a lengthy play, The point at which the actors could finally relax because the audience was still clapping. That is when I said my words. "Do you remember the barbecue that took place a few months ago?" I inquired of Sophia. "The one that is located at my parents' house." Following the arrival of everyone else inside, I inquired as to whether or not she recalled standing in the backyard with my mother and father. A halt occurred in her. A moderate amount, but not a spectacular one. My mother uttered my name as if it were a warning. Absolutely nothing was spoken by my father at all. I informed them that I was aware of what they had said. I did not repeat it out loud in its entirety. It was unnecessary for me to do so. What I saw on their faces was everything. The fact that I was upset was not the surprise, because I was aware of it. My mother instantly began talking, explaining, going back on her previous statements, and making statements about jokes being taken out of context, stress, and some of the ways in which families say things that they don't mean. I did not interrupt her. I then proceeded to convey to them that I had a complete comprehension of the nature of our connection and that I was no longer upset. I have just completed explaining that I did not want to be the answer to their issues or the source of funds for their goals. It was Sophia's attempt to interrupt. She was not stopped by me. I just got to my feet, put on my coat, and announced that I was going to go. I told them not to call me to find a solution to the problem, not to apologize, and not to explain anything. I stated that I had already decided what I would do. The moment I opened the door, I heard my mother repeating my name once more. This time, it is calmer. I did not make a turnabout. The air felt icy and astringent as I went outside. Standing on the porch, my grandma appeared to have been there for quite some time, as if she had been waiting. There was no questioning from her. She did not express any feelings of pride. I only needed to give her a single nod before she joined me in the car. Silence prevailed as we drove away. During that night, during her birthday party, I did not have any feelings of tension for the very first time. I did not have the impression that I was getting ready for the next item. I had the impression that wasn't the end of it. I had a mistake. Following that night, I did not anticipate anything at all. No calls, no texts, and nothing else. In my mind, they would just leave it alone. Stew and possibly whisper about me to each other, but in the end, you should step back for a temporary period of time. Indeed, that is precisely what took place. There is no sound. It is utterly and completely silent. Naturally, my grandmother maintained communication with me. For a week, she extended an invitation to me to visit her home in Florida. We are the only two of us. There will be no drama, no questioning, and no casual chats about the financial position of anyone participating. Each morning, we went for a walk along the beach, and then we cooked dinner at home. It had been years since I had experienced such a sense of lightness. Then, 3 weeks after I had returned to New York, an odd occurrence took place. I was asked to take a call by a recruiter. I was not familiar with it. He seemed eager, perhaps even a little bit too eager. This individual stated that he had a client who was searching for someone to head up a new cybersecurity section. It was stated that my name had been mentioned. He stated that he had seen my information on a professional network that was owned by a family. By all appearances, I had joined. There was nothing that I had joined. My response was that I was not interested, and then I hung up. However, the call remained in my mind. After waiting for an hour, I began digging. It took me almost 20 minutes to locate it. An fabricated profile in the manner of LinkedIn that was established by someone else using my full name, photo, and career history, along with a great deal of exaggerated rubbish. Fake endorsements and co-titles on films. Even though it was sloppy, it was polished enough to pass. If you weren't paying great attention, you might have missed it. In addition, it was clearly connected to a newly established consulting firm that was being managed by a person named Matthew Kalman. My name was put on the website as a silent partner, despite the fact that I had never heard of him before. One could find a telephone number. That was my call. Attempt to guess whose voice responded. My father. I didn't even give him the opportunity to speak. What the heck was he doing? I demanded to know from him. He stumbled, made an attempt to retrace his steps, and made a statement about how he was merely attempting to contribute to the development of something for the family and to capitalize on our mutual success. I hung up the phone. 10 minutes after that, Sophia made a phone call. Although she claimed that she had nothing to do with it, that was not the issue that triggered my anger. She concluded by saying, "You don't understand how much we needed this. Things are really hard right now." On the other hand, that was the reason I wrote a cease and desist letter that evening through my attorney, who was not a cheap counsel. In addition to dealing with the ramifications from 2 investors who had already contacted out to me assuming that I was involved, I was required to shut down the website, scrub the bogus profiles, and fix the situation. It might have been the end of me. That, however, was not even the most terrible aspect. The realization that they were no longer only interested in my money was the most upsetting part. They desired to know my name. They wanted to go about in my success like it was a coat, thinking that they had also built something, and they wanted to wear it like a coat. Previously, I had merely served as a resource. I served as their brand. And they didn't believe that I would notice it. While I was still partially in disbelief, I contacted my grandma that night while I was pacing around my apartment. Her tone did not convey any surprise. "That is something that has been with me ever since," she remarked. "I warned you, Isabel. They don't love people. They love what people can give them." Then, I made all of the necessary adjustments. New account numbers and new numbers. I wiped my digital footprint clean and built it again from the ground up with firewalls that would require a government badge to pass through. I decided to stop responding to mysterious numbers. I became completely eerie. As well, I went away from the city for a bit. Not indefinitely, but just long enough to get my thoughts organized. During that time period, I was taken aback by the letter, which was a genuine letter written by hand and did not include a return address. The note was found within. In addition to a photo that was affixed to the bottom of the document, it stated, "We didn't mean to hurt you. We were just scared. You're not like us anymore." The document was not signed. I was 13 years old at the time, and I was standing at the kitchen counter of my grandmother's house, clutching a screwdriver and disassembling an existing radio. Everyone else in the background was giggling, preoccupied, or celebrating something else but themselves. My eyes were the only ones that were focused on the camera. That picture was taken by my mother. If you were wondering, though the message was unmistakable, it was already too late. There was no response from me to the letter. First, I took my time reading it twice, and then I folded it back up and slipped it into the drawer at the bottom of my desk. Although I did not rip it up, I also did not cling to it as if it were something that was significant to me. I felt as though I was holding a memento from a location that I no longer resided in. An attempt to repackage guilt as sentiment, which is the final desperate attempt. For what they had done, they did not feel any regret. They expressed their regret that I left before they had completed their work. I did not wait a week to cool off after that, but I did wait. To be sure, to make sure that I wasn't reacting emotionally, and to make sure that this wasn't some dramatic detour in our relationship, but rather the final turn, I was no longer upset. I then proceeded to compose the message. There was a brief period of frigid weather. I didn't try to make it seem better or alter the truth in any way. I pretended that I was aware of everything. The fraudulent consulting firm, the investors, and the digital profile that used my credentials without my permission are all examples of this. I told them that I was aware of the jokes, the manipulation, and the conversation that took place in the backyard. Despite the fact that I had been generous with them for many years, I realized that my generosity was not appreciated by them. It had become militarized. I let them know that I would be cut off from touch indefinitely. Not only the money, but also the visits, and everything else as well. I told them that they should not make any further contact. Even in the case that someone passed away, not for assistance, not for closure, nor for family gatherings. I warned them that I would take legal action against them if they went beyond that boundary. There is no question in my mind, it was not signed by me. Isabel, my love. It's just my name. I pressed the send button, and suddenly there was silence. Not even an attempt to gaslight me into thinking that I was being too severe was made. There was no response, no phone calls, no panicked voicemails, and not even. Only a vacuum left. It should have been painful. In all honesty, I anticipated that it would, but it did not. On the other hand, I experienced a different sensation, as if I had just emerged from a room that had been filled with smoke that was not visible for many years. And then, something that was not anticipated took place. They started informing strangers that they were going to cut me off. Through mutuals, I was able to reach out to others. The acquaintances of my second cousin from high school, as well as one of my mother's former co-workers. They claimed that I had changed, that I had become conceited and distant, and that I had become overly preoccupied with wealth and achievement. In one version of the narrative, I was the one who demanded respect, as if I were superior to absolutely everyone else. Another one of them caused me to storm out of Christmas because no one clapped loud enough when I walked in front of them. In order to make themselves appear as though they were the victims of a self-centered daughter who had forgotten where she came from, they rewrote everything and twisted reality. Nevertheless, I did not protect myself. Just let them chat. Those individuals who are willing to believe the worst about you do not require much of a prod to do so. To add insult to injury, I was no longer required to demonstrate anything to anyone. In its place, I became preoccupied with leading a different type of life. It was not because I was unable to afford the penthouse that I decided to sell it. Rather, it was because I did not want to be identified by it. Upon purchasing an ancient brownstone in Brooklyn, I proceeded to completely renovate it from the inside out. A complete house makeover. Each and every screw, tile, and paint stroke is mine. It is something concrete that I constructed, not for the sake of showing off, but for my own personal use. I began mentoring younger women in the technology industry via one-on-one sessions, rather than through press releases or panels. I would have them over for coffee, I would go over their resumes with them, I would educate them how to negotiate raises, and I would tell them to decline any offers that did not appreciate them. And I didn't just tell them the lovely portions, I told them the reality. Both of the small startups that I invested in were run by women. Now, both are doing quite well. I started taking off work on the weekends. Midnight was the time when I stopped checking my email. I went to see a clinician. Pasta from takeaway was not the only thing I learned to cook. I took up a rescue dog who had just one ear and a mischievous disposition. I gave him the name Ghost since that was how my family referred to me in the future. After a few months had passed, my grandma finally made her appearance on a sunny Saturday morning. She had taken the train to get there, refused to let me pay for a car, and stated that she wanted to explore the neighborhood on her own so that she could walk around. When she entered the brownstone, she took her time to look around, taking in the hardwood flooring, the exposed brick, and the shelves that were stacked with books that I had actually read. She then said, "This feels like you." Without smiling, while Ghost would bark at the pigeons, we would sit on the porch with our coffee. I inquired in a low voice whether she was dissatisfied with me for interrupting them, and for not making an effort to resolve the issue. She didn't even flicker an eye. She told me, "Isabel, you gave them more chances than they deserved. That's not failure. That's grace." And for the very first time in my life, I believed what she had said. It has been more than a year since I severed ties with them. There was not a single phone call, text message, or surprise communication, and not even one of those random friend requests on Facebook from a second cousin who was operating as a spy. Absolute silence, unadulterated and unbroken. Being in that kind of silence used to give me the creeps. In the past, I had considered it to be desertion. When there was no sound, I assumed that something was amiss. On the other hand, I am now more knowledgeable. The sound of healing and the sound of space clearing away can sometimes be heard in stillness. The elimination of something that is harmful to one's health. This brownstone is still where I call home. We are currently at home. I failed to repair every single floorboard, every single wall, and every single chip tile. All of this serves as a reminder that I am the one who created this life. It was not provided to me. It was not something that was inherited, passed down, or wrapped in ribbons by individuals who clapped when it was convenient for them to do so. I worked hard and in private to earn it. The work is consistent. I am still in charge of my team and I am still developing systems that the majority of people will never see but on which they rely every day. The number of things that I decline to do has increased. I used to give in to my fear and say yes. There is a fear of missing out, a fear of being forgotten, and a worry of becoming insufficient. No longer exists. At this moment, I make a decision about what is rightfully mine. Growth has occurred in the mentorships. It all began with 2 young ladies. Today, I am assisting 10. When they are stuck at occupations that exhaust them, we meet in person, over coffee, or simply via Zoom instead of meeting in person. What I wish someone had told me when I was 22 years old is what I share with them. To be valuable, it is not necessary to be loved by others. You merely need to be appreciated, and the first step in achieving this is to treat yourself with respect. Ghost is still the same huffy, one-eared version of himself. The fact that he despises anyone who comes too close to the house is something that I have come to genuinely appreciate. Being aware that someone, even a dog, is continually watching over the entrance to the house brings a certain sense of calm. My grandmother comes from time to time. Small things, a box of tea, and a story from her past that she has never shared before are among the things that she brings. Once in a while, she inquires as to whether or not I ever consider returning. Not in a critical manner, but simply out of curiosity. I am wondering if I don't miss them. I do not falsify. I tell her that I don't like the thought of them. This is the version that I used to keep in my thoughts when I was a child with me. A mother who gave me protection. A father who was pleased with my accomplishments. A sibling who did not consider me to be a rival or a financial institution. It is not true that that version ever existed. To be honest, I had been warning her for quite some time. It is clear to her. It is always the case. While I was walking around one afternoon a few months back, I came across my old photo box. The picture that was included in the letter was the same one that I saw when I opened it. During the time that the rest of the family was laughing in the background, I was 13 years old and working on the broken radio. I was fixated on it for a considerable amount of time. She didn't pay any attention to being seen when she was that version of myself. She merely desired to construct something, modify something, and gain an understanding of how things functioned. She was absolutely unbroken. You could say that she was buried under individuals who were too preoccupied with themselves to notice her. Getting rid of the letter, burning the photo, and getting rid of everything else that still binds me to them are all things that I have considered taking into consideration. I have not, however. When I say that I want to remember something, I don't mean that I want to cling on to it. Getting rid of everything that is painful is not necessary. Certain things are designed to remain as a reminder of how far you've come, of how difficult it was, and of the reasons why you will never go back to the past. This is the latest update. They did not meet any of my expectations in any way. When I stated that I was finished, I meant it. I had moved on, constructed a different sort of life, and accepted the truth that there are certain people who never change from who they were. However, during the previous week, an odd occurrence took place. My phone rang, and I received a voicemail from a number that I was not familiar with. A voice that is delicate and somewhat anxious. That person was my cousin, Natalie. Our last conversation had been over 10 years ago. I was on the verge of listening to the message, but something compelled me to do so. She stated that she had no desire for anything. There is no money, and there are no favors. All that she wanted was for me to be aware that things were different in my native country. She informed me that my father had left the phony business several months ago, because it was never able to get off the ground. That the act of severing relationships caused something to happen in each of them, a kind of reckoning, after I had done so. As far as she was concerned, my mother had begun volunteering at a nearby shelter. My father had returned to his previous position, and he was not pursuing some fictitious windfall. It would appear that Sophia had ceased posting about her picture-perfect existence, and had instead gone back to school in a stealthy manner. Psychology offered at community colleges. Even though Natalie stated that no one actually talks about me out loud, it is obvious that I have left an impression. According to her, they miss me. That my mother sheds tears on sometimes if my name is mentioned. It's not in the sense of a guilt trip, rather, it's a genuine feeling of remorse. That particular part took me by surprise. According to her, my grandmother was involved in the situation in some way. The fact that she did not permit them to change the story, the fact that she continued to give them the truth. Not the version that they attempted to sell to everyone else, but the version that I actually lived through. The contact has not been made. I am not sure if I will do it. A few of the alterations are not invitations. They are just evidence that progress is possible, even in individuals whom you swore without a doubt would never change. In my opinion, that is plenty.